Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome. It is time for the major in Paris, and we are ready, live and willing to watch some of the best teams across the world compete to try to be champions this time. My name is Bryce. Joining me here this morning is Chris Tunn.
It's not very often you get to give me a this morning, really, is it? It's a rare occasion, and a rare occasion that I am happy to take. It's usually welcome to Chris Tunn at 3 a.m. in the morning. It is not 3 a.m. It is very much the morning here, of course, in the UK, but casting over everything that's happening over in Paris, which yesterday was an absolutely crazy event. You've seen everything happen on the CDL side of things. Through here in Challengers, we weeded out some of the lower end teams, but we're starting to get into the meat of it very shortly, Bryce, aren't we?
We certainly are. Here is our schedule for the day. As well, most of it will be filled in as we go through, but fortunately we cover 4 games at a time. Our main game will be OMiT versus FC Stallions, a hot debate with production and ourselves last night about which game we will be covering in our alpha slot, and here's the truth, it doesn't matter, we'll cover all 4 of them anyway. That is the game we decided to stick on alpha. If you're upset with that, I am sorry, but I haven't got time for complaints. We have great gameplay on the way.
Well, we have plenty of games pretty much ready to go. We got Delta live and kicking already. Players in amongst it and into it with the Huntsmen. Let's see how Hardpoint is going to be going for this game in particular. Huntsmen taking on Team War. As mentioned, I did let her know in the tweet. We'll get it out of the way. Numbers are staying today. We will be doing our very best to call the gameplay as best as we can. Obviously not ideal, but besides the point. Huntsman taking on Team War. You're over towards P4. Huntsman in a nice position. For them, obviously, coming into this event up against Team War, you would be expecting the Huntsman to be able to take this for best out of 5s. And it should be interesting to see how they are going to stack up against each other.
Well, this is one of the games that a lot of people are looking forward to, and it has come to that time in the tournament, right? We are now starting to talk about the seeds narrowing in terms of disparity. It's also the time when we usually will see a big upset from one of the higher seeded teams falling to a lower seeded team, and that's going to be an interesting one as well, because there isn't as much kind of depth of field of the North American Challengers players coming over to this Paris major as we have seen in previous tournaments.
Yeah, and that's the thing that is, well, it's very obvious, isn't it? Sometimes, you know, you'll have plenty of people showing up who are, you know, just on the cusp of getting into Challengers Elite on the North American side of things. And I would say, you know, the depth is a bit larger, I would say, in the North American side for Call of Duty in general. Whereas in EMEA, obviously, you always kind of being over towards the top side, historically at least anyway. But just not quite that depth. And for some of these teams, it is giving them the potential to maybe go on a bit of a run. But Team 1 not doing too badly here. 30 seconds to go over towards P1. P2 spawns are there for Huntsmen, though. They'll be trying to line themselves up, get that set up for 25 seconds.
This is still such a close game between the two of them, and well, it's going to be a difficult one to work out who's exactly doing well this game. Oh, this is another day in paradise, but we are trying to guide you through it with the player names and everything else. Of course, the Codcaster has got the 192 up there as well, which does throw us a little bit off the kill feed as well. We have been potentially reassured that this may be fixed later today, so don't worry too much about it. It's early. Just enjoy the vibes.
For my sanity, I hope it is. But for Huntsman, inside of the point, P2 control is there. Team War, formerly Cabal as well, for anybody who is trying to keep up with how things are going. Nice to see them back involved, of course, seeing how they are going to do on this side of the Atlantic. Not been a bad start by all accounts. Huntsman, not a comfortable lead, and ever so slight one with P2 control towards the right side. 5 spree there coming up for one of the Huntsman players. Double checking, it is of course the biggest of wakes as number 36. Now going to get broken up. P2 will now belong to Team War for the final 20. P3 rotation going to be coming in. Huntsman probably not going to have a real good look at this unless they can find some kills through the mid-map.
A little bit more of a push, and then that should be it when they go through it. Nice little chow there just to end it on a 5 spree. Going to be late to this P3 there. If they could win one key gunfight, it might be a potential, but not in the position they wanted to be. And that does mean Huntsman will have this first hold, this first bit of time. We're going to have a player going around the outside. It's going to be Nementions is going to try and get this one done, but they find nothing.
Still a very close game. These two did actually go up against each other in the losers final. Challenge Elite on NA side. This was actually a Team War win. So 3-2 victory for them. But coming into this kind of environment, do the Huntsmen just have that little bit more of an experience on this level? That's what you're going to kind of be asking yourself. But the fact that we've got an NA Challengers matchup that was so close over on the Challengers Elite side of things, at least early in the bracket, is an interesting one to see. Good break going to come in there for Team War, but Huntsmen do manage to get themselves a lot of that time over towards P3. Brycey, P4 setup's going to be here. Feels like Huntsmen are the first ones there on many occasions, but need to make the most of these transitions.
Yeah, that's going to be the key. Yeah, I mean, we've all played this map quite a lot here. It's one of my favorite hardpoint maps as well. But yeah, rotations on this map pay out, I feel, a little bit more than some of the other maps entirely, with just how well the spawn and the holds actually do work. You know, if you get to P2 early, you're going to have a good time. The same with P4 on either side of the map. Those close spawns make a difference. P3 can be a little bit more mixy, but also a good hold with the 2 choke points. And of course, P1 is a mixy hill, but that's the case on every single one.
It's just a mixy map, Brycey, isn't it? Very scrappy. Some of these teams, though, really do struggle to hold, and that is for good reason. And once again, Huntsman, first one's there, last one's out. If anything, 20 seconds to go. Team More managed to find a way through. Good gunfight coming through there. Chance 32 will manage to take this one down. Can anybody else find a way through? No, holding is just a problem for both these two squads right now. More so for the side of Huntsman. They are now going to find themselves behind heading into a third rotation. It's not the end of the world just yet. It's a 20-point game as we head back over towards P1.
Get through here as well, but it's a difficult one as everybody fills into the kill feed. It will be Team War that walk away with this one. And speaking of Team War, Challenge 31, which is going to be Flames, is having a very good game so far. Will this translate into a win, though? They are in the lead. They do have it, and they are in lethal range. But so far, it is all going to be Team War.
A big moment. Icons will come in for 3 to get a hold of P1. Now Team War have those rotations over for P2. They got themselves about a 30-40 point lead. If they can continue finding the kills just like that, then all of a sudden this one might be done. 6 in a row for Icons towards the back end of things. Help him light up what was a pretty average game from him so far. P1 will be broken, but P2 is here. Huntsmen have got to hold this down and find a break quickly.
Here we go. This is the gunfight. Already finds one. Isolate the player onto the hill as well, and they do so. Huntsman with a little bit of hope. You've got to hold this initial push. This is a money hill. They cannot win it here, though, but they can certainly lose it.
For Team War, it's one good break. That's what you need here over towards this backside. Map number 1 should be yours. Hellstorm probably on its way in. A couple of players very still. As it landed, it had done over towards the backside, but the rest of the team don't find any kills until that moment. Spawns in over towards the back. They're very close. Got to find the break.
Oh, a couple of big kills going down. Huntsman again, though, have one player, one hero potentially to try and break back through, and he finds 2. Oh, the team rallies. They're back into this one. They're now rocketing over 200 points. For Team War, they will apply a little bit of pressure into P2 here, but more importantly, they will try and hold that P3, which they may have let go.
It's Brock who managed to find the kills. To be honest with you, he's done so well. Those final few seconds, though, of scrap time may well benefit Team War. Now they're on the rotation over towards P3. Spawns where they're going to be. Mid-map for Huntsman, closer towards P3. Massive kills need to be found. Don't find it through the mid. Huntsman may well find the break, but you're going to fall off the map at the complete wrong time. Kills coming in for Team War. They still only need 10 seconds.
Oh, and Team War, there we go. There's the wipe. There's the break, and that should be the game. Everybody firing on all cylinders, and it won't be much for the Huntsmen to touch this, but they can't do it anyway. And that is the first map for them.
Brilliant win for Team War in map number 1. Close game all the way through. Not quite landing for them in the end, as map number 1 will go the way of Team War. That is a massive win to kick things off here. As mentioned, these two have ever so slightly roster on the Team War side of things. They went up against each other in a losers bracket final in the most recent Challenger season. And that is a massive, massive game for them to come into at the start of your Saturday. And Huntsmen are the ones who are going to fall in map number 1. It's Team War to take it away.
And bearing in mind, you know, these players waking up in Paris have made their way through the heat to the venue. And getting an early win, well, that'll certainly wake you up as they get into it. And I feel like sometimes we don't cover that as much. You know, these players are human. All of this traveling, all of this work takes a toll on the body. So to get in and get that first map done and kind of get yourself ready for the day, certainly a boon to them. And hey, even going through the winner's side, we've talked about it before, how much better it is to go through winner's side and just keep on moving with less games, more opportunity to rest. But before we wax lyrical about that, we are going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back for more action here at the Major. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. We're jumping straight into Telluride Bush Gaming versus Omnia Stallions. This is one of the games we highlighted yesterday that we wanted to catch, and it's slotted into our Bravo slot, so we will catch an awful lot of it as we go through. But right now, Telluride Bush Gaming, of course, if you aren't aware, they are the big bad that everybody is trying to beat this time around.
Yep. For the side of Bush, it is a case of trying to just keep up where you have been really running things, which is, well, been non-stop since their win in Atlanta. Fantastic performance, obviously, over in the Elite on the NA side of things. And really, they are getting themselves going towards the business end of the season. And for them, a fantastic start here. Over on Colossus up against the Omnia Stallions, who are a team that have kind of been put together in a certain way. Let's see if it is going to work out for them, but for Bush, this should be a very winnable series.
Well, this is all about making your way to those grand finals. You can be the favorite for a tournament ton, but that is no guarantee of success. But it has certainly been an upswelling of support for this team, as Telluride Bush Gaming so far having their run of it.
Yeah, absolutely dominant so far. 3 sprees across the board. Omnia Stallions have got a lot of work to do already. That is a tough luck, to say the least. 45 seconds to go. Kill sprees going across the board. As mentioned, those numbers are going to kind of be lingering around for a little bit longer. We'll try and keep you up to date on who we do as best as we can. We're just getting double confirmation on that, but a good start for Bush either way.
They are spamming at this point in the morning. Very little that can be done against them, but right now you can see that they are just really racking up these scores here. We were hoping this would be a bit of a closer game. In fact, the debate was yesterday whether or not this would be the better game to watch on Alpha, or whether the game we eventually ended up picking, and we felt like the other game might be a bit closer, and it turns out we might have been right.
Good rotation for Omnia Stallions, and they're going to need one very, very quickly. Bush will come into this one absolutely screaming. Rotation now going to start coming through. The Slaying battle has been well and truly won by Bush, and it continues to be. This is just far too easy for them. This is a winners round 1 game. What are we doing?
Yeah, it's a little bit one-sided. I mean, one of the big things we've been thinking about this one, of course, is going to be Swoody, right? Like, everybody's been kind of following this career of Swoody going through, and unfortunately at the moment it's not going that well. They really are being kind of taken to task here by Telluride Bush Gaming, which makes sense. The defending champs haven't come here to lose.
No, absolutely not. They've come out screaming on Saturday. A fantastic start. All the kills falling their way. And really, the only answers coming from Rispy on this occasion. Oh, no, sorry. Honestly, this is the thing. I'm confused with who's on who. Never mind. Breathe. Telluride Bush Gaming in a fantastic spot. 5 seconds to go. Over towards P4. And this one, wow. 12 seconds TNM. If you're Omnia Stallions through the first rotation, is not a good look.
No. Positive to bring away from it, I'm honest. But maybe it's a slow start. We spoke earlier about, you know, adapting to being in Paris for some of these players, and maybe that and this morning has not been the greatest wake up for them. You gotta hope that maybe, just maybe, this second set of rotations is where they find their groove and start fighting back, and well, at least they've got a kind of a plethora of points here so far.
What about tricks as well? I mean, that is just an absolute bonus for these boys, isn't it? Changes coming through kind of across the season. And that has really worked out for them, hasn't it? Honestly, for me, kind of unfortunate to lose your spot in the CDL as Tricks, but hey, it's working out for them here on the challenger side of things. For Omnia Stallions, this rotation's working out better than the last one. Not that that means a lot, but relevant to that, they managed to pick themselves around 30 seconds up over towards P1, but lost the rotation over towards P2. It's kind of a difference in scoreline where you manage to find yourself, what, a 60 somewhere along the line, then maybe you can get back into the game. Right now, it's a struggle to barely find a kill. Omnia Stallions, well and truly back up. To be fair, Bryce, I am going to let you speak this again, but if you look at the actual kill feed, like, and how things are working as far as the actual outside from Bush, and they're up 140, something has to be going wrong for Stallions other than just getting smoked.
Well, it is, like I said, I think the easiest way to put this is Telluride Bush, right? They're a very, very good team. Trakes, in my opinion, has consistently shown that he can still hang very much at a high level. It's kind of a, I feel like almost premature dropping from the league, if I'm being honest with you. I'm a big fan of this player. I think with a little bit more of a time in these games at that level would have certainly risen to the occasion more so than we saw him do. But yeah, it's a very, very good pickup for Telluride Bush Gaming. They are looking fantastic.
Challenge 12 is Tricks, 22 and 18 from him. Cammy having a good time of things at 24 and 14 as well as on challenge 14. We did have some information come over of who is who. Some of the players didn't put the correct tag in, but we just put weight in. I'm gonna make my presumptions on who's who. I'll let you guys at home do the same.
Yeah, so, well, I mean, we'll talk about this because the game is a little bit one-sided at the moment, so we'll kind of go through here. The way that we are working out what players are, and this is kind of a little bit of a weird one, we get a screenshot of the lobby before it goes live of which the players have put their clan tags in, and then we have to look onto a different screen to see those to match up with the numbers that we currently have. Some of them, it's not that easy to work out who is who because they haven't put the right thing. This being one case, it has been a little bit difficult. We know who Cammy and Trakes are because they've put their names Cammy and Trakes, but Wait and Clem is a little bit more difficult.
As said, I'll make my presumptions on who Wait is. No offense intended. This one's going to continue over on Bravo. This one's pretty much done. But back to Alpha, which was our main game we wanted to concentrate on, is OMiT taking on FC Stallions. Now, there's definitely some EU bias on our part to see how OMiT are going to do. Not a great start by all accounts, as FC Stallions will find 4 off the rip. A fantastic start there for them. But this should be a really interesting game. Going to be very curious to see how OMiT are going to do after a finals appearance over in Atlanta. They'll be wanting to make a step further appearance, you would like to say. That grand final is something they'll be aiming for, and they'll be looking for the trophy to not elude them.
Oh, it's a wonderful start by the FC Stallions. OMiT struggling to get this one off of the rip here into P2, and it will be Stallions first. And they can try and hold this. A little bit of time there for them to get 9 seconds out of it. And, well, a little bit of trouble going down. And KB cannot keep alive for a second here. It's a good rotation from OMiT.
Done well to get that rotation in with 50 seconds to go, and the setup was nice. Both these two teams very streaky off the start. FC Stallions now trying to find themselves in a bit of a better position. And that's going to be about 30 seconds. Almost uncontested for OMiT over towards P2. Gunfights going their way as well. Locked it down where they needed to. FC Stallions going to have another roll of the dice.
And after such an electric start, they have struggled to break down OMiT, who have found their feet. Challenge 08 backing up now, and they start seeing that maybe we're just not getting into this one. There's a huge hold from OMiT, and already on the rotation. One player left. Challenge 10 looking for the second. Doesn't get the gunfight quite yet as 05 tries to bait him out for a gunfight. But I tell you something here. OMiT, again, have broken straight through.
Managing to find a way, aren't they, OMiT? Fantastic start from Stallions, as mentioned, but it has been a struggle since then. This is a game we would expect OMiT to kind of, well, not walk through, but probably win it relatively comfortably. They're obviously champions in Europe this season, which is a big thing for them. That is the next step they needed to take. They've taken it now, and what is the limit? Well, we're going to find out. We believe, after casting over the entirety of EMA, that they have got better than what we've seen from them in Atlanta. So they are going to be a real threat in Paris. 87 and rising. 20 seconds to go here at P3. It's now going to be a perfect hold if Stallions don't find a break in the next 15.
Oh, that's another big couple of kills coming through. There's 3. Wonder what 4 streakers, they try to get themselves back into this game. The first bit of time they've had since P1 done, as we now look into P4.
KB doing a great job finding a way through. Couple of kills now coming in that were needed, to be honest with you. Can now put the pressure on as P4 is on its way. My goodness. I don't even need to tell you who that was. You know exactly who's frying like that. Ethan on a 4 spree. Fantastic work for him to find the break. And the hold is going to be there as well. Devastating moment from OMiT. The Stallions were in the position to try and turn this around, get themselves back into it. Big moment from Ethan. He's 16 and 10.
They have caught fire going into this one. Trying to hold the front door now as well. Trying to get out of it. It isn't going to work. Scrap time has been taken. The Stallions will grab it, and OMiT decides that they will let them have that 19 seconds. So they will now set up for this P5. They need to win a couple of gunfights to at least stagger the Stallions, who have a decent chance of a push here. And there we go. There are the kills. They do manage to win out one towards the back. It's KB who really has been kind of the big player for the FC Stallions so far.
He's finding plenty. Right now, Stallions need to find that little bit more. OMiT have got into their stride. I think spawn over towards the backside. It's definitely going to help them out, though. Can you get the cuts, though? If you want Denze, did try his very best, but can't get a hold of it. So the spawn's over towards the backside. Now Stallions may be able to make benefit from this. Spawn out going to come through. Still some control over towards the green side. Big gunfight win coming in from Ethan. Can't find the second over towards top green. But there's the damage already done. Spawns over towards the back. May well come in here for FC Stallions, though. OMiT maybe a little bit haphazard in some of their rotations just to try and find these kills and lock down this hill. Not going to happen with 20 to go. Stallions find a break.
Out both sides. It's the perfect spawn for them. FC Stallions have brought this game back from what was a bit of a dangerous time. We're going to P1 here. Stallions good in the first rotation until it got taken by OMiT, but it has been the rotations that OMiT have had a little bit better than Stallions, and that's why we have seen a few issues for them. They have recovered. It is not over.
No, it's not over by any stretch of the imagination. That's a nice little pull, actually from P5 to 1. But P1 was never really their problem in that previous rotation, was it? Can they continue to get some hold here? Yeah, they can. I mean, they seem to really like this hill. And there might be a hill that gets them back into the game. But P2 to 3 to 4 was nasty for a moment. And they want to try and keep this up if they possibly can. That's just pretty much got his feet up, to be honest with you. But that's another 4 dead. And that is FC Stallions once again controlling P1 brilliantly. They got a nice rotation for P2 coming up in 15 as well. Got OMiT where they want them. That line kind of vertically across, horizontally from this angle. Vertically if you're attacking from the other side over towards P2. That's what you want. And right now FC Stallions have got that. Just about holding it down. A couple of gunfights eventually going OMiT's way at the right time. But that's an 8 spree now. Coming in there for skill. We're going to try and make it 10, but that's a wonderful comeback from Stallions.
They are recovered, and now we certainly have a game on our hands. I mean, OMiT looked unstoppable for a couple of hills, and now it's... Well, they're about to lose the lead, and they did begin to P2 just before that happens. But it is not locked in, as that was almost a magnificent shout to get that player down low. 30 seconds left to go. OMiT trying to get the lead back.
Trying to find a way through. Top call out was there. And gunfight absolutely follows up for a moment. It's 20 seconds to play for here over towards P2. And it looks like they're going to get a hold of it. Or spawn up towards P4 as well. Got a challenge for the scrap time now. If you are FC Stallions, they're going to go for it, but there'll be a free rotation for OMiT. Okay, final 7-8 seconds or so. We'll go the way of Stallions, and that transition through mid-map is going to be good as well. Look at the position here from Denze. Maybe just going to try and slow them down. Hasn't found a great deal, just the one. That's the Hellstorm coming in. That was from Stallions, actually. That must have been from the kill spree that skill went on, and that's going to offer a bit of an opening here. Nice rotation. Investment of the Hellstorm works out absolutely. And OMiT now have to try and find a way back in.
Oh, that is a massive ripping off of the heady. That is gunfights that really shouldn't have gone as easy as it did, but that has been punished. Ethan finds his way through to get the two of them, and now you can see him trying to split this map all the way around. KP is going to try and find this flank to help his teammates out. Will they catch him? They're waiting for him. They know that something has happened on the other side of the map.
P4 is there. 15 seconds to go over towards P3. Was looking fairly solid for OMiT, but they're going to have to try and hold this without the numbers. Spawns are absolutely going to be there over towards P4, but the pressure will be coming in. You lose a couple of gunfights over towards that field side. You don't win any. Over towards the backside of P4, though. Should be OMiT for some good time.
Good time they will need. It will put them very much in the driving seat for this game if they can hold it. But already 2 down. Outnumbered here as they try to get through. Oh, wow. Big challenges coming into it, and Stallions roar into this point. And do manage to get a lot of numbers here, but they do not have the spawn turn. They were hoping to flip.
Seam was trying to find a way through that. The kills that are now coming through from skill are potentially going to help them with the bounce back. Where's the spawn's going to end up being? I think it was a seam over towards, sorry, Skill still towards that backside. Has got the spawns now for Stallions. Can OMiT keep them at bay with 25 to go?
All of these points, they make such a difference here at this stage of the game, and we're going to try and even probably take this away from them. It looks for it, and they will get the back spawn. They should be taken away, and they'll get the scrap time, but it all comes down on challenge 08. Manana's Rupa is going to try and hold it, but unfortunately that is not going to be the case. Oh, ripped out by Ethan, who's 37 and 26, and that might be game.
Oh, he's just spotting on top green. For Rupa, that was one of those moments where you can maybe be the hero, but it was always going to be difficult either way, span on or not. OMiT trying to line it up. But remember, Stallions, they managed to find a break here over towards P5 last time and get some good time. They need to find a break very sharpish, Bryce. They're filtering in from the field side. OMiT over towards the back. Gunfight's just about going the way of Stallions. Can you do anything, though, if you are Killy? Absolutely, you can. 3 kills found. That's the rotation broken. In 20 seconds to go, OMiT can win it here.
Stallions, they've got to do this carefully. They've got to find the right fights. You don't get a second chance. You don't get a second opportunity. And they are going for it. They are trading, and trading is going to be enough to push us to P1. Oh, that's a full wipe. This would be an unbelievable hold on a hill like this.
I think the thing is, though, for Stallions, this is where they've really buttered their bread, right? Over towards P1 has been where they got the majority of their time in this game. It will take perfection, no doubt, but they've shown they can do it here at P1, and they are doing it. No kill feed at all for OMiT for quite some time.
40 seconds to go on this hill. And FC Stallions need to continue doing this. They are literally butchering them across this map here. But it only takes a couple of trades to go wrong. They have to keep doing so.
I'll stop.
More time has passed. They do have that now in the pocket, and we'll lose this one. Hellstorm's going to come in. They do not want to let this one go at all. If they can time this right, not only will this give them the points they need on P1, but it might allow them to get this rotation in that they're so desperate for into P2.
This is doable, Brycey. It's very doable. Not a single second goes the way of OMiT over towards P1. The back end of things not going to go their way either. This is KB now going to have to find something through mid. They're into the point. They have closed that gap, and then somebody to one good break for OMiT. That's all that's needed.
Here he comes. Everybody piling through. They get one, but the nades are going to pay out massively, and that's going to be a hold. They have staggered them out towards the back here, and that's a 5 spree for Rupa. OMiT are faltering. They are failing now onto this map, and every single kill in the kill feed is going the wrong way for OMiT.
10 seconds.
It's going to be a switch. It's going to be the FC Stallions now in charge. One player left. It is going to be Ethan. Down they fall. And a ridiculous turnabout. FC Stallions bury OMiT. And you can see the jubilation there on their faces, talking down to OMiT.
I said it when we headed the P1. Stallions have had that hill on lock. They hold it down. They do not stop. In OMiT, that is a massive, massive collapse. They were cruising, Brycey. Absolutely cruising. But what a spin around from the side of FC Stallions. They take map number 1.
Well, words fail. That is a monstrous take. We said there are upsets, and then there are upsets today. The Stallions are a good team. Do not underestimate them here, but OMiT have been one of the favorites for this tournament walking in. And that kind of comeback, that kind of swing and roundabouts that we have just seen, it does not happen often. It's like an 80-something point swing.
Insane game. I mean, look, it was even just before this, they were holding it down so well, and then the Hellstorm comes in. That's when the player that's inside of the point. Finding that extra one over towards that backside. And then this is the moment where you think that OMiT may well have themselves a chance. What, number 5, 06 kind of hits over towards Old. I wouldn't have minded just a wrap around towards the trucks to help your team out. But you get the spawn over towards back stairs anyway. But these are the big moments, to be honest with you. Yeah, you called out the nades. They came through. OMiT find a way in, but this was the big one for me. And once you find this gunfight, 2-piece comes in. Big moment there for Rupert, who, I mean, notoriously, he was getting his body shot by Ethan just merely 2 minutes ago. And he's the one that, well, is the catalyst for that turnaround towards the end, isn't he? And then one last roll of the dice from OMiT, and it's panic stations. Absolutely. Got to find something. Find very little. Incredible work from FC Stallions. That is, as you say, what, a 70-point comeback? Something along those lines? Incredible.
Just not what you're expecting in the first game of the day, but what a way to kick off day number 2 here at the Major. And speaking of kicking off, we're also going to keep this rocking and rolling. Over to Charlie we go. We'll have a look at how this one is going. This is one of the other games we chose to get into it. It's OMiT Brooklyn versus Falcons Academy Green. And Falcons Academy definitely also not a bad team. They've taken OMiT Brooklyn down the first map.
Yeah, Falcons Academy Green. A very, very good start. Of course, a full North American matchup. OMiT Brooklyn finishing the top 6 in the EMEA Challengers. Falcons Academy top 8. So, not realistically too far away from each other, of course. Oh, actually, sorry, both finished in the top 6. I was looking towards their groups yet. Look, there's a lot of information going on here, man. I'm trying to keep up with numbers. Absolutely everything across the board. Just allow me a couple of mistakes here and there, okay?
It's gonna be more than a couple of mistakes a day. I wouldn't worry about it at all. It's gonna happen all the time. So we'll see how it shakes out, because obviously we will try our best to deliver you the very best experience with the names that go through. And bear in mind, we do have to look off screen to catch them. So this should still be good, though. This is a very good game coming into it. I mean, realistically, I had OMiT Brooklyn quite high in my expectations, but we've seen Falcons Academy Green do wonders against Rock, so...
I mean, both these guys finished pretty much exact same placement on the last Challengers Elite. Not dropping out to each other, but dropping out in the same manner, if you like. I'm going to be able to get away there. Nice pickup will come through in the end from Paul X. For OMiT Brooklyn hasn't just quite lit up as much as it maybe did promise to at one stage this season. But so far, so good on this retake. You find something on the other side of things if you're Rex, and then Paul X has found another big gunfight through the middle of the map. This is a potential 2v4. Oh my goodness. How good is that timing? And then the end doesn't work out. Big retake from OMiT Brooklyn, one apiece.
Just think that'd be one of those moments the players like, I had that. I could have very much had it. But these two teams, I'm really unsure of which team should go forward. Like I said, I was leaning towards OMiT Brooklyn when we came into this one. But it's good players on both sides, good teams. This is the kind of close matchup you don't even normally experience until maybe the next round of winners.
Things are going to be mixed. It is interesting to see such kind of high-end matchups already in the bracket, right? Things are going to tighten up as the day does go on. Great shots in the end, coming from Dylan Rex there, I believe. OMiT now trying to keep this one rolling in the search and destroy there in a 4v2. And one apiece in this search and destroy. We're moving back over towards Alpha, though. And yeah, I mean, look, I think, you know, our plaudits for picking this game over some certain others is kind of come to fruition, Brycey. After that, map number 1 is it going to be a comeback for OMiT here in the search and destroy, or can Stallions keep up this? Which, bear in mind, this would be an upset if Stallions are able to take this series, no doubt about it.
Let's see if they can do so. Heavy stacks going on here, but there are no trophies this early, and you pay the price. There's 2 down as well now. This is Vantage OMiT.
Oh, big gunfight win. OMiT will close that one out. Looking for the bounce back pretty quickly here, but I think this is where you have to kind of delve into something of the lack of experience that OMiT do have. So I think for them to, you know, try and find a bounce back in this series is easier said than done. Let's see. I have no doubt they're able to do it. Be confident in their ability. What is there up in this search now? 3 kills coming through from killing. Honestly, when he found the 3 over towards the back end of P5, we were pretty much riding Stallions' obituary. Somehow the comeback comes through in round number 2.
Couple of big fights. They're ready to try and take this one. There should be at least one trade if they can grab one. Well, that player slides out, goes for it. Does get it. It's going to be the snipe that gets the initial kill here. And OMiT, they're going to try and grab this one and maybe rotate. They know there's a sniper on Overwatch.
Four in a row from Killy, keeping it up. The sniper from KB is something to worry about, to say the least. Session coming in over towards the A side though. OMiT want nothing to do with this sniper and rightfully make their way over towards QK. KB and Co are going to make their way over. Big flank going to be coming in from them. And a massive job probably going to have to be on the hands of one player in particular. From the side of OMiT, they have not read this so far.
Oh, he's definitely going down. There's no way. Oh, the luck of the gods. Moving out of this position, but I still don't think they know. They're going to now be aware it's not there. Now they have to retake their own site. It's going to be a trade. Back down to 2 versus 2, but not being defused. They will have to get a bit of a check-in, and, well, already grabbed one. Down or 1 versus 1 now. And it will be OMiT that walk away with it. That was all circumstance.
Incredible that you got that timing. A 3-man flank is not what you expected if you're OMiT. It's DK to clean up things with the 1v1. Time positioning. Everything pretty much on his side there. Finds the win, and OMiT now 2 to the good. Nicely done, but as you say, a little bit of luck on OMiT's side. Divine intervention almost. 2-0 up.
Comes a push. There's aggression through the middle here for OMiT, and they jump straight into it. Aspect gets his first, all known as Killy, whichever way you want to go. And now backing off. They decided, hey, that's the first blood. We will take this one and walk.
Just to catch up on some of the other games, Torn Esports are 2-0 up against Rock. Falcons can be great enough. We've seen that Project 7 and Ask one apiece up against each other. The winner of that game will play the winner of this one here. So bear that in mind as things do go forward. But another kill going to come through here. KB gets himself on the board for 2 rounds in a row with a sniper in hand. Bomb will go down at B. OMiT are forced away. It's going to have to be a 3v3 retake.
Where do they find the first here? You can see OMiT trying to work this puzzle out. FC Stallions have a pretty decent hold. Every angle is covered. This will be pressure from the first. Oh, that flank could be unbelievable. Oh, Roof is still out of the fight here, but this goes down to a 2 versus 2. They don't know where he's going to be. They're looking for him as well. They are trying to chase this one down. They can't get him, and the flank kill coming as well. He eventually will find him. 12 seconds to go. He's going to have to just swing and hope. And, well, it's all timing. There's not an awful lot you can do with this. And, well, yep, double check leverage on the bomb. Finally pistol into the sky, and we're all good. FC Stallions grab the round.
Nicely done. Stallions just patient there. And as long as you're able to survive over towards the backside for that player who was getting chased down, the better. As you say, there was another gunfight that was won. As both players chasing down the one of FC Stallions. Just makes their lives a little bit easier. I believe Bush won a piece up against their game up against Omnia. So that is interesting to see that that went in that direction after what we've seen in map number 1. Omnia Stallions, I should say. So one apiece there. Some nice games starting to come to the fold here. Well, this is forced still as they attack over towards B. A lot of aggression from Stallions through the middle of the map. Right now, though, you are realistically look at number 8, 7-1 from OMiT. He's going to be the one that's potentially going to be finding the flank as this bomb will now come down. Big moment to potentially find something here, and it is found from Killy. Makes it 8-1. Looking for his 9th through the middle of the map. Killy is absolutely frying.
Still moving, still grooving. Not going to get that one, though, but it has done the damage. And now they're going to try and move into position here. It's KB first through the door. A little bit of a tickle, but not a lot, and that is tie and burn. I'll be honest with you, unless OMiT literally try to lose it, it's going to be very difficult. They find one. One will hack and defuse now and just hope for the best. Isn't going to happen, and that is OMiT's win.
It's all about Killy through mid. Fantastic work from him. I know we keep kind of going on about it, but the story around this team is always typically DK and Ethan and their rise. Honestly, Killy has been right there with them the entirety of his time on this roster. Since its inception, honestly, it's been incredibly impressive from him on so many different angles. And you know, we kind of... Lola's even a fan. We kind of did talk about him over the past couple of years, sort of not fulfilling what we've seen from him initially. But then as soon as he's heading into this roster, somewhat the prince that was promised, Pricey. We're seeing a little bit more of it.
Quite sharp. But can't count this game gone either way. I mean, with that hard point, we had basically already put the writing on the wall. And it never paid out. This will be down a 4v4 retake. OMiT will have to try and break through. They have one player on the flank deep. But whether or not that'll work...
Smoke's going to be interesting. They ran through it. It's a big moment now. Ethan will take that all day long. And Nelly, a big gunfight. Going to be one through the mid-map. Doesn't eventually hold down. But now a 1 versus 4 needs to be on the cards here. Good gunfights eventually coming through. Does not, in the end, work out for Rupert. But that's smoke over towards the archway. Nicely done from OMiT. Allows them to break back through. Stallions give it up, and then all of a sudden can't see it. They've got to start making their move, and the one who makes the move is Ethan.
And that move is unbelievable, by the way. The fact there wasn't a trade against him. It broke open the hold here. I mean, realistically, FC Stallions had a very good position to hold. But Ethan said, hey, I think I can find this. And, well, find it he certainly did. But it's not just Ethan making the big plays. You can also see that we've got Killy 10-3. Just a monster on the map.
I mean, Denzo and DK have got their feet up right now. 16 kills between their other two teammates. Okay, that's not bad, is it? And right now, well, not any longer. Killy had as many kills as the entire Stallions roster. 1-for-1 trade. Getting aggressive, though. In the end, actually, another player going to go down here. Nice nade that will come through. Takes down Ethan. Denzo trying to find something over towards the Dojo side. Has to be careful. Does have the bomb. Teammates have company. Just looking for some time there. Dojo have Rossi. It's going to be really difficult to manage to find it, especially without a teammate. Denza dead to rights. Wild round. Stallions just sticking together.
And that's what you need to do. The closer you are, the easier the trades. The easier the trades, the easier time you're going to have. When you ask yourself exactly how you think this one is going to go down, I don't know. It is a trading of blows from both these teams here. OMiT still, of course, have that advantage of 4 rounds to 2, but it's S&D. Swings are part of the game mode.
Patience from Stallions. Not so patient from OMiT. They have entirely taken over the mid-map. 3 players finding their way through there. Now back up. Fans get extremely aggressive, though, through Armory, and all of a sudden it's going to break out into a firefight. A 1-for-1 trade is all it ends up being. But that's going to give an opening over towards B. This bomb will go down from Stallions. OMiT yet to really find a little bit more information, but there's a little bit of an advantage for them. 3v2 scenario.
Backing off here. They need to find a fight that goes their way. Already smokes down. 2 through the mid, maybe. You try and work in concert. We saw this actually last time as well from Rupert. Hits the flank, tries to get into a better position, and needs to win the gunfight, and does not. It's the 3 versus 1. This is all going to be about trying to just take the bomb carrier out, sacrifice the life, and not going to get it. They're aware.
OMiT within another round. looking solid here in the search and destroy. Just moving so well together, to be honest with you. Kind of dancing in and around the mid-map. Moving as a pack, backing it up and finding the gunfights. And then re-moving back through mid-map. I just don't think for a second that the Stallions player who was rotating off B would have expected that one little bit. OMiT looking good here in the search and destroy. Trying to even the odds. Really, it's just Ethan and Killy. Denzer and DK got 3 kills between them. Just the 21 from your other 2 teammates.
Go, trying to break through here. This is a massive flag. FC Stallions are pulling a play out of the playbook. One player trying to slow them down. And do something. This has almost kind of been seen here, but that player on the flag doesn't get anything. It's now advantage FC Stallions. They have the numbers.
Good force out here from OMiT, though. Take a little bit of control over towards Dojo's side, and Stallions trying to slowly break through towards B. They need to get rid of this play over towards the backside very, very quickly. If you're OMiT, you may well just hop this bomb if you're Stallions.
Exactly what they're doing. They are going for it straight out of it. Trying to get through. I don't think they're going to be able to stop it, and not going to. Diffused. OMiT made a call. They went for the player at the back. And unfortunately, with no gunfights being won anywhere else, they couldn't get back in time.
I didn't mind the setup there for a moment, but then they tried to force to try and find that play over towards the backside, left one player on site, and at that stage, it's always going to be difficult to defend that in a 1v3. Right decisions made, but just not knowing the situation. All right, Stallions. They'll just be saying to themselves, hey, if we can take down Killy, take down Ethan, we'll be all right.
Two-man game.
I mean, they both have more kills than everybody else combined on them.
The problem is going to be, Tan, is that that's not going to matter if FC Stallions can just continue to get these rounds back.
Timing through mid-map. Somebody got a massive... Both players got massive amounts of timing.
You might know this as well. Look at this. They have got out of here. Call has been made. Oh, that's a massive fight to find.
That was a bold challenge. But one that Killy will take all day long. 12 and 4 from him now, 2v2.
Just looking. They've got that player out towards mid here. 1 versus 2. Timing. This is all timing for ASIM. Finds one. Oh, he's expecting a diffuser. Not going to beat. Does mean this will have to be challenged out here, and they're going to look for it as well. They picked the right corner. Asim! Massive win.
Huge from Asim. A big moment. And to find that 1v2, just lay in wait for so long, didn't check the corner, and just about wins the gunfight towards the back side of things. But you are right on what you say. It's all very well, those 2 players in OMiT being able to find those kills. But they need the rest of the team to really step it up. 5-4 now. Another Stallions comeback potentially on the cards.
Here we go.
Slow starting to the round here. Oh, it's starting to get active in the top, so you're in a little bit of trouble in the end, though, if you're Rupert. Good trade going to come on through, though. Plenty of Stallions numbers here. It is a fist fight in a phone booth, though. Everybody in and around over towards the A side. OMiT do not have the numbers any longer.
Advantage Stallions again here. I'm going to start to get worried. Happened last time, and this is going to round 11.
Uh-oh.
OMiT's ice is disappearing very quickly.
This is not ideal. OMiT were in a commanding 5-2 lead. Just felt like Killy and Ethan could do no wrong, but now nobody can find a kill. And Stallions have forced this round 11. This is a monumental round. If Stallions go 2-0 up, how do OMiT come back?
They got to save this now because this would be an unbelievable series of events. They've gone for mid-control again. This has worked out before. They've got a first blood from it, but are they going to push couches? They don't normally. Yeah, I was going to say, this is kind of more where they go. They try to get that information into couches and see if they can find a blood, but they haven't done so.
No, they found very little. Now OMiT fully committing back over towards the safe side. And our Stallions about to do the same. Numbers are here for OMiT. Are they about to move off? Are they about to move off? They're about to get terrible, terrible timing. There's first blood. Goes over towards Stallions. OMiT now in a 3v4.
Should be able to get this bomb down as well. They have the bodies to lock it down. They are waiting for OMiT to overcommit.
OMiT haven't got a clue what's going on here, mate. Not a clue. Bomb down. 3v4. Making it 2v4. They did have a clue. There was a hellstorm on the way in. Has to be a monumental 2v4 out the players who've got 4 kills between them.
So much has gone wrong. FC Stallions in the ascendancy. 1 versus 3. Down they go. FC Stallions. Another comeback. Another game. Another stand up and shout. They're not even looking at him. That's disrespectful.
It's back-to-back comebacks from FC Stallions. Down 70 or 80 in map number 1. Comeback. Down 5-2 in map number 2. 6-5 win. What a moment for Stallions, who are now 2-0 up against one of the tournament favorites.
Well, wild in the end here of how this one has ended up playing out, but OMiT favorites to come into this one. The Stallions are taking them to task and not just beating them, but beating them via comebacks twice in a row. Hardpoint was monstrous and the S&D the same.
Insane. That was a 240 to 170 lead for OMiT in map number 1. A 5-2 lead in the search and destroy. Somehow, someway, we've ended up with a 2-0 scoreline for the FC Stallions. One apiece in this series, though, and Bush are behind in this overload. This is the second half. Omnia Stallions got to be feeling good about their opportunities here. It's all Stallions right now, Bryce. I can't believe it.
Well, this is maybe the event of upsets.
Oh, I think having a look at the numbers that we have, I believe the colors and teams are the wrong way.
Well, that's
that would make more sense, actually.
No, I think you're right. I think that's yeah, no, you are right. It's the other way around. They won't have swapped the counts halfway through.
No, they wouldn't have not. I mean, if they really wanted to confuse me, they would, but it doesn't feel like that was a stretch they would be willing to go to. I think Cammy likes us.
Yeah, this may be the case of, well, it's definitely 1-1. We can take that one without it being the other way here. But we are fairly certain it's actually Telluride Push Gaming leading here on this overload. So with 1 minute 40 to go, it's a very difficult kind of game to come back from. And just taking a look here, we've got updated names from them as well. Looks like it's Prolo who's having, oh my goodness. Well, that's capped it up. And now this is Prolo. Prolo is going to be challenge 13, 31 and 19.
Really good position here for Bush. Cruising by all accounts. I think I was right in my presumption of which one Cap was in the previous one.
Here's a quick update for you as well, Ton, while this one winds its way to its inevitable conclusion. Rock Esports, Ton.
Yep.
Are in the lower bracket.
Yep.
3-0'd by Torn Esports.
Yes. There was a roster change heading into this event. Bringing Rixel back into the fold. Top 8 placement in the cup at the weekend just gone. And yeah, it's kind of been a strange season. One that, you know, a bit weird for us actually in the sense of what we expected from Rock at the start. And we definitely didn't think from Dallas. We then were saying, okay, well, can we go back to back? Did very well in Birmingham. Second place there. Not a bad showing at all. But since then, it kind of has been disappointing for them. But it's hard, isn't it? Because you kind of want to say, well, you know, what did you expect from them for the year? I mean, a couple of these players for the first time playing at an international level. But ultimately, will it be deemed as a disappointment considering their start? I would say so.
Yeah,
mind you, knowing Rock, they could still go on and win the tournament from this.
Yeah, yeah, that's very true. It is very, very true with it. But yeah, we're just getting confirmation on the way that one has gone down as well. Yeah, with production, we've flipped them all back here. So that should be 2-1 now to Telluride Bush Gaming. That is a very colourful jersey from Bush.
It is. Sponsorship obviously coming through. I think there's something kind of Parisian going on there with the, what do they call it? Is it the coat of arms?
It's the fleur de lis.
That's the one. I think that's what it means in French. Maybe. That is a very big presumption.
I was going to say, just throw that one out there. I
no,
mean,
it does not mean that.
That's even worse that you're wrong.
I couldn't be more wrong as it goes. Irrelevant though. I think, you know what it is? If I'd said that, I think people would have known what I meant. Anyway, irrelevant that. We're moving over to Charlie. I will have to make a couple of presumptions this morning. Don't allow me to have another one.
Hey, we adapt, we improvise, and we overcome. And speaking of which, this is 1-1 between these two teams. They hit the overload. Kevin Green and OMiT Brooklyn. And this should be a cap. Should not be stopped here unless there's a lucky nade, which there won't be, as OMiT Brooklyn grab the first.
OMiT Brooklyn. The two must have went their way. Now, Paul X was causing umpteen amount of problems. Well, the one causing some problems here in the overload. Yeah, a bit of a solo run. Not working out in the end for the second for OMiT Brooklyn, but the pressure is absolutely on.
All these games in this round are going more than the 3-0, which is what we were expecting, actually. Of course, you probably heard our commentary yesterday about some of the games we watched in Winners Round 1, which were almost foregone conclusions as they spawned in, but that is not the case today. Today will be very much a grind for these teams to get through. It'll be a much longer day for them as well, as every game the competition will get much, much tougher.
Another potential opportunity here for OMiT Brooklyn. Trying to formulate something over towards this B side. Still just trying to chip away, but struggling to find the kills right now. Gunfights through the middle of the map, not going their way either. And Falcons Academy Green will survive that onslaught.
Still having a good push. They're trying to get this one back here to just tie up, but you can keep watching this one as it does go through. All 4 streams after in a day, but this is our alpha game. The Stallions taking OMiT to task, and OMiT, though, well, we're trying to get ahead already now onto the overload. I assume they'll go up 4 or 5 and then lose.
It's usually the way. They're in the lead now. House from the back pocket. So, who are OMiT facing in the losers bracket? That's what I wonder. Got to be a turnaround somewhere. I mean, like, for OMiT, they would say to themselves they've done the right thing throughout, what, 85% of the game.
Yeah.
Leading the majority, they being comfortable. And then all of a sudden, a little bit of pressure comes in. And again, I mean, look, you can kind of point towards their, it's not naivety, but lack of experience on a LAN stage. A little bit more pressure on this event after winning Challengers Elite, potentially. Actually, there's no potential. Oh, there definitely is more pressure on their shoulders. After a grand final appearance last time, win Challengers Elite in EMEA. Coming into this one, is that pressure just a little bit too much to bear today?
But so far, they are struggling. That is going to be tied up. I mean, we spoke to OMiT's coach, obviously, at the end of the EMEA, and he said, yeah, there is obviously more expectations. The better you keep doing, the more you have to improve and dominate. And there have been flashes for OMiT, but realistically, FD Stallions might put them in for an early dunk into that lower bracket, but there is to be 5 there, and they stop it off the back of a 3-piece.
Yeah, big moment. I had to find that. You don't want back-to-back to come through for Stallions. Although maybe it won't hurt OMiT going behind in this series. Trickling in already from Ethan. So that's just trying to put a little bit of pressure on. You're going to kill your teammate. I mean, the call out for that has got to be a little bit wiser. But irrelevant of that, big opportunity is going to present itself here. Can you get a cross? Not going to happen. One of those moments where maybe DK just need to take a second. You did have a little bit of backup. Just keep that pressure on rather than go for the Hail Mary.
They're trying to grind their way out of this. Stallions will use the CMP to switch sides very, very quickly and try to find the gap. They're already making a bit of a move here. Oh, 4 standing in the way. Not going to be the case. More fights going down as they look to slow down this push completely. That EMP will be dropped. Knows the player's going to be here. And now they're soaring forward. This might be an opportunity. They have the EMP. They have a player blocking. Denzel will only find one, though, and that means they're going to try go a different direction.
7 in that game up against Ask. They will be awaiting the winner of this series. That's really interesting. Project 7 absolutely made some improvements over their challenge this season. Beating OMiT, actually one of the first teams to do that since Bush did in Atlanta. Well, actually the first team to do it since Bush did in Atlanta. Of course, that was in the winners bracket final. They went on to get absolutely hammered in the grand final as all accounts go. But at the same time, showing that they have the potential. Which is a potential we just haven't yet really seen come to its full fruition, and that is a massive two-piece going to come through. Stallions will hold on for what seemed like a guaranteed cap for a moment.
And we've spoken about this before, though. It's always about the defense. Teams are very, very good at it. These Stallions almost look like they're parking the bus with how far back that EMP currently is. Looking for a gap here, and well, that's a challenge that was just down to timing. How do you get the second? Almost the third. Run away! He's grabbed it. That's going in. That is unbelievable. Of course, it's Ethan playing under 05 who does it.
Of course. He was so good in his very first season playing Respawn. I don't think he knew that. We have mentioned it a couple of occasions. Relay is looking unlikely unless Ethan can do it. Well, no, he's not going to do it on his own. Sorry, because that is going to be Killy trying to get one over the line. Not going to work out for him. Found himself a not necessarily great half. Now the challenge 05. And Ethan can be here to shut down what is likely going to be a rebuttal from FC Stallions. But defense will come through. Stallions ain't going to get much further here. And OMiT find themselves in the lead heading into the second half.
More than good enough. I mean, the fact that they've only really got that win, though, with basically Ethan just doing it himself. And it's not the easiest thing to kind of put on here. OMiT will have a lead, but how long will that lead last?
Well, typically it'll last until probably the final 20 seconds. Based on how things have been going. It just gives Stallions so much hope that they know if they go behind in this map in particular, they're not necessarily worried. And to be fair, based on what we've seen in that half, I think they'll be relatively happy. A lot of pressure coming in for a moment. They don't necessarily have a lot to write home about for it. Can they manage to turn this one around? If you're on the Stallions once again, 3 times in a row would sting. It would sting big time. Considering how well he has been playing throughout this series, to be honest with you, Killy struggling right now in this overload. But a good start here from Ethan, who is just trying to be, well, the very sharp, pointy bit of the spear. He's trying to push through over towards this A side. The rest of his team do need to find some kills to back him up, though. They don't, and all of a sudden you're in a lot of trouble. Nice win. Huge win, if anything. Coming through from DK, had to find that to stop the inevitable, but Stallions with the first opportunity of the second.
Just waiting for the kills to come through. They are sending a player deep. As deep as you can get. KB cannot find that. They are wise to it. And this is always going to be difficult. Players now going to try and hit the flank at the same time, and this means that it will all slowly collapse, and it does. Now we're off to the races. OMiT going to be in control once again here. Will they get here in time? No, that spawn is closer. It might be a switch.
Flip in the background. Gonna try and find a way through here. Denza leading the way out, and you come through over top blue. Yeah, that's just a hard one for Stallions to defend. And they may well be in danger of getting relayed here, but the spawn over towards Dojo is absolutely going to help them out. DK with one, we'll back it up. Waiting for the rest of this team who are very much in a good position to shut this down. Nicely done from OMiT. They get the cap and they are able to get control of the EMP.
They go with it. Switches has worked, but the best thing for them here is to burn maybe a little bit of time and just play it safe. Got to try and get that kill going down. They have. It might be a rooftop run. They're finding every...
Oh, okay.
Well, moving not great.
Don't say it. You already got knocked out of the tournament yesterday, and that's not...
Hey, it's a close to moment. I'm keeping it alive.
It's not fun. B push now coming through. One player on the flank's going to have to do something. He's doing nothing. He's in a fight with somebody else. Yep. For all that, there was a scare that OMiT might throw this one away. Surely they can't do it here, Brycey. Surely.
Don't know why you'd say this. We'll find out that EMP is scoot, but dropped. Big flank coming in. They're winning a couple of gunfights. Still trying to keep this one alive here, but... Oh my goodness, just found that kill. That has timing as well. They're going to get that one. No! Oh! No health to tank a couple of rounds.
That was very close to really be signed, sealed, and delivered. OMiT now with a bit between their teeth, haven't they? 2 minutes to go, and they have pretty much been in control over the second half of Overload for quite some time. You have to back it up if you're Stallions.
Run!
And run away. Teammates spawning up behind you, no problem, but the problem is 1 minute and 50 seconds to go to find 3. I mean, look, at this moment in time, you still will have the potential of an overtime, but you need to find a cap on this play. That's potential. Big kill. Finds it. Now you need to be the tip of the spear for the rest of your team as you find a way through. Big shutdown. Ethan finding 3. Would you have expected anything else? He's 33 and 18. He is dragging OMiT over the line to a map number 4.
What they're going to do is really hold this. They can play keep away for the longest time. They might try and go through server room again, but options dwindling. But yeah, they can just play keep away here. As long as possible. Keep that EMP in no man's land. The kill's going down here, and FC7s know they don't have the time, so this will be aggressive.
Find something if you're Stallions very, very quickly. I just genuinely don't think there is time. You have to find one within the next 10 reset coming through, but with those gunfights falling the way they have, OMiT are looking good. They will get a map on the board here, Brycey. And they'll be saying to themselves, well, we probably should have won this 3-0, frankly. I think that's how they'll be thinking, and that's got to be the attitude heading into maps 4 and 5. And they know they have more than enough to defeat Stallions, and that's no disrespect to Stallions. This is OMiT. As I said, made the grand final last year, the last event. Champions in EMEA. You'd like to think they are a team who are going to be able to make it that far. And based on what we've seen, of course, in the first 2 maps, you wouldn't argue against this one. Could have been a 3-0. Stallions resolute in their comebacks, but they're going to have to strengthen up heading into map number 4.
And it is wild to say that this could have already been over.
Yep.
Stallions, though. That is why they're a dangerous team. That's why they are fan favorites for a lot of people. But this game is only just beginning. Another hard point to come up between these two. Who knows who gets away with it?
Yeah, it's a strange one, isn't it? Because I think Stallions will think to themselves, okay, we've hung tight and clutched up when you needed to. For OMiT, it's hard because... Like, do you change what you're doing? It's a really awkward situation for both the teams, to be honest with you. But an awkward situation that results in a map number 4 coming our way.
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably change the losing after being up so far. That's
well, I mean, yeah, but you know what I mean, though.
Yeah.
They have been, for the most part, in a very solid position throughout the entirety of those maps until they weren't. But back over towards the bush game. Ooh. Very tight in map number 4. Based on what we've seen in map number 1, this is a surprise.
It very much is. However, that is a big win that we've just seen. Gives them a lot of time here for Telluride Bush Gaming. And look at this pushed out. This is basically a free life. She's going to send that one as well. Look for the players around the outside. And You can see there's a little bit of a gap forming. They're having a few issues. Players now going to try and hit the front here. Players going to try and hit the flank here as well. But every single gunfight has just gone Bush's way.
Works out beautifully. That's P2 under lock and key with 20 to go. And if you're Omnia Stallions, you have to find a rotation over towards P3. Yeah, okay, you've got a hold of it, but the problem is that Bush have got time to also make their way.
Have a look at the traits here. It's just gone berserk as well. 36 and 23, having a monstrous game for it. Here comes the rotation, and they're going to get straight into it. That is a huge kill by Prolute to give them at least a toehold into this.
Oh, big gunfight win doesn't come through. Now on the Stallions. You're not too far behind, but you need to be pretty much perfect. Bush need one good break up towards P3. Gunfight's falling their way as well. Fences under lock and key now. 35 seconds to go. Bush could close out the series here.
Got to hold just one more gunfight. Telluride Bush getting very much in the driving seat and looking to move forward. They clear out one of the last players onto this point. It's going to be 7 seconds. The rest of Omnia Stallions running into this point. It's a 2 versus 2 essentially, but they get gunned. Nothing to happen there for them. Cammy finds both, and that'll basically be the call of the game because nothing else is going to happen. And that will be Bush moving forward in the winner's bracket.
Nicely done from Bush. An expected win heads their way. Sweetie could not slow that one down. So that is Bush making their way through. But back to Alpha we go. And over to Sake for OMiT and FC Stallions. And for OMiT, again, they'll be looking at this thinking, all right, we should probably be, taking our break to potentially not be able to buy any water, but that's besides the point. Heading into map number 4 all of a sudden. They should really be done. That's what they'll be thinking. Stallions somehow still in this game after 2 big turnarounds. Can they cause the upset?
We'll see. I mean, that is a pretty straight shooting so far from OMiT. They want to push through here. Getting that early rotation for P2, it does certainly help. You can already see players going around the back here. Did they just slip the net? Oh, the timing there is obscene. Absolutely obscene. Everything that could have gone your way has done.
So working out for Stallions. Get hold of a little bit of control. Towards the next side though, Ethan just finds a way through. The rest of the team back him up here as well. Should be able to. So they're picking up the slack, and you've got a little bit of pressure coming in from Tenzer on the other side as well. That's not going to help though. He loses the gunfight. Backspawn's still going to partially be there. You've got a flank coming through. So that's been spotted out. Can DK find it? Not quite. They're working out for Stallions here in a certain way. They spawn out, then they spawn in. They get the pinch and should be able to hold on to the final 25.
Yeah, this is almost done in terms of pushes here. You're going to have one more kind of roll of the dice, and for OMiT, they can't commit too hard anymore, which gives all the points to the Stallions. They will end up taking the lead, but this rotation is now where it matters. FC Stallions are committing. They've spawned OMiT out towards the back. That's what they're trying to do. Oh my goodness, the Stallions have just had a perfect rotation.
Yeah, absolute perfection. Working out for them so far. Sake obviously feeling good for the Stallions. We've got a little bit of fortune with the pinch that came through up towards P2. But this time around, it doesn't feel like they're going to get any fortune. That's a nice break for a moment, and one that they needed. Feel like they've probably been chasing their tail throughout the majority of this game. But they get some control with 40 to go here at P3, and the setup is there.
Looking for this first place. You can see FC Stallions with the battle line. Trying to push all at the same time here. They get a lot of kills going their way as well as trying to hold it on the other side. They know they're going to be outnumbered here, OMiT, as 03 tries to stay somewhat into the fight, but they're going to lose that one very, very quickly. The Stallions looking fundamentally very sound.
And in the breaks. No, man. I said, just feeling like they're having to pick up the pieces right now. Okay, they only find themselves around 16, 17 behind, and they are finding the kills, no problem. Oh, but it's been Stallions finding the breaks when it matters. Backspawn's going to be there. OMiT going to have to be able to control these as best as they can. It's a closer spawn, but it's sometimes not the easiest to find your way through. But there's the first blood. That is going to help. Spawns for OMiT. Going to be close as well. Now we get into it. A big fight is going to ensue over towards the garden side. Fight to be won by Denza. Finds 3. It's a big moment from him. Now the rest of the team, can they filter through? Yes, they can. Control this. Still for OMiT.
That's another big couple of fights. Not the easiest way to hold here on the rocky side, but they've got more players reinforcing. Just can't get it. This is all circumstance and timing. Eventually it will be the Stallions who locks that one down. Another big gunfight for the rotation 1 by Ethan, which is basically the default.
That's always the presumption, isn't it? Denza just skirting around, trying to pick up the pieces where he can. He's having a good map here as well. If Denza can perform like this, then OMiT will be seeing the map number 5. Stallions trying to find a way back through. Denza does find the second. The NPC is a joke sometimes. And OMiT eventually will take themselves a lead here on Sackett. Stallions still very, very close. They found a couple of good rotations as well. But OMiT eventually getting a hold of something.
Oh, the reflexes there, by the way. Still getting it down. I know they've got the spawns coming back the other way as Ethan takes advantage of it and swings back into action. Gonna be on a 5 spree. They're letting him go loose. They're bumping him off the hill. So say, hey, go for it if you can. And long-range gunfight won't get him the Hellstorm.
Some really good time for OMiT there. 40 or 50 seconds if he can hold on to this final few. Stallions will find a break over towards the very latter stages of it. So now it's all about getting these spawns to P2, getting some control over towards the lobby side. Easier said than done for both these squads up against each other so far. Stallions finding a couple of gunfights throughout the middle of the map, and more than a couple. And now start putting the pressure on over towards these P2 spawns, but still 40 to go here on Sake over towards P1.
Big kill to take away that little pressure point. Now spreading out very much so, but they've lost a couple of kills that they probably weren't expecting to that quickly, and another massive 2-piece. That resets it, makes sure they're all in the back spawn here. Nobody checks the stairs and somehow still walks away with a gunfight. That is ridiculous. They're doing everything right here. Comes the team kills coming through as well, but it does mean that FC Stallions have been taking time in abundance.
Spawn out from OMiT as well. That's a big win. Skill managing to find it, and now they can start to put the pressure on it again for OMiT. You've had these spawns until you didn't. Has to be a huge moment here from DK. I can't imagine he's going to find a great deal. He does not, but the pressure going to be coming in for the rest of the OMiT side. Stallions concentrated so much of their efforts in getting the spawns, which is the right thing to do, but they overcommitted. They didn't think about the rest of OMiT, who just flooded through the front door.
A little bit low now. Ethan in the hill. Gonna wait for reinforcements. 44 seconds left to go here. Stallions slow rolling this, waiting for reinforcements. Here comes the push. Players all going to try and get through at the same time. First blood to them. Ethan fires back. More players from them trying to get through. It goes for the pistol chow at the door. A little bit wild, a little bit reckless. Going to see the players come down at the same time. And, well, that'll be a clearance out. OMiT hold.
And that is a hold they needed. Feels like it's given them a little bit of a hold of this game now. They've got their hands on a pretty decent lead. A good break over towards P3. Well, you would like to think would seal the deal, but with the way that the series has been going, you never know. Spawn out for the Stallions. At just the right time, OMiT are making their way over towards P3. The only man that is going to be potentially able to stop them is going to be KB. He gets taken down, and now all of a sudden the rotation is perfect from OMiT.
Oh, finds that first kill as well. They've already put themselves in a position to win. Players to find this one out there with the pistol at the same time. Does manage to grab it here, but here comes the pressure. A couple of more kills going down. They know it's going to be on the side of the hill. They're looking for it. They find the first here, Stallions. They get in, they go down. It spawns close still for OMiT. Now it's going to come the spawn out that they didn't want. With 30 seconds left to go, Ethan is going to try and make the hero play. Sees the second pre-fire is not going to be good enough, and it will be FC Stallions who gain control.
Yeah, that's a big swing. Those 20 seconds that were looking likely to go over towards OMiT if they go to Stallions. A 40-point difference from where Stallions could have been. They'll get a hold of the final few kills. Rotation will, of course, belong to OMiT. Stallions going the long way around. They want to try and get a hold of these back spawns to try and find a breakthrough. They'll probably send their last player through the front side. But OMiT are going to have more than an opportunity to set themselves up here, and they are ready for this push over towards the flank.
You can see the Stallions are working this out. There's the post spawn that they were trying to get into. They've got to fight some gunfights, though. They've still got to push this from the wrong side of the hill, essentially. Trade's still flowing. Both sides getting their lumps in, but it's going to come down to the better trades, as that is huge to get into this point. FC Stallions rip control away.
Yeah, they get a hold of that control. They get a hold of the spawns on the hill, but 25 uncontested for OMiT. Yeah, we'll take that all day long. Big gunfight win coming through. You had to find that if you're a Ripper. Another one going to fall. That's skill finding kills throughout the middle of the map. This is a big moment now for Stallions. As said, they took their time to get control, but since they've had it, they have not let go. Now P5 is in their sights. We head there in 10. OMiT are going to be the first ones here, but over the top, can you find it? Yes, you can. KB finding the big kills in the big moments. Stallions threatening to come back again.
This can't happen to OMiT again, surely. Here come the gunfights. Everybody from OMiT trying to get into a position here, but lost the first one. They've got pressure from both sides. They've got to win a couple here. There's going to be two. Side out for it as well. Looking for this last player. Going to be weak, and they do manage to get back into this point.
Big fight. Goes the way in the end of Ethan, but the numbers are absolutely here for Stallions. Trades are going to be that. They lock it down. 30 seconds to go on P5, and Big Charles coming through from Rupert. 4 in a row from him. He's had himself a slow map, but it's the right time to start taking over. They're 10 points behind.
Oh, the Stallions. Magnificent at the end of the map so far, but they are going to lose a bit of scrap time, but this is anyone's game. Only going to be about a 15, 16 second gap maybe as we go into this P1, but the P1 is not the easiest to hold.
It is not. But you remember what happened last time we went over P1 with an OMiT lead. Stallions still have an opportunity here, but they are being farmed right now. Kills all going the way of OMiT at the right time. 20 seconds away. Stallions will start to try and formulate a break, and they may well get one off the back of that one. It's a massive gunfight win from Skill. Can anybody else from Stallions do much about it? Kills being traded, but not traded well enough. OMiT still in control.
They've managed to get it. They've kept this point going through. It's going to be 15 seconds for Stallions. This means they can't really afford to be slow anymore. Here comes the push through the window. It's got to happen at the same time. Everybody needs to swing into action. Go well-tuned clocks. They have to try and get this one down, but it's pinstripe kill feed as everybody goes down. And OMiT, they're in the lead. They're in the way. They're in P1, and they're in map 5 between these two. It is a much quieter map than we have seen from some of these teams. No standing up and talking this time around, although I will say this, production, with this now being around 11, if OMiT win, I expect they might stand up themselves.
Big win from OMiT. Incredible work from them to turn this one around, and the reverse sweep is on the cards. But Stallions would have known that OMiT would not go quietly. They know the way that they had to win the first 2 maps. This was never going to be an easy 3-0. And OMiT send us to a map number 5. Nice win. Got it done. And honestly, it was a fantastic start from Stallions. Arguably, a couple of different moments here and there where they were able to find rotations that you didn't think they would. But OMiT just started to use their influence throughout the latter stages. Nice break over towards P5, put themselves in the driving seat in P1. Was not to be for Stallions. That one's going to be on Alpha. Fringe Search and Destroy. We'll be heading back there shortly, but we've got Charlie now underway as well. I mean, there's so many of these games going, well, maybe not the distance in this one. OMiT Brooklyn in control in map number 4.
Have it so far. We're going to see if they get this rotation in as well here for Falcons Academy. That would be the key point for them. Won't get the scrap time, although saying that, wonderful shots. With the rotation giving their points back there. Still going to give a little bit of pressure here, knowing that they have the spawn locked in and where the players are going to be. Lose a couple of players here. This could be a disaster. This is now going to let them through. They will still get the close spawn, so it is advantage to the Falcons green squad.
Oh, you'd be thinking, how on earth have you not won that one a little bit quicker, but they do get a hold of it in the end. 50 seconds remaining. Falcons kind of good. You've got a couple of players. Yeah, the rest of the team are on their way, but they are holding. Good gunfight win. Spawns over towards the back now here for Brooklyn, but can they actually use them? They've spent around 30 seconds of this hill dilly-dallying around it, Bryce.
No, they've managed to grab spawn. They got that first flurry going down, but they just haven't been able to get back in, and well, they're spawned out towards the back here. Oh, Brooklyn has fought for spawns for nothing. This has been an incredible hold by Falcons Academy Green. They've done it with their backs against the wall. And now OMiT Brooklyn finally lose all that momentum they built up.
And that's a huge moment. Falcons Academy Green, how on earth have they managed to hold that in that way? Never look likely, did it? In the end up, it's a 6 spree that will come in for a Luca. And what a time to find it. Hellstorm in the back pocket as well, and then pretty much an all-time game up. By the time we head over towards P1 once again, P2 is going to be here for Falcons Academy Green. Luca has not stopped running.
Game resting on 8 points. And that's it. We probably will see a lead change here in a few seconds as well. Falcons Academy Green will take it. Say this is it. They get 1 point over the good, and then it goes back to OMiT, but now it'll go back to Falcons.
It's seeming like back and forth series, isn't it? We've been dipping in and out of this one, Bryce, but I mean, to see the pop off from Falcons over towards back P4 when it didn't seem likely. And what didn't seem likely was the 4 spray coming in here from Chance 29. That is a big moment to be able to find it. P2 is now going to be on offer. Can you find the rotation around? Hellstorm was called in there, so a little bit more pressure going to come down to them. Keep this one moving.
Looking for these kills, looking to try and just clean their backline, but look at the amount of time that's been burnt. They're going to try and push through. A couple of kills going through on the other side of the map here, but it's not going to be good enough. Falcons Academy Green, they have this spawn in hand. They are feeling a bit of pressure from both sides now, though.
30 seconds to go, P2. It's great time. It's fantastic time, to be honest with you. They've done so well to hold it as long as they have done, but OMiT Brooklyn need an answer very, very quickly. Is this 20 seconds going to be it? They can take a lead if they can hold it, but look at the flank that's going to be coming through. You can find a way in if you're Geo. He's the one who's now causing chaos, and he's done more than that. He finds 2, allows the rest of Falcons to find a way in. Are you going to be able to find the break back? You are absolutely not. OMiT Brooklyn will have to walk over towards P3, find themselves around 10-15 behind. Still anyone's game.
Looking for it still. Challenge 24 is doing very well at trying to push them back. This time will be the other way around. They had a great hold here last time, OMiT Brooklyn, and that's a massive rip away from Falcons Academy. The question is going to be this, though. Can they hold on? Because you can already see Falcons Academy are putting the hammer down.
Brooklyn finding the time. 35 seconds to go. Do they have the tick? They do. They've just got the tick, knocking them out of now. Falcons Academy Green were always going to get a step, but a step that had to be taken. OMiT Brooklyn still holding this down, but big channels coming through. You're going to be able to find it for a Bodhi through the middle, and that is the break. And where was the moment where Falcons Academy were able to bring this game back into the realm of possibility? It was over towards P4. Can they do it again?
This time you can see OMiT Brooklyn are coming even deeper for the spawn this time around. They've got bodies. They've got it clear. Now, Falcons Academy Green are in the lead, but they are out of this hill at the moment. Spawn's coming through. They've already lost 2 players here. They've got to be careful, OMiT. They're going to get the close spawn, but can they hold on long enough? The timing is horrible. Falcons Academy Green have just walked into the point.
How on earth has that happened? Gunfights have to be won here from OMiT Brooklyn. They're not finding them through the middle of the map, but they may well find them through the front. Those are massive, massive wins from Paul X. He can find 2. Now when you see the rest of the team to filter through, Falcons Academy only 10 seconds away.
Another 2-piece. They managed to get back into it. They managed to get the spawn as well away from them here. It's hero plays that save the day. And so OMiT Brooklyn are back into this point. It's going to be Falcons Academy Green now who have to run the gauntlet. And they are sprinting across this map, trying to get into this point. 2 down already. 1 hero play from Challenge 22. Dives in and dies. 1 more Falcons Academy player jumps in at the same time. And somehow, some way, OMiT Brooklyn hold it from bad side as the spawns flip and they let them know. It is a jump, it is a shout against the other team, but I'll be honest with you, it's just a relief more than anything.
Big win for OMiT Brooklyn. They take down Aluka and Co. They take that one away. Massive win. The OMiT organization, who are going through the ringer. Ravi will be dipping and diving across all the different stations that we got up and running here today. But in the end, it will be an OMiT Brooklyn win in a map number 4. presume we'll be going back over towards Alpha in just a second. Hopefully that one is nearly up and ready to go. Be a hell of a start to the day, though, Brycey. I mean, look, we expected it coming in when it's back around 3s when things will start to heat up. I don't think we expected it to heat up as much as this.
It has been what we have thought it would be, but way earlier, Ton. You are right. The game's already at this stage of the competition a razor's edge. And hey, maybe something we should have expected. We have, for a long time, talked about how the games get better as the season goes on. Well, we're at the very final major of the season. We should be expecting the games to be closer, maybe a little bit earlier.
Hell of a game. And we'll keep things rolling back over towards Alpha, map number 5. Here we go. And I suppose, what's the mentality for both these two teams? For me, I mean, who do you feel more positive for? I mean, OMiT are on the brink of the reverse sweep, of course. But the way that they lost those first 2 maps, they'll be sort of thinking to themselves, well, how are we even here? Stallions will be thinking to themselves, well, look, we completed 2 big comebacks. That sealed the deal. And then map number 5 is what's going to decide it. Here on Fringe. Hard one to call. Really hard one to call.
There's already been a very aggressive push in here from them as well. You can see that they've just thrown themselves into it, but they've lost some of the gunfights here. It goes down to a 2 versus 2. Straight out of the gate, a 2 versus 1. Nobody holding back at all into this one. It is going to be all balanced on this one player. Rupert is more patient than I would be.
Yeah. Smoke not going to be quite as deep as he would have liked. That's created an awkward conversation, though, for OMiT to maybe try and do something about. Making the big flank. Thinking about it, at least, anyway. Just using the biggest amount of cover they can possibly find. He might have technically called this. You got DK and Denza, who did have a miserable time in that first search and destroy. Now planting over towards B. Can Ruba find the 1v2? Pause. He's got a chance here. Big win comes through in the end from DK, and every moment from OMiT that they come out on top of.
Scrappy. Very, very scrappy end towards what was a blistering opener. That quality took. It's dangerous. But hey, you needed that first round under the belt.
Let's keep it moving. OMiT now. The 1-0 lead. Great start though. Player like DK, who did, as mentioned, struggle in the first search and destroy. Major aggression coming out from Denza. And that is going to, sadly for him, bait out your teammate. Happy Killy falling. Now a 4 versus 3 in the favor of Stallions.
3 versus 3. They do have mid control here. That smoke's going down. With it going down, they're trying to predict exactly where it's going to fall. They have got a little bit of information. They're also sending a player deep onto the flank.
Stallions now on the 2v2. This one was changed around quite quickly. And once again, though, KB doing God's work with a sniper in hand. But I tell you what, you take those Charles all day if you're Ethan. 1v2 comes through, and yeah, he's piping up now.
The Stallions, if you haven't caught this game, were talking the most the first 2 maps, and well, rightfully so. They made massive comebacks in the first hard point in search and destroy. Since then, though, they are now under the gun of a reverse sweep. It will be OMiT 2-0 here in this S&D.
Poor spring now for Ethan. Again, just remember, they were 5-2 up in the previous search and destroy map number 2. If you're an OMiT fan, you're telling me to shut up. It has to be noted. Those 2 maps have happened since then, though. I've went OMiT's way. And this one seems to be going in that direction. The reverse sweep, they're 4 rounds away.
question now. FC Stallions do have a good amount of map control, though. And might be able to put a bit of a squeeze on. Already breaking through here. Look at how passive the Stallions are being in terms of just holding angles away from OMiT.
I really like the backup, actually, from Ripper. He's done really well. I think they're honestly just going to wait to see if you can find someone. If you kill it, you find the one, and that might well just be the opening over towards this B side. 3v2.
Flying out, and they do find that one. It's now a 1 versus 3. Time's a little bit against them here, and well, never mind. Yeah, there's nothing else we can say about that. DK, I mean, we might get to see that because that was ridiculous.
I had an idea he was there, but my M15 has never done that.
Must have all been headshots because that was fast.
Let's keep it rolling. Moment now. 3 to the good. Even on a 6 spree. Everything is fine. That's what they'll be trying to tell themselves. They are comfortably being the better team, and I would say probably about 85% of the series. But that final 15% has not quite been there. First blood is going to go their way once again. Those Stallions are reeling right now.
Just taking the chance they want to. 2 versus 3. They have A control. They have a little bit of information on B as well. OMiT are sitting pretty. The Stallions are looking for a hope and a prayer and a little ray of sunshine.
Chances going to have to back on down. Denzer not really getting himself involved so far. This is the kind of lead that they did have in map number 2, though. They were in a good spot. And a 3v2 to make a 4-0. Realistically speaking, if you want to get something going, DK's have to do something here. Timing. Oh, just going to work out so wonderfully, but the smoke's still intervening. Oh, now it's a 2v2.
Oh, the smoke is your best friend and worst enemy. They've already got a little bit of information on one, though. Coming out towards the back, they find it. Bomber's going to go down. Never mind. Never mind. OMiT said, all right. Keep that one. One small step backwards, a big step forward. Or, to quote a European legend, Lil L, big W.
If anyone knows exactly what Bryce is on about in the chat, let me know if you do. Or just let me know if I am.
It's niche, but it's good.
It's very good. But it not necessarily niche, just old. Is what I was saying. 4-0 to OMiT. Can they keep it rolling?
Mid-map control taken. First blood taken. Maybe that somehow survives.
4v2 in this favor now. 4v1. That's a clean round. OMiT are absolutely running through this game.
It's a bit spicy. I can genuinely just watch the player cam for this next round. I don't even need to see the gameplay. Just watch the player cam, see what happens. There is an overflowing of confidence from OMiT now. To lose this, they would have to be full sailed.
Well, if a series has ever set itself up for something like that, this might be one of them.
No, probably just stressed out all of OMiT.
Yeah. But a huge comeback needed here from Stallions. And a one that maybe deems a 4-man hit over towards B.
OMiT know as well. Look at this. They've got information by going on the outside. There's going to be the first blood at the same time. And now, FC Stallions, where do you go? The net is closing. They get it down to a 3 versus 3. They've got a player out towards the back here, OMiT. 2 players already going into this.
They're going away. They're going away through Barn. Or maybe just finding a better position now. 3v2. OMiT find another. And another one more remaining. It's down to Skill, who will need a 1 versus 3. 6-0 for OMiT and map number 5. Yeah, well, that was always coming. OMiT find it. a 3-2 victory in what was a cracking series, Brycey. Stallions did so well to bring it back. I just wanted to.
If anything, a little bit anticlimactic, that pop-off towards the end there, because it was such a one-sided S&D. There was no kind of tenseness built up in it. And they were like, yeah, we just absolutely destroyed you on the S&D. That's probably good enough rather than shouting at you too much. But yeah, reverse sweep there. The Stallions showed they have what it takes to hang.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think that's a big one for OMiT, to be honest with you. Getting over that hurdle in the sense of that teams just come back on you in two separate maps that you were very comfortably in the lead of, should have won, and you were able to bounce back with the reverse sweep. Showed a bit of metal there. And that was needed. 3 first bloods going the way of Kelly. He was fantastic in map number 2. The reverse sweep tells you half of the story, really. I mean, what an incredible map 1 and 2 from Stallions to be able to bring it back. OMiT reverse sweep them. But I think, you know, when we look back at this series, and there's no discredit to Stallions, they had to complete the comeback and they had to be in the game to complete the comeback. But OMiT will say, how the hell did we not win that 5-0? Frankly. You were what, 70 up? I think what they were 2-4-1 up against Stallions before we headed to the very first hill once again on Scott. Stallions then had to be perfect in the wet. 5-2 up in the search and destroy. Stallions find 4 rounds in a row to find the first 2 maps, but after that it is all OMiT who will find the series in the end, Brycey. But yeah, strange one, enjoyable to say the least to kick off the day, but strange old series, that one.
Yeah, very much so. And all the thrills and spills we could have expected from the major, but a little bit earlier than we were expecting. But that concludes, I believe, our winners round coverage for now, as all the teams have managed to get through a little bit here, but fortunately lots more games to going on. But we're going to go to a quick break here while we get a reset going on. We will see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're jumping into another wonderful game here in Challenges. This time, elimination game. Atlas Lions versus Team Victix. And they'll be going down. One of these two teams will be leaving Paris, unfortunately.
Yes, I mean, for the Atlas Lions, it was a relatively poor stage for them in the EMEA Challenges, but it's for them to maybe try and step things up. Easier said than done, but they're going up against Victix. Sorry, I'll get my words out. Look, it's still going to be a difficult one to maybe get over the line, but let's see how it's going to work out between these two squads. Some other losers bracket games coming up. Yep, best out of fives from the stage. We've got the Belfast Storm coming up against end of year squad. That's going to be our alpha game. This one going over on Bravo. Falcons up against YOLO on Charlie. And Control against Team GX on Telluride. That one already kicked off in between the breaks. Had to go and get myself a sandwich, lads. Gotta stay fueled, you know. We're up and running. Don't you worry. Team of Victix with a good start.
Looking pretty good here. This rotation as well should be there. There's a little bit of pressure coming through, though. That's a massive retake in terms of it. They almost didn't have this rotation. The Atlas Lions, though, will break into here to begin with, but losing enough in the kill feed that it makes it a little bit more tenuous.
Shots coming through. We'll manage to find it. Our favourite player now. Shame we can't actually see it, but we know it's him. Just trying to keep things up and running here. Trying to find what he can, but Team Victix have had a fantastic start and continue to play well. 30 seconds to go here at P3. Just about in control. You're trying to get rid of 11 here over towards the backside. Very convenient that he's actually number 11. That is at least appreciated.
Yeah, maybe all players will have to switch their names for this event, but we'll have to see how this one goes down. Right now, the Atlas Lions are struggling to keep a lid on Team Victix. And now with that going down, you can see them already pushing through, looking for it. A good couple of stops there that means the Victix can't just try and sweep in and get that spawn.
We need some good time shortly. Because right now, it's not really going their way. Just finding a way around. We're going to try and break through. It's going to have to be from the front. The utility is there. Our trophy system didn't look like it was. That's going to make the break a little bit easier. Now we're 2 versus 1. Spawn out coming in for Atlas Lions. Nice break from Team of Victix. You find the spawns very, very quickly over towards the backside. Atlas Lions are going to be here pretty quickly, though. Can they find a breakthrough? 1-for-1 trade. Pinstripe kill feed momentarily. Victix seemingly just about holding on.
Enough job to keep on moving forward, winning in the kill feed, winning in the rotations, winning in the points. So far, so good for Team of Victix. They are not really struggling too much against the Atlas Lions. As we go into this P1 rotation, they just seem to be hitting the tempo that they are playing their own song.
3 in a row here now. Let's see if we keep this one rolling, but Team of Victix phenomenally well. Commanding lead, bit of P1 control. And Colossus definitely does seem to be their friend. Looking at where we are in the general bracket. This is only losers round 3. So we've had winners round 3 just kick off there, of course. So a couple of those teams are going to have to be waiting to play for a little while. We're going to have a couple of losers round games to get through. There's round 4 coming up next. That's when where some of the big boys have dropped in. So I like to see a Huntsmen. And of course Rock. I'm waiting there to go. Ask Esports, so they're going to be there. FC Stallions. They've already got their opponent. It's going to be green down there as well. Huntsman Rock, as mentioned. Bit of sweet of already started their game against Decimate, Omnia Invicta down here, and Omnia Stallions. So really starting to get into the nitty gritty. It's the last losers round, I would say, where you got some unknown contenders. They're gonna have a real tough time heading into winners round 4. Team of Victix though, not necessarily having too tough of a time. Atlas Lions though, finding some decent time with P1. 2 now is in their sights very much so. You baited your teammate out there, you don't win the gunfight. That is tough luck for Team of Victix. Atlas Lions, good opportunity to bring this one back.
Well, they are doing wondrous work. Now, you are right. Very much a swing in terms of the slaying and the playing. Might be able to grab this one, but there's a lot of pressure coming through. They've lost too many bodies to have a full hold here. It'll be the second run of kills that'll be a problem here. Can they get enough in? It's going to be a spawn out for the Atlas Lion. They've got 2 in towards the back here. They're trying to make a squeeze. That is huge kills, allowing their teammates to sweep in and clean house. The Atlas Lions have really done magnificent work there, and I think this might even make it almost a tie game going into the next rotation.
It's ridiculous. Insanity coming through for Atlas Lions to be able to bring this one back. Team of Victix now, well, I think they were walking away with this game. It was, what, a 60-point lead at one stage? It's been turned on its head very, very quickly, but an opportunity at P3, albeit a minor one, to maybe get some more points on the board. Concentrating on the spawns for P4, which they are right to do so. Big gunfight win over towards the other side, though, from Zyro. All of a sudden, Atlas Lions can maybe find a way through. They'll get the P4 spawns, but they won't get control of P3.
Game's tight between these two. Only 7 points here, but this is one of those moments that can swing a game. P3 to P4. Trying to get time on this P3. It's so far a decent hold from nobody, as it has been contested for some time. Everybody just trying to make sure it's good, but that is a wonderful swing, and Chow takes out everything he needs to. They also have the spawn to Atlas Lions in the lead.
The whole Victix trying to just stay in this game because it's been a flurry of hills from the Atlas Lions. Rotation is going to be here for Team of Victix, though. Those final couple of kills coming through at the right time. Hell of a game so far from Blue. I think keep this one up. Team of Victix should be in a good position up towards the back P4, 31 and 18, but he will be dealt with, and they slip on by Atlas Lions again. Roaring into this second rotation, Brycey.
It's very good. Look how far pushed out they're getting this map going here. They've got to be careful. That spawn might go against them if they make a bit of a wrong play. With that close spawn, they already know that the pressure's out going to be out towards the back here. They find one out towards the back. They find it all. They give a full wipe going forward. It's about as textbook perfect as you could possibly be. Challenge 14 is pushing out 1,000,000 miles, knowing the spawn is blocked. That's a free life, because even if you go down, which you are not, you will spawn back up in time before they can get you. On a 5 streak, Atlas Lions absolutely roaring.
Koof now, after a bad start, has found himself 30 and 26, and he may well be one of the catalysts as to why they're finding their way back into this game. That's a 4 down at the wrong time. You can keep a hold of those P4 spawns just about, thankfully, towards Koof holding down that side. But P1 is now under hot contention for Team of Victix. They're starting to find some time. They can't find the kills. Atlas Lions finding their way back through.
And again, they're playing this one out. Look at them go. Oh, look at 3, 1. Not going to be the second, but a little bit of damage done. Atlas Lions over that 200-point mark here. They're ready for the push. Holding the outside as well as they find 2 and 3 ton and almost the 4th. It goes down. It's another wipe.
I mean, this has been incredible. Team of Victix over that last rotation, they got themselves 30 or 40 seconds. Phenomenal performance from Atlas Lions since then. Being lights out with 15 seconds to go here over towards P1. If you're a Victix, you need to hold and you need to find a break over towards P2. Atlas Lions are going to spawn that side of the map when we go there in 8. Got to find these gunfight wins, and for a Victix, it's all falling apart. It was looking so good throughout that first half. Atlas Lions have bodied them in the second.
They have just been riding checks and cashing them over and over again. Massive gunfights. A little bit of pressure coming down now. Here as the Atlas Lions hold down the P2. They have the timing and the positioning. It's going to be a headbutt from Team of Victix. They've managed to get a couple of kills going through here. The trades are massive for them, but it's going to be Koof. He can't find the last, and the Victix will rip that one away.
They will do, but now they're finding themselves only 16 seconds away if you're the Atlas Lions from finding map number 1. Holding it down as best as you can, but the gunfight's starting to come through for Atlas Lions. Everybody weak, everybody dead. 14 seconds away now. They should be able to hold this down. Team of Victix, I don't think they'll be close enough. 9 seconds. You're getting out the point. We need to make sure we're securing it. They're finding the gunfights through the middle of the map. This one is done, barring a miracle. And you get in, not gonna happen. Atlas Lions, map number 1. What a comeback that was. Brilliant start from a Victix. Atlas Lions in the second half, though. Lights out.
Locked, loaded, and ready to go. We managed to get that one done in pretty spectacular fashion. And the Lions will keep on going through here. You got to remember as well, the pressure is on. Loser of this goes out. There will not be a happy story with this placing at this major. One of the last ones we're going to see. In fact, it is the last major. Very little remaining on the calendar.
Wild to see that they can come back like that? How's it going to make you feel heading into the search and destroy? Well, we'll certainly find out. Moving over towards Delta, though. This is in control up against Team GX. Keep an eye on how this one's going. I think this one's been going a little bit longer. I think we're into the search and destroy. Oh, yeah, certainly. Into the search and destroy, and a very close one at that for a piece. In control in the lead in this series, though.
For those wondering where our alpha game is, I believe our picks and bans are still being done. So as soon as that is up, we will see Belfast Storm in our alpha slot. That is the team we are waiting for, but they are currently in setup.
Steady here now. Something going here. Team GX as the bomb will go down over towards B. And Control gonna have to find the retake, and all hitting the water side. This is bold, especially trophies down. Yet no utility to help you, so it is just gunfights. And gunfights, you will take my word. Absolutely peeled them. How on earth have they done that cleanly? That is absolutely ludicrous.
NPC is pretty good, Tom.
Yeah, it's fairly good.
Well, that's a retake in Control. Now on map point to give themselves a 2-0 lead in this series. I'm guessing that's the coach leaning in to talk here. Who walks away with it? You can see GX looking very tense.
Yeah, I didn't see that one coming, to be honest with you. Hell of a retake. Here we are then. That's the next round and in control. Now one round away. I'm seeing if they can flip things on their head now. First blood here. If you are Team GX. And on the defensive side, a lot of aggression coming through, and that is egregious. A lot of play. That was the bomb carrier as well. What are we doing?
Look for this one with. Oh, that is dangerous. And they pay for it. This is going round 11 surely. Not a lot of time left. Not a lot of options either. Team GX would actually have to actively try to lose this.
I just don't see it happening. Looking like we are going to a round number 11, but that's a good gunfight win, but with the bomb down, this is just as you said, it's impossible. I'm asking my teammate who slid in there first, what are you doing, bud?
Well, hey, it's given us a round 11. Let's see who walks away the victor here. A tense game between the two. Also, I don't know if there's enough wires in the middle.
No, not enough?
Not quite. I think they just added them as decoration. I don't think they're all needed. But before we get into the wonders of networking, let's talk about this one. In Control win it. They go 2-0 up in this series. Well, it's all square if Team GX can find it. Already a little bit of hope coming through. They're looking everybody out towards A. This is going to be a hit.
Once again, in Control, just have to be careful. You don't want your bomb carrier flying in and getting blooded, but Team GX are reading each attack that's coming through. 4v4's on the side, but the bomb will go down. In Control. Can they lock this down? Big first blood. Gonna fall their way on. He's gonna find second. Challenge 33 doing the business. In Control. Could be 2-0 up here.
2 versus 3. They find one back, though. Still plausible. Still possible. Can they find the one to kill? Picks the wrong corner. 1 versus 3. And it's not going to be any good. In Control. Take that one. They're up 2-0 over GX.
Fantastic work. As In Control find themselves 2 to the good now. And we'll be absolutely cruising. Loser goes home. And Team GX need to turn this one around.
Those players have gone. Gives us a little bit of water from the fountain. Recuperate, ready for the next map, the Overload. I've been told that we can move swiftly onto Charlie. RockX Falcons against YOLO.
So for RockX Falcons, the rosters up of what we've got going on here. And Dory Deep Texan Timmy, I believe. I'm just checking these numbers actually is what I have. Am I?
But at this point, I'm just gonna let it go.
Yeah, these are not right.
We will see how it plays out, and then we will go from there.
That's usually what we do.
Yeah, pretty much. Big 2 in the middle of the map as well, though. P1 still popped and not been taken yet. Everybody playing for position. They know somebody's on the flank here as well. You see them just trying to keep this one at least somewhat in the realms of possibility in terms of getting back into the game here. But YOLO are being very hesitant for a team with that name.
You would think so. You would think, looking at the Rock Falcons roster, gentle, strong clocks. I mean, you'd expect them to be able to get it over the line, right? I mean, I think they're a team who are going to run through this losers bracket side of things. Clocks just obviously formerly of the leading Rock lineup. Don't know if dropping them right before the player. I'm not too sure. That's just me. Let's see how things are going to continue to play out. Rock Falcons now still in a really good spot.
Still going to be RockX Falcons in control. We've got a player hanging out towards the back here. It's YOLO and trying to stay alive. This is a terrible gunfight. Eventually will go down. They'll be able to get that one over the line too quickly here, but it will be RockX Falcons still in control. Now they've got the spawn as well. This is theirs to lose. It's going to be a big push over the roofs here from YOLO. They managed to split one of those houses.
Falcons still in control. Big sprees coming through. Well, they need to. YOLO in a really, really tough spot, about finding themselves 100 point behind, and now the rotation over towards P3, just channeling over towards the rooftops. Feels like a game that they think is maybe done. Cruising here, realistically. If you are Rock Falcons, looking good for you.
Coming Hailstorm, not going to get too much going down for it as well, though, but this is quite a one-sided game compared to what we've just seen actually done. I think that's probably the pacing difference we've been feeling. I managed to just blitz through some of this. Feeling pretty confident in the way that they're playing here, being over 100 points up and gaining the lead back into the terms of this hard point. Well, now probably try to take this next wave of gunfights in a good position and then push through.
Trying to stay alive. It's just difficult from this scenario for YOLO to turn this one around, isn't it? It feels that way. That's going to be a nice break. 15 seconds of time, but you're losing the P4 rotation. Less than ideal. Can you find a way through? Easier said than done, especially with the Hellstone missile at the back of the pocket. One of the players on Rock Falcons. We're just getting a double check on the Uzu. A P4 rotation actually there for YOLO. Rock Falcon's not going to be far away though.
One player for YOLO left into this point will be eventually taken out by the rest of the team here. And RockX Falcons. Oh, he's doing it for the second, isn't he? Of course he is. The pistol's going to be out. Absolutely no reason to challenge that into a normal game, but so confident they are. They're ahead, and that trophy does not go down before the nades take him out.
Sam potentially in the cards here. P4. Fights are going to go Rock Falcon's way. I'm gonna look at how we got our numbers through here as well. Gentle 13-13. Clocks having a good game at 24-18. He's number 23. 25 and 21 coming out well, and Just a really, really good performance all around here from Rock Falcons, who are looking to take map number 1 and probably the series pretty quickly. You like think they're a team who can maybe go on a bit of a run here in this losers bracket race?
Oh, 100%. They've definitely dropped in a little bit early, and there won't be a ton of competition at their level yet. 1 or 2 more rounds and there might be. And they are certainly looking every bit the caliber that we expect of them. Even now, they're not really getting a lot of time with P1. They're just taking all the kills across the map here, and Yellow can't really find a way to get back.
Yeah, it's been difficult, to say the least, for YOLO to get themselves into this one. Rock Falcons absolutely flying through that. Incredible work. That's an easy win. And they'll advance on through. No problem whatsoever for Rock Falcons.
All right, while that game is underway, we're going to go over to Bravo, see how that is all shaking out over there. We can already see Atlas Lions are 1-0 in this series. Team of Victix are trying to get back, but so far they are going to be taking the lead here on the S&D.
Who's going to come through? Victix put themselves in a better spot. Hopefully Alpha's nearly up and raring to go. If Dylan is torching my time, I will be upset. I don't actually know how they're not ready to go yet, frankly.
Hey, sometimes you need 37 minutes between series. Not that we're counting. We put that team in our alpha slot and they've let us down. But
No.
hey, we will get to see them eventually.
Team of Victix hosting any of the game, so we're going to figure out what's going on here. And controller issue by the looks of things.
It might be. Is it going to be a swap out? That player is going towards the back of the PC. I mean, this is brilliant. It's technical here. He's going to take it out, right? And he's going to plug it back in. Has that worked? He says, no. Let me try it again. Different USB slot. How about now? No. Oh, it wasn't in. It wasn't in. There we go. Now we're in. Putting back in whatever the other one is. Has it worked this time? Oh, we're gonna lose it. We're going over to Delta. Let's find out. Let's go to game players as we casting over USB choices.
Honestly, you just don't get analysis like it anywhere else. You really don't. Here we are, in control. Very much so in this series. 2-0 up for them. But 1-0 down here in this overload. It's not a bad start though for Chance 36. He's 4 nobody's team. 1-0 down. You tell me about that.
They just made all those kills on the overlap and lost the EMP. Oh, that's not what you want to see. They've got a player. He's like, I've got B. Grab you. They're going to lose a score here. That player has done so much work. Challenge 36, and they are going to lose a score. I would be throwing cups of water around. That is outrageous.
Cups of water? That crazy? Yeah, I'd say.
Well, I was trying to be, broadcast sensible.
Ah, I see. Well, here we are. Team GX, 2 to the good. 36 still hasn't died. Still hasn't died, nearly. You're setting it up for his team here, though. In control of a big opportunity. You've needed your teammate by all accounts, and also the enemy. Big pistol fight, not going to come through. Big clutch kills from Team GX. They hold on tight there. 2-0 up still.
Looking for a switch here, GX. Got to be careful. That EMP is still deep. So they will knock this one down. Not going to allow that one to progress any further going forward. So use another one. Teammate with the EMPC is going to get into it. They get the 2. They do. This is set up now. Got to move forward. That respawn will be coming in very, very quickly. That kill has been made. This is a switch.
You got something going here if you're in control. The gunfight wins. And the top working well as well. Our Team GX in trouble here. This should be the first cap coming in from in control. Big fights coming through, though. You surely don't find the third. But you have probably prevented at least a little bit of control that in control would have had through the middle of the map. So good gunfights to find, but Team GX, yep, still find themselves in the lead, but will suffer. A cap coming through for in control.
Here comes. And And this is a wipe. That is a wipe. Team GX can now scoop and go. In Control might be able to get some bodies in the way here quickly enough to try and slow this one down, especially if they win that first gunfight, which they have. The rest of the players will be in the inside. Gets the charge, somehow finds two, but it's not going to be enough. In Control were able to get the bodies back on the board.
Nicely done. As In Control trying to bring it back here. Over on Delta, they're 2-0 up. Could well be getting this one done 3-0 if they can find another cap, but we have Alpha finally ready to go. And that's taken a while to get here, but end of year squad going up against the Belfast Storm. Belfast Storm typically have not had the best time of things at these events. End of year squad, though, will be coming into this one. Going up against a fan favourite, at least from the UK perspective. Let's see if Dylan can do much to help the Belfast Storm. Him and Abel. Let's see what they can bring to the table here on Sake Helper.
Game we've been waiting for. Some fans certainly kind of paying attention to this game, seeing where everybody is going to be, but this is at the moment in the year squad with a little bit of a lead here as they're turning and burning all over the shop. They have the spawn for P2 as well.
6 alive and kicking. I'm keeping an eye on how things are going to look here over on Alpha. Did we have it come through? Yeah, there it is. Magical. Thank you. And Dill's challenge 10. Keep an eye on him as things go. But great start from end of year squad. Team you would be probably expecting a little bit from at least. Should be a relatively good game. As mentioned, that coming into the losers bracket 3 is an opportunity to see some of these teams that faltered early and see what they can do. But this is round 4. There are some sharks down in this losers bracket already.
Back and forth is trying to hold this one down. And the year squad really not allowing Belfast Storm anywhere near this point, and with 12 seconds to go they decide to just rotate. Maybe we can recoup at P3.
I need some good time. P3 could be it. Often you can see teams finding themselves this far behind heading in towards P3, and that does seem to be the case here. Challenger 3 finding a way through. Finding the break. Looking like you're at least formulating something here for end of year squad.
Maybe a bit of progress into it, but big gunfight out there and not going to be able to get it. Still going to be Belfast Storm. Finally gaining a bit of points here, Belfast Storm, as they do manage to stay alive into this point for a little while. And they get the clearance. For them, this means push.
Trying to find a way in once again. Great hold from Belfast Storm. And they are just about going to continue to hold it down. And if Yesco are going to have to walk in, lick their wounds, because that's been a big hold from the Belfast Storm, one that they absolutely needed.
Done a very good job. The problem is, though, they are a million miles away from getting into this next set of rotations, and as you can see, the minimap starts to shake out. Dunjo 4. Maybe Reap is looking to cut them off, and this will be 1. This should be 2. Gets it just about, and it's a lot of damage done.
Good hold so far with the 30 seconds gone. Still have one more player. Oh, it's the back, and how on earth have you won that? That is fantastic over towards the back side. Give Belfast Storm a little bit of a route in, and yeah, squad gonna have to fight back.
Big fights here by end of the year squad, and Belfast Storm are not really in the position for this next run. Break here to get back into the game. End of the year squad, though, holding it down so far. They are just finding them and beating them back here. Belfast Storm do not really have any kind of point of pressure that they are applying to this hill yet.
I mean, both these teams just seem to be taking turns of picking up a good amount of time, right? And all about the holds and not so much about the breaks. About the lack of breaks, maybe.
Double bubble so far into the year squad. They are double the point to Belfast Storm. Belfast Storm have not really done much here onto this hill as we look to go back in towards the P1. It has been a disappointing last couple of hills for them. They will grab the 4 seconds of scrap time. That's the highlight of the last 2 minutes. As we go back into this P1, maybe they can find a good rotation again.
Finding some good time somewhere along the line. Good shots coming out once again. Belfast Storm are definitely hanging about, but it has been difficult to maybe just find some breaks for both these two squads. Whoever seems to be there first place is getting the majority of the time.
Friendly year squad, this is getting better and better. Now soaking up time into the P1. I was thinking, hey, can we get over this P2? In fact, what they're actually thinking is, hey, can we push out every aspect of the map that we can? Belfast Storm can't even really get a look in. It is a difficult run, a difficult go.
Spawns over towards the back of P2 though. So that will give them a really good opportunity now to pick up some really good time. Find themselves about 80 behind. This full 60 would still leave them with a small hill to climb. Yeah, squad though, trying to find a way around the back. Now you're in a lot of trouble. You know, towards the back side. Oh, you're gonna get caught out if you're Dylan. The break will come through towards the front, but you still get some spawns over towards the back. It's actually a bit of a parallel. Splits coming through. And all of a sudden, if you're end of your squad, you've got the spawns over towards the back and a couple of players spawning out. Fight ensuing over towards boxes. One that's going to be won by Dylan, an important one at that. And your squad do find a way through. Those spawns should still be there for them.
This is a big fight if they can try and find something here, but just keeping this pressure on. That spawn out is going to be a problem there for Belfast Storm, and they don't get all the scrap time they would like either. They've got one player gone incredibly deep. Isaac, who is the lifeline, and down he falls. And Belfast Storm, with this P3 last time, they were able to right the ship. This time, they may be sinking it.
Big moment for end of your squad now. Can you find a way through if you're still in there? Oh, that was a good fight to need to win, but the rest of your team have done their job. They found some, and Hans have you. Incredible work to find a way through. And now all of a sudden, Belfast Storm have an opportunity for 35 points. End of your squad trying to find a way back through. Gunfights. A bit of a pinstripe kill feed across the board. Spawns are going to be closer though for Belfast Storm. Pinching in from both sides, and both sides dealt with. Belfast Storm, some more good time. Again, same story. Whoever's here first typically is able to hold it down.
This has been their lifeline. 20 seconds is massive though. That was a massive gunfight. I know it doesn't sound like it for scrap time, but the difference would have pushed end of the year squad over 200 points. How can they find if he's called this correctly? They are working this one out. Belfast Storm, 47 points down. It's not that bad, but they need a good break here.
Trying to find a way in. Done so. Dylan, can't find the second. Rest of the team, they had to pick up the pieces though. 50-point game. They've closed the gap. Can they keep a hold of P4 here now though? Break potentially coming through. First couple of kills going end of your squad's way. And they will just about force their way through the front. And find a couple more on top of it as well. 30 seconds up for player here. Belfast Storm need to keep in touch.
Just taking off for a second. Challenger 7 now going into this point. The contest is probably good enough, but they've got to worry about not just holding this down for a few seconds, but getting that rotate cleanly enough. Because last time they were absolutely butchered out of it. And then pick up if you can win, but staying alive was more important there. Keep that contest out with the rest of the team. Go for it.
Challenger 5 alive and kicking. Can he keep it moving? Yes, he can. Big win from him. And end of your squad find themselves only 30 seconds away. These were the moments that they needed to be able to find. They find the rotation. They found the hole. Belfast Storm have struggled to break. They need to break now.
Struggling this last time and just looking at the same old story. Just a different chapter. Belfast Storm have been chasing their tail for the majority of this game. It doesn't look like it's going to end anytime soon. 10 seconds until they lose this, and they're trying to get a couple of kills going down. It's just one last swing of the dice, and down they fall. 5 seconds to go, a mile away. It isn't going to be, and it will be end of the year squad that take map number 1.
Great win from them, and take it away at map 1. Belfast Storm will have to find the bounce back. That is over on Alpha. Everything just seems to be kicking off here as well. Some of the losers round 4 games that were ready to go, I believe, have already kicked off. So keep an eye on how things are going on our bracket on our side of things. We were hoping to show a few of those, but the tournament stops for quite literally nobody.
To quote the famous philosopher's Limp Bizkit, keep on rolling, baby.
Just full of quotes and statistics for me. Thank you.
Hey, sometimes the classics are the best. You know, that is the classic quote, and that's what we want to see here at the major. Everybody, keep on moving, keep on those games rolling. We'll cover as many as we can. At the moment, bit of a conversation going on to this one. People are unsure about, is this a conversation about settings, or is this a conversation about how the map went? Since they're looking at the screen, I was going to say settings for them. The Belfast Storm not winning that first game. They're down 0-1. End of the year squad, which is quite a mouthful when you think about it. They could have had quite a cool, snappy name, but they've gone for this.
It is indeedy. So some of those games have started up. We're pretty much covering the games that are going to catch us up and lose us 3. They were obviously waiting on what was a very long first segment of Winners Round 2 that we were covering, obviously. Or Winners Round 3, I should say. Took a while to get through those games, and that is, well, thankfully down to OMiT having to reverse sweep FC Stallions in the end. End of year squad, very comfortable. Map number 1. Raid Gridlock going to be coming up next, and maybe Gridlock and Saki if we need to see it. Based on what we've seen in map number 1, though, Belfast Storm may well have met their match here and loses round 3. Tough ask, it really is. Over in Delta, and Control took that one 3-0. And we'll advance on through. Victix against Atlas Lions. Atlas Lions 2 to the good. Rock Falcons against YOLO. I believe there's Rock Falcons in the lead 2-0 as well. And they are indeed. Winner of that, well, you know what you get for your present? You get a game against Huntsmen.
That is going to be a difficult one to go, but yeah, I mean, I think walking through the bracket is an interesting one. Obviously, some of the big names here. I mean, still, I think the biggest upset we've had so far, and I'll go out on a limb and say this, I think it's going to be Torn Esports against Rock, right? Yeah. I know that Rock have had the roster wonderfulness, but it has been a slight kind of push downwards, I would say, at this point. Like, this is a team that had a first, second, looking to win their Champions League, and then it has been a not a massive fall off of a cliff, but at least a step down.
It absolutely has been. I think honestly the roster change. They probably shouldn't have changed in the end from Rixold in hindsight, I would say. Clocks didn't really work out. We kind of did have high hopes for him, but I suppose if you Rock, I mean, it was one bad placement when they went over to Atlanta. Yeah, look, there's a lot going on that side of things. They haven't been able, but I think for them now, look, end of year champs is kind of where you need to figure it out very, very quickly. Very quickly. They could be facing a pretty low placement if they don't switch things up very fast indeed in the losers bracket side of things. Who are they going up against, actually? Let's have a look. BTD. That's not an easy game.
That is not an easy game. It is not. There are some big teams already in that lower bracket. I mean, we are getting towards the kind of, not the end, but the later third, I would say, of the bracket as it goes forward here. But speaking of teams that could be eliminated, it could be either of these. Belfast Storm and End of the Year squad currently under the gun. Belfast Storm in a little bit more of a precarious position since they're 1-0 down in this series.
Going down today, and I'll put the pressure on over towards the laundry side. Oh, timing just not working out in the end, and now all of a sudden it's a 1 versus 3 needed. Shots could have been straight at. Doesn't work out, and air will be diffused. Brilliant start for end of year squad.
And And it's just a clean retake in the end. You thought maybe when they didn't have a lot of positioning that it would be a bit more difficult. Heavy conversation going on the Belfast Storm squad. Looks like Dylan Codd is potentially sharing some words of wisdom.
What kind of words of wisdom do you think, Brassy?
You know, I was gonna attempt to do an accent there, and I'm not going to.
Oh.
I'm not gonna do it. You almost threw it out of me. It's time to say he's just giving them the benefit of his time playing at the very best top league.
I honestly don't know if I've ever heard you attempt an accent, actually. So
there's a very good reason for that. I can do accents, just not the one I want to whenever I try it. So
you can do an accent. You don't know which one is going to come out.
Yeah, I have no idea which one's coming out. Like, I'll try. Just be completely random. But enough about my failings as a person and as a vocal artist. We have to see how this game's going as that bomb's gone down.
Still a good opportunity here for end of year squad, even though they do not have the numbers. Oh, smoke good. That was going to cause a little bit of chaos, but I think they've got some eyes on it. They get a kill and find their way out. 2 versus 2.
On the ledge, and well, a couple of bullets got down. Unfortunately, not got the time to really do this. 04 just has to sit behind this ledge and don't move. Doesn't matter. All good, and takes the gunfight anyway and wins it. An easy one there to grab. And that's 2-0 to the good friend of year squad.
Cruising right now in this series, aren't they? 2-0 up in the search and destroy. May well be 2-0 up in the series very, very quickly. Around number 3. Oh, that's a hefty nade coming through kitchen as well. Belfast Storm don't get any benefit of that, but once again they are heading towards here with some serious numbers. There's a numbers Mason joke somewhere along. There's one, yeah, but it is a big flank, Pricey. How are they going to work it?
Well, this time the numbers are going to mean that Belfast Storm are under a lot of trouble. They've let a player slip all the way through. There is no cover. The net of 3 versus 3, but a counter flank is also happening at the same time. Belfast Storm now in a better position. 2 versus 3. They don't have the bomb. They do have a little bit of a breath of time. The timing not going to be there for the player there. And everybody's flanking everybody.
Big win. 5 in a row now. And that has put some doubt in Belfast Storm's mind whether to plan. So they're just actually going to send it towards him. He's found 5 in a row. He may well be finding number 6. There's just no way he should win that gunfight. Does he find the second as well? Not going to be there. 15 seconds for the 1v1.
Oh, he's going to be. He's going to be. Got time. Definitely has time. Get it down and get out. Get it down and get out.
Oh, it's going to be tight. He didn't go through kitchen.
Oh,
never won in that.
Called it wrong. Belfast Storm, get it.
That is a M15 versus NPC at that kind of range. You ain't winning it. Big gunfight win.
Somebody's just moved the camera.
I did notice that.
I wonder if that's intentional or whether somebody is by accident. We'll find out. We'll find out if it's moved back. Right now, though, this game's still ongoing. Belfast Storm, the round that they need in this S&D. End of the year squad will have control of that A side all around the statue. They lose the first one to a nade.
So now for end of year squad, what's the plan? You lost a round. Things have become a little bit more precarious now, haven't they? Let's see. Kind of waiting for Belfast Storm to make a mistake, really. Waiting for the push to come in over towards the safe side. It is yet to happen. Belfast Storm remaining tight.
Smoke giving them somewhere to go. I'm not sure if it's necessarily a better place to go. And it wasn't.
It was not. Another big round.
Belfast Storm doing a good enough job there of pinning them in. After that first blow, they made it count. Now as we walk towards this, it is tied up. It is a big map for Belfast Storm just because they are down in this series so far.
You need the search and destroy, really. The way that the hard point went, I would not fancy their chances in the overload. They hit again. Always seems to be the way the utility working out. It's a first blood again. Be holding it down through the mid-map. Oh, he's going to be able to find one trade. Not there either. Aggression over towards the safe side. And they're coming through the middle of the map. They're going to be able to find another. This should be a Belfast Storm round, but this is a big find coming through. Challenge on 6 can find one, but not the second. And that would have been that. Maybe made it doable, but now 1v3. This is very tough and done. Belfast Storm, nice round.
Huge win, puts them in the lead. Heavy talks coming out end of year, the squad. And there's a little bit of frustration maybe leaking through in the comms there. Maybe a misplay or something they didn't want to happen. And now for Belfast Storm, the adaptation has certainly swung in for them and find themselves in the driving seat of a map for a change.
In a row here from Chart, doing well. This time, though, the first blood will go NWS squad's way. Be the first time in a while. Been a lot of utility used well by both teams. Sounding players out, finding the info, and the nades have been accurate to say the least. Big hit now for NWS squad over towards the A side. You will find the information. No. If you try, you have to hold this down. One kill will be a blessing. You're not going to get any more. Coming through from Isaac, though, but big kills coming over towards the backside. All of a sudden, 1v1. And NWS squad will just about get it.
Sometimes the trades are exactly what you need. That's always one of the hardest things for players at this level to really accept. Sometimes a better position just gets you that extra trade that's a little bit better. It still brings us back under even keel, though, for these two squads, and we'll see whether or not this gets a team roaring into the lead. It was close with the squad and Belfast Storm in that hard point until it wasn't.
Storm missile in the back pocket for Belfast Storm. But no longer that first blood. First bloods have been so crucial. And this time around, it's going to be NWS squad to get a hold of it. So now what's the play for Belfast Storm? A has been their favourite, as it is so often for a lot of players, and maybe they've sounded out of players, to be honest with you. They're going to try and catch them, and have done yet. And yeah, squad, challenge 3. And Crazy is going to get caught out, so Bomb will be right back round to A, 3v3.
Information gained. Maybe a little more information gained. Dylan is throwing shoulders. Let's back off. With that bomb being down, they've lost a little bit of control of Laundry, which is bad because they've planted for it. Oh, here we go. Dylan Codd. NPC reloaded. On the flank, finds the first. Not giving them easy kills. Finds the second. Third, easy peasy. Dylan Codd for 3.
What year is it?
Exactly. Veteran move, though. Hit that flank instantly after giving up the pressure.
That'll work once again from Dylan. The former best player on the planet. Showing what he still has. Don't at me in the chat, he was.
I was going to say, you're so bold.
It's not even bold. Not even bold, he was.
Yeah, he was an unbelievable talent.
Black Ops 4 for a moment and a hard point. The guy was absolutely unstoppable.
And what he's done now is put them in the lead. Nate gets a bit of a hit here as they push back into the air squad. However, with that gunfire, you can see that any of the squad are maybe winging their way towards A, but still a little bit hesitant. Actually, it's not going to be. It's a wrap. They're going to commit to B here. They've lost a lot of control everywhere else, so this is all going to be corners and checking. I don't know if this is going to work out that well.
Oh, you got to be careful. If you're Dylan, you're looking for information, you're not gathering it. Got an inkling at what's going on. They're having a little check. Big fan coming through in the middle map. Dylan put down to 44 HP. How is he alive? Shots not landing in the end for end of year squad. It's a massive round.
Bomb will go down. That has been stretched just enough to get in. 4 versus 4 still at this late stage, and they cannot take down 04. It has been a bit of a swing and a miss.
Hellstorm on his way. It's going to force them all inside and make you move. He's going to land on a great deal. Not quite, but it's going to force them back. Now you're going to start to make you move. Dylan gets caught out 3v3.
Smoke is causing issues. They don't know where they're going to be here, so they're going for the challenge as well. It's a 1 versus 2. Fire up top. He's gone out of the window, finds one of the kills. I don't know if that was right or not, but that is an unbelievable chow.
It wasn't right. It wasn't right. It's almost like you've got so much cover in the best spot on the map to defend that bomb. I'd argue you should have stayed in it.
I mean, he got the kill, but yeah, I mean, realistically, that smoke was about to dissipate. We maybe thought he had to get a little bit closer to check.
Here we are. Belfast Storm, 1 round away from close this one out. Search and destroy. Big Nate gonna come through though. And of yes squad now. Have the numbers. Hellstorm was used by Belfast Storm though. Let's bear that in mind. One of their trump cards is out.
Belfast Storm looking to take this A control. They have a little bit of launcher control. Gunfight will erupt here. Not the best terrible position, but he's going to be taken down because of it. 2 versus 4. They're all kind of compressed here as well. 2 versus 3. More guns arrive onto the scene, and they get even through the smoke. One more through the pillars, and takes the second. End of year squad. Grab one back.
Putting it in contention. It is wild, honestly. The first Bloods feel they've been so influential. Teams playing well around their advantages. Conversion rate has been pretty high, I would say. And the squad. Need to find back-to-back rounds now. Utility's been massive as well. Don't know if it's just switch ups or if people are moving to different places. I'm not too sure. Hellstorm in the back pocket as well. Hold on a second. Forgot about that one. First blood found. Might not choose the Hellstorm at this stage. They might now, though. Trade's got to be there, and it is. 3v2 in the favor of NWS squad, and they may well be able to hit. They want to call in the Hellstorm. They've created that room for themselves. Lands on absolutely nothing. And the bomb is absolutely miles away, so you create the room, but you're wasting time.
So we'll go down, just checking every single angle. Trying to get this gunfight right.
Bomb down today. This is a very hard retake for Belfast Storm now. Not going to happen. Rounds of 4 will find another. This is going to round 11.
Oh my goodness. Belfast Storm have done so well, but could still lose this map. It comes down to this. And it will be Belfast Storm on the attack. End of the year squad. We'll try and hold one of these bomb sites.
Oh, is it going to be nervy from Belfast Storm? After what was a pretty comfortable lead. Back-to-back rounds for NES squad to send us to this round 11. Nervy moments. Odd smoke. Statue control and send it. All right, this is going to work. They found a couple. They're looking like they're going to find the third here as well. 4v2. Not a 4v1. That's a big gunfight win, but now a 3v1.
He tried to get out. Wasn't going to be good enough. Belfast Storm have one hope, and it's this man. Back and forth. They look for one. They know he's going to be here as well. They throw the shoulder. Still has a bit of time, but is massively outnumbered. Take a bit of damage, so they go for the chow, and it's overtime. End of the year squad. Fight back on the S&D. They go up 2-0.
Huge map win from them. As I said, 2-0 up now, and potentially cruising. Map number 3 oncoming, but Belfast Storm staring elimination in the face.
A tight time. If you're a Belfast Storm fan, felt like that S&D was yours to take. Unfortunately, it was not to be. Have a look at my lovely little chart here about who's done well. 0-4, it's going to be Reap. That's 11-7. Biggest kills in the game.
Yep, another big game from him. Seen one on map number 1 as well. And they are now in a good position to advance on to the next round. Just find themselves one map away from losers round 4, which is partially underway. Now seeing some of the teams match up against each other already. FC Stallions are 2-0 up in their game. ASCII Sports up against In Control will be next on Delta. Falcons Academy Green still awaiting their opponent. That's Atlas Lions against Victix. I think that one should be just about done. Rock Esports are 1-0 up against BTD. And Huntsmen against Rock Falcons. Nearly ready to go. A bit of sweet 2-0 up in their game. Omnia and Victor awaiting the winner of this series. Which right now is looking like end of year squad. They're 2-0 up.
Close on the S&D though. Still very much holding fire. See how this one does end up playing out though. It is still a game that Belfast Storm can take. End of the year squad don't look untouchable, and that's probably the benefit you can give them as well. We will see whether or not that is plausible or possible. But yeah, lots of games going on, Tom.
Yeah, lots of games going on, Brycey. There's plenty still to come here as well in Paris. But whilst we do take a little break, don't go anywhere. We've got more games coming up the other side of this.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're jumping into the Overload, into the year squad versus Belfast Storm. So far, end of the year squad up 2-0 at the moment, and we'll be seeing whether Belfast Storm can make a little bit of a comeback, and hopefully, if they are a fan, a reverse sweep.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see if they can find it, but I mean, pretty handily dealt with in map number 1. Map number 2, yeah, you're 5-3 up and you lose it. 6-5. Always a difficult one to take. Pressure going to come in here from the squad pretty much off the rip. Trying to get a bit of mid-map control. That war of attrition that we do quite often see here on Gridlock to kick things off. Right now, inside of the squad, looking the ones who are more likely in control, waiting for the flanker to come through here as well. Yeah, nicely played. Just reading Belfast Storm where they need to. Setting something up over towards A, potentially. A couple of kills in the middle of the map may well formulating a push over towards the CEST.
Get this one done, and this is the case that can be. Getting this is always difficult, but they have managed to grab it, and that is going to be a flank problem. Second gunfight is massive. They do manage to slow it down a little bit. They've got players out towards the back at the same time. Right now, though, that has been picked up, scooped, and dropped about as quickly as it has been. Scooped once again here. Small window of opportunity, but all the blockers are gone.
That's one of those scenarios. Maybe just need to be a little bit more patient. If you're Belfast Storm, and you're going to get some more opportunities, though. Heading into the next couple of moments, this one may well wrap over towards A, and this is an opportunity now. Look at the positioning coming in here from Challenger 6. You've got to be able to find something. You find only the one, nearly the second. But is that door now wide open? Yes, it is indeed. End of year squad, first blood.
This is now difficult for Belfast Storm. They do have a player out towards the back here, but that's already going to go down before anything else can happen. We'll be able to grab it one more time. They have got the bodies. The difficulty with this map and the uniqueness of this map, I suppose, is that not only does it always go in the middle, but the EMP is in the worst possible position it could ever be in.
Two and a half minutes to go in this first half. Belfast Storm need to try and find something. It does feel as if they were a little, I want to say, almost just taking too many risks on their attacking moments. You can see they were trying to find the small openings, but you need to dot your I's and cross your T's sometimes on Gridlock, and they did not do that in the opportunities they've had.
Their opportunity to maybe fight back. 2 minutes left to go in this half. Challenger 3 out towards the back here, looking for one, finds it. Not going to find the second though. A couple of kills going down on both sides, but it's going to be better here for Belfast Storm. There's a 1 versus 1 here to scoop the EMP, and Belfast Storm will win it. What a wonderful chow from them in the end.
Spot spawns came in down the street side as well, so a shutdown was potentially something they would have thought about, but in the squad spawning up, they'll both wrap back around. Nicely done. Stone now putting a bit of pressure on. Able to find the kills though.
Slow burner from Belfast Storm. No speed able to get this one done really, but they're trying to make a bit of a rush now. You can already see that they're trying to get there. They've got Char in towards the back. He's found a couple of kills. Actually will go down. EMP taken once again here by Belfast Storm. They've just really struggled to move it in a cohesive way so far.
This is a big opportunity though. Yep, that's going to be an opening, and that's going to be a cap. Just waiting for your teammates to get back into position for the middle of the map. Of course, when he spawns on towards mid-map. And yeah, squad though going to get a little bit more control here. Just keep an eye on Challenger 3, number 2 on the mini-map. It's as confusing as you would like. Big moment here. DMP going to carry out, going to be able to find it. Big plays coming in from Dylan. Had to find them. And now it looks like Belfast Storm are going to be the ones with the final opportunity of this round.
Here we go. A little bit of fire and lightning caught in the bottle here. They have the opportunity. It's going over the top. I can tell they're just waiting for the free play. I wonder if they're going to try and switch it. If they win that kill in the middle of the map, they might do. Well, there we go. There's the kill in the middle of the map. Here comes the switch. Double bluff or go for it? That's what they'll be asking themselves, looking for some kills out for this one. They've got 19 seconds to do it. Belfast Storm are keeping all their players alive. They found the first kill at the same time. Give a Challenger 6 out towards the top here. That EMP is moving. It's going to be a 1 versus 1 and they get it done. Dylan Card pistoling in.
Well worked by Belfast Storm. Did brilliantly throughout the middle of the map. They were waiting for the moment to come, and the gap was there, and they made their move. Sensational work, frankly. Brilliant job from them, and we move on into the second round. Belfast Storm have a lead. Can they convert, though? That's always going to be the difficult thing for them. For the side of Belfast Storm, though, you're now on the more beneficial side, so can you make it work?
Opportunity. Oh, wait. We're looking to make some pressure here in the middle of the map. There's been a bit of a fly-by-night there at the bottom. Challenge 10 and Challenge 5 have basically been able to flank each other. Which means, Tom, that nobody's really in a position to grab this EMP.
No, not particularly. Oh, Storm looking for the potential positioning, you can see already. It's going to end up playing out, and it's NDS squad who position themselves on the map just that little bit better. Big gunfight going to come through, both players having to back down. And now they'll start to wrap this through onto you and like to think of your end of your squad. It's just so difficult to do. You're going to have to find a couple of unfavorable gunfights.
Do have it.
Yep, done really well.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity for them. Here they go. Making the kills. Making another kill. That's an card with it again, and they're finding the way through. They are punching every single bullet they need to. It goes up 3-1 here now, Belfast Storm. This is a massive advantage going in, because there is 3 minutes 28 seconds left.
Big moment. And now Belfast Storm are in the driving seat with 3 minutes to go. Can they hold this down? 3 minutes is still a long time. There's an opportunity here for NDS squad, but they're just not finding the fights when they need to. Everybody on Belfast Storm combining well.
Here comes another opportunity. Scoop, they're going to try and push us the hard way. It's all on that gunfight. There comes the switch then. Going out towards the middle. There's going to be a bit of a flank play going on at the same time. Everybody behind everybody else, but there's going to be 3 down. End of the year squad. It's a massive gunfight out towards the middle again. That slows the roll of them one more time. End of the year squad not able to kind of push through and be aggressive.
Yeah, they've just not... They've been like kind of doing the first part of it, right? Getting that mid-map control. Putting themselves in positions where you just got to win a couple of other gunfights and then not quite able to get it done. Brilliant work once again. On Belfast Storm, they've been great defensively. They clutched up when they need to, but they still only have a 2-point lead. That might now be, well, getting reduced. Spawning over towards the B side, you push the constant, so... Problem is, they probably had a bit of an opening over towards here there, end of your squad, but just did not really see it.
Hellstorm. Oh, trying to get through quickly. Taken down there. The EMP movement has just not been great for them. This is it. Belfast Storm going to score here. This shouldn't be too easy to stop. You can already see the flankers coming in to win these gunfights, but there we go. It's 4-1 here. Belfast Storm have basically won this map in pretty dominant fashion.
Yep.
It has been them for the majority of it.
Very comfortable in the end. Very comfortable indeed. Which is coming as a bit of a surprise, to be honest with you. I would have thought, you know, NDS squad heading into this, well, clearly their weakness is overload. Not working out in their favor. I mean, look, they've been finding the mid-map kills. If you look at the kills department, they're not really that far behind, all things considered. just haven't been able to secure one over the line. This one, though, looks signed, sealed, and delivered. You have to be very quick, though. You have to be extremely quick. You have to win these next couple of gunfights if you really want an opportunity.
One of the closest relays we've ever seen. If they manage to put it off, they would need to basically move that EMP straight into the goal and get it done. But at the moment, they can't even win the gunfights necessary to even look at the EMP. Belfast Storm are going to go for this as well. If they put it in, it's over. It might be over anyway, to be honest. And there's nobody who can stop this going in. It will do as Dylan Codd finds the kills as well. And I say that, and it was stopped. Problem being is you cannot make it from one side of the map to the other and put this EMP in and get the relay. It is too long on the respawn. It is too much to do. They'll go for it anyway, but the overload is over, and Belfast Storm, or Belfast Storm, if you can say it properly, have won the overload.
We've descended into madness.
We have.
The Belfort. What are you going to call them? The Bell.
I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I don't know. Okay. Look, I'm having a hard enough time trying to work out who's making the big plays as it is.
Trying to figure out who's which number. Trying not to combust in the 30-degree room that we're in. Yeah, it's been a trial. It's still a trial for the Belfast Storm to find their way back into the series. 2-1 down now. A hard point is incoming. Plenty of other losers games now up and running here, actually. Loser round 4. The next round coming up is kicking off on Bravo, Charlie, and Delta very, very shortly. Delta, I believe, is live and kicking. But on Charlie and Bravo, you're going to have Huntsmen against Rock Falcons and Falcons Academy Green up against the Atlas Lions. So, games you would expect to go one way, but you never really know what you're going to get with challenges at this event. Incredible performance, though, from Belfast. Don't give themselves some hope in this series. I tell you what, they were a round away from being 2-1 up.
And this is this is the interesting point now. Tom, with what we've seen with end of the year squad and Belfast Storm, who do you think's walking away with it?
I'll be honest, based on what we've seen in the first hard point, I would like to think it's still going to be end of year Storm, but squad even, oh god, honestly, my brain, either way. I would say end of year squad do feel the favorite in this one, but I mean, Gridlock was just very kind to Belfast Storm. Can it be kind to them again? We'll be heading to map number 4 momentarily.
We certainly will, and while we've got a few seconds, we can take a little wander through the bracket, see how everything is cracking on. At the moment, obviously, coming up after, well, not after this, I was going to say, the next one is going to be our elimination round, but after that, we go back to winners. Let's see how winners has shaped up so far. Project 7 versus OMiT, that's a massive game. Torn versus OMiT Brooklyn, pretty good game as well. Telluride Bush Gaming versus Exceptional. And P7 Notorious versus Team War. That's all waiting for us on the winner side of this bracket, Ton. Every single one of those games is magnificent.
Yeah, gonna be crazy. I just think all these players are gonna play all this whilst the general mates are on main stage. The French crowd on a Saturday are making quite the noise, you would like to think. I mean, again, not to make it about us, but we have been to those French events before. I mean, you remember the SWC days?
Yes.
I remember them very well. And it is of no surprise to hear the Gentlemates fans getting behind their roster. You'd hear now a couple of the clips I've seen from the backstages. And obviously we're keeping an eye on things as it goes.
Well, we will find out. This game is ready to rumble into the hard point. Belfast Storm, this would be their second map if they could find it on a way to a reverse sweep for end of the year squad. They'll be hoping to wipe away the overload and get back into it.
Yeah, I think for Belfast Storm, that was a fantastic showing in the overload. But Ken carried over into this hard point. It's been the difficulty for them. They got kind of wiped in the first hard point. It was a 100-point difference in the end. The squad will be taking confidence into that Gridlock, knowing round number 1 was a fairly simple task for them. Belfast Storm will have the bit between their teeth now. They'll want to see a map number 5.
Well, we will find out if that is what is written in the stars. Right now, this is a big rotation. Should be Belfast Storm. They have the better numbers here. Also going to be a little bit closer with that respawn that's just come in. So good position for them as well to grab some of these points back at this point. And they are doing so. They do have control.
Some time in the opening gunfight, if only momentarily. Got the squad trying to find a way through. Bullets going into the 18-wheeler, not finding the kill. And still, somehow, Belfast Storm actually keeping control here. Everybody now filtering through from the roadside. The squad, though, trying to find a little bit of a toehold into this, but somehow Belfast Storm still have control. It just feels like they're not finding the kills. Eventually, MBS squad will find a way through.
This is a decent amount of time here, and they shouldn't really lose it at this point. You can see one player already looking at the rotations onto it. Will they be able to hold this? That's a big shell going through already. Looking for one. Doesn't have reinforcements. He's got to play this a little bit slowly, but finds a second. Not going to get anything. Gets traded out. This is what I was saying. You know, you can win those gunfights, but without a position to trade, it's very likely that all you've done is slow them down for a second.
Good time. Potentially on over here once again. Belfast Storm, though. Oh, that can't happen. That can't happen. It's looking like a pretty clean wipe, and it is. And the squad not only transition to 2 and eventually get some good time there. The route back over towards 3. Desperation now for Belfast Storm. Can you somehow find a way back into it? 7, 0 and 7. Never ideal, but he get himself on the board. But again, 3 years. 3 kills to go the end of the squad's way. Now they can force their way over towards P4. That's perfection.
This is a big couple of kills on the rotation as well, and that will be good enough for Belfast Storm to take at least initial control of this point. They're going to be a little bit behind, 44 points exactly, but it's going to be more than achievable to grab it back here if they can fight off this first wave of kills.
50 seconds, they've done well to find a break, to be honest. This time, ooh, just a bit overzealous on that child that came through. Still, all things considered, though, this is good from Belfast Storm. Kills over towards the back. That's a big move. Challenge 03 on the NDS squad. We'll get the spawns, and that should be some control now for them. Everybody else from the Belfast Storm now going to be filtering down the street side. First blood being found. The first one you want to find the spawns over towards the back as well. This one's all over the place.
Just trying to be in a good position here, but you can see Belfast Storm running around the place trying to grab something out of nothing, but they haven't managed to do so. And with this next fight about to erupt, it will be Belfast Storm in a slightly better position. You can already see them going out to cover both lanes as well as sticking 2 in the middle. Anyone who's ever played this map knows how difficult it can be to break P1 against a good setup.
Yeah, squad still in a commanding spot. Here we are over towards P1 once again. Belfast Storm on the right side of the map. If you want to think about P2, still got 45 seconds to P1 though, which is now being locked down. He's keeping it relatively close whilst one of his teammates is barely spawned in.
Wow. Maybe they'll have a few words. But hey, if you are keeping it this close, it's all good. It just means that player needs to switch on a little bit and you'll be well in the lead. That's how I think it works.
Five trying to find a way through, cannot quite get it done. Belfast Storm holding that side of the map. It's Avo sending in 1 of 14. He is not having the best of times. And now these rotations that are coming in. Avo's going to have to be the one to find a couple of kills, to be honest with you.
They don't find it here, it could be in serious trouble. Already losing a couple of kills. They have. They've been wiped out of this point completely. That is completely down now, and it's going to be end of the year squad in the driving seat. They hold this for the rest of the time. It's dire for Belfast Storm.
Got to find a way through. Belfast Storm really having to fight hard for this one. One play over towards the front, can't get it done. And Challenge 07 still really struggling. The Belfast Storm find themselves further and further behind.
Not a good time. Can't really afford to put the pressure onto this P2 either, so it will be every point that they were predicted to get. The question is this: can they hold this next one? They got booted out of it pretty quickly last time around. if they can hold, if they can find the money time here, it becomes a game. It's much more viable. And so far, so good.
50 seconds now. And you need some time somewhere. Absolutely have to find it. 40 seconds remaining here for Belfast Storm to try and put themselves back into this one. Folks feeling like they're on the back foot so consistently. Oh, that might be why. Shots like that coming out from Challenger 6. There is the break. Absolute beamer.
Break is what is happening. Belfast Storm are breaking down here. Needed to hold, have not. Trying to get back into the point here. Another little bit of wipe though. Grab it back here for the scrap time. And fight out towards the back here. Too many bodies trying to pile through that small point. And so far they've got this rotation done. It is not over.
Far from. Just having a look at some of the other games that have been ongoing. With this one being about a 60-pointer. Rock won their game against BTD. 3-0. There's Rock right. Huntsmen against Rock Falcons. That one's going to be coming in on Charlie very, very shortly. But the Sweet won their game 3-0 up against Decimate. Omnia Stallions 1-0 up against Fantix. A lot still ongoing across the board here. Stallions won their game 3-0 as well as expected. Now take on either the winner of Ask Esports or in control. Right now looking like Ask. Belfast Bastard. Oh, wow, you got me now. Belfast Storm still find themselves in a position where they can come back in this game.
Doing so well holding here. Oh, they've lost that first kill. Not going to lose the second though. Good enough for a trade, but it is going to be pinstripe. Everybody piling in, and it looks like into the E squad will get this initial flurry, but 07 finally arrives. And they are very much needing to be part of this game if they're going to have any hope of coming back.
Challenger 4 trying to find a way over the top. 50-point game. So doable for Belfast Storm, and I tell you what, that's a big gunfight to win. Evo may well have just woken up at the right time. Time being made here over towards P1. That gap is as low as it has been for quite some time now. 40 seconds is the difference, and that is going down.
Good job here. I mean, this is going to be, if you can just take the lion's share of time. What we're going to do, keep on this point. Keep bleeding them out. Keep winning the gunfights. And then a bounce to P2. Oh, that is not helpful at all.
Nope, no, that is far from helpful. Big moment where you're thinking about the comeback. 35 seconds is now the difference, and that is now starting to extend back to what it was. Big gunfights again. Everybody's really stepping up for end of year squad when they need to find some unfavorable fights, and P2 is under lock and key. They're going to be 25 seconds away by the time we head over towards P2. This one may well be done, Bryce.
Hope burning in Belfast's breast, but whether or not they can find the fire they need very much relies on these next few gunfights. Come look at what's going down their way, though. They are going to be in.
It's coming through. Belfast Storm. A little bit of control. 40 seconds to go here at P2. 6 trying to find a way over the top. Good shots coming through. Oh, that might be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Everybody dead. 20 seconds away. One more go at it for Belfast Storm. They've got to find a break or you're going on.
There's a hard break as well. There's too much cover down this side of the street. No, we're going to be spawning. Already the first one falls. The second one's down as well. The third one goes out. And fourth is hanging on by a thread, but it is a full wipe with 4 seconds. The game ends there. Belfast Storm are out of the major. End of the year squad continue.
Big win for end of the year squad, but as you say, Belfast Storm will crash out. All in all, a little run from them in Paris in the losers bracket. Not enough. A couple of close moments, though. You think of the Search and Destroy in map number 2. That's the one that's going to sting, isn't it? You're looking at a 5-3 lead. You should have probably been heading to a map number 5. As it goes, though, you will be done and dusted within 4. The hard point's just too strong for an NDS squad. They will advance.
They will. It's always sad to see a team leave here, but realistically, it's the name of the game. And even goes double so because it's this late in the year, obviously. And it's the last major they will be able to attend.
250 to 179. Big game. Thankfully, Abba did pick it up. It was looking really, really rusty at one stage there destroying. But yeah, I mean, you can't not mention it, unfortunately. But a big win in the end. NVS squad will get through what could have been a tricky opponent, and where in the end could have been heading that Sake search and destroy very easily if you hadn't clutched up in the search and destroy. Nicely done. Let's see if we can keep this one moving in this losers bracket. Plenty more games to go today, Brycey.
Oh, there certainly are. Only just getting warmed up for this, as everybody will need to be. All right, had to fix the set there. A little bit of an issue towards the back of the line. It doesn't matter. It's all good. And as we keep moving forward, we'll see more eliminations happen in a short amount of time, as we do kind of follow the lower bracket through to see who can make it.
Yeah, there's plenty of other games on our way, Bryce. We'll be there very shortly, won't we?
We certainly will. Well, we're going to... Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. We're doing into another wonderful game here in Challenges at the Major. Another elimination round. We've skipped from 3 to 4, and this is the Atlas Lions against Falcons Academy Green. And I'll tell you something, Falcons Academy Green have looked pretty good, but the Atlas Lions certainly not a team to take lightly, Tony.
No, absolutely not. It would be a game I would expect Falcons Academy Green to win fairly comfortably, but the Atlas Lions have not had a bad day so far, coming in off the back of what would have been a nice win in their previous round. Falcons Academy Green will be saying themselves, well, I'm not sure how we're down here, but here we are. Coming up the back of a loss is never the easiest thing to do, but map number 1 right now is close between these two. 4 in a row from Challenge 16. Which on this very occasion is going to be Roxas. See how things are going to continue here for Falcons Academy, and a little bit of control now over towards P3.
Get into this one, you can already see a bit of a killing spree going down between them, but Atlas Lions looking to try and take over if they can. Only one player onto this rotation as well for Falcons Academy. Gonna try and make as much. There's the NPC spitting. Gonna find a second as well. They are lining up for him, but doesn't win the gunfight.
Potential moment here. Over towards this backside for the Atlas Lions. Easier said than done if you can manage to find a way through. Let's have a look. That's going to help. Spawns over towards the back should partially be there. And that's another gunfight when you had to find. One player did spawn out. That's now currently being watched. Can you find the gunfight? Can you find the ones over towards the back? Not necessarily as clean as you would like from Falcons Academy Green after those first initial gunfights.
Looking for the right corner. Hasn't checked that one. Hasn't seen the closest one. Comes to the main door as well, but doesn't find anything else as it does end up playing out. But it all pinstriping the kill feed as it goes down to it. Scrap time to the Atlas Lions. Rotation to Falcons Academy if they can hold on.
Hasn't necessarily been the most impressive of showings so far. 2 versus Zyron 11. It's quite the scalp if you can take it. May well be looking at something over towards P5 here, to be honest with you. Coop has been really impressive. And we have seen him over this event. He's number 14 right now, sitting at 13 and 12 as he will lose that gunfight. But Falcons can agree to find themselves about 40 behind already. That is a surprising turn of events. Honestly, thought they'd come into this one pretty comfortably against the Atlas Lions, but there is plenty of time still, and those 3 dead will help their case out. That's 30 seconds. That's up for offer.
Good enough 30 seconds as well. The Atlas Lions will really struggle to shut this one down, especially with those kills that flow in. And now for the Atlas Lions, this is probably more about trying to set up for the P1 push if they can. Champ 17 doing a wonderful job of just cutting through them though and not allowing them that perfect setup. That's a bod.
Cody and Co doing very well to bring this one back into a very closely contested affair. Start from them, but they were looking to right those wrongs now after Atlas Lions did brilliantly over P3 and 4. Those 3 kills for Falcons Academy Green may well allow them to set up for this P2 and P1. 45 seconds remaining at P1 now. Atlas Lions trying to find a way through. That line is slowly being established across the map for Falcons Academy Green. They want to lock this down.
Good here for Falcons Academy. This is a wondrous time for them. Just so much soaking of points against the Atlas Lions. As you can see, as they try to go back and forth and keep this one going, they have got the right setup. They are holding all of the choke points you need to. And if they get this next wave of kills, they will get into P2 as well. Already, though, losing one out towards the back here. 15's going to get back into it as everybody starts to trade. It's still good for Falcons Academy. They do manage to hold on for a few seconds.
Oh, big moment there. Couldn't quite find it if you're a Luca. Turned this one on its head though, haven't they? Rather quickly. Atlas Lions came out absolutely flying. Falcons Academy have really had to reset themselves, take a step back, but that step has now been made forward, and I'm continuing to find some good time. 45 seconds remaining here. Over towards P2, and Falcons Academy have had this setup for quite some time, and are using this setup to the best of their ability. 35 seconds remaining. They may well get every single second.
Trying to just thread these needles as best they can here, but so far so good for Falcons Academy Green. Losing a couple of kills here. They are going to lose P2. It's all but written at this point. One good trade for them, but that is not going to stop the bleeding. will be Falcons Academy Green still in the lead here. You can see there's going to be another push from them as they try to push through onto this point. Not a lot to gain other than map position. 8 seconds of scrap time. Rotation for the Atlas Lions.
Rotation that they absolutely need. Let's see what they can manage here. Trying to keep things rolling. Aluka doing his best to try and help break over towards P3. Atlas Lions could do some time though. Honestly, Brycey, it's been hard fought over the last 3 or 4 hills for them. They need to stabilize the ship, but that ship is rocking. It's taken on water, and Falcons Academy Green are not plugging up the gaps. P3 now under their control. Atlas Lions gonna have to try and find a way through some other way.
Flying about, looking in both directions here, but Falcons Academy Green are making a wonderful time of this point. They were behind when we joined them just a little while ago. They are behind in the series, but this map is looking very much like it's on the way to victory with a full wipe. That is so many kills unanswered. Yeah, the Lions have just not been a part of this hill.
Yeah, the series scoreline not correct, obviously. All things considered, we are at a hard point, and it's saying the 2-0 up, so it can't be right. We will lock back in on that. Keep you up to date of how things are going, but Falcons Academy Green right now have found themselves in a nice spot. And my wife has just brought me a nice coffee, so we are all winning right now.
Yeah, I was just double checking actually now you mentioned that. This seems like it's map 1.
It is.
Because I was wondering, is this map 4 maybe? And they were about to go to map 5, but no, this does very much look like map 1, so it would be the lead for Falcons Academy Green. So far they're having a pretty good time of it. They are taking the lead further and further as they go through. And now with this scrap time, they just need to tick all the points out of any of the remaining rotations.
Yeah, looking pretty solid for them, in all honesty. 20 seconds to go. P5 rotation is there. You've got Atlas Lions spawning where you need to find them. You take that chance 14. Over towards the other side, or look at he's been at the forefront of a lot of everything that they are being doing throughout the entirety of this map. But a couple of kills going to fall through. He's still going to get spawns over towards the back. Yes, you are. 15 seconds is all you need if you're Falcons Academy. You need 115 if you're Atlas Lions.
A bit of a difficult ask for them as well, considering they've just lost their very major gunfight. And players both sides here for the Atlas Lions, so they are going to be able to actually pinch it off the back of the spawn. Hope not quite dead.
Not quite. Not quite. 23 seconds remaining here. Oh, that might hurt though. That might hurt. Only one player who can answer. Did answer in the end. Falcons Academy Green not getting closer. So Atlas Lions maybe extending this, Brycey. You can find this final 10. All of a sudden, you're winning 70. We've seen comebacks on this map before today, Brycey. Does it happen again? I'm not feeling likely after that 3-4 dead for a moment. Falcons Academy looking to close this out on map number 1.
Trying to and actually doing so is a very different prospect. Surely we're not going to see some sort of magnificent comeback with how close Falcons Academy are. Oh, the pinch.
Surely.
Oh, it's an unintentional pinch and they're going to grab it. Falcons Academy just had players both sides of the hill and lost.
How on earth does this happen? Is there something in the water with P1 today? Even if Falcons Academy Green
difficult to hold at the best of times.
Even if they do close this out, it gives Atlas Lions a lot of hope in this series. If they can shove them. Falcons Academy though, starting to try and find some kills through the middle of the map. This is just a little bit haphazard. Honestly, they are flying at them and finding very, very little. Into the point you go. That was the moment, and you managed to find a little bit of a break. But P2's now on its way. And that 70-point lead, it was a 100-point lead, is now down to 40.
And they are in P2. This is ridiculous. Falcons Academy have just not found points. They need a break. There's going to be 2 kills as well. This could be it. It's 2 versus 3 onto the point here. Falcons Academy trying to break through. They are putting bodies into it at the same time. They're going to the top, but it's still the Atlas Lions. The Atlas Lions have found more kills. Another 2-piece. Finally, the Falcons break in. 7 seconds to go. The Atlas Lions have found a bit of steel in the spine, but unfortunately, it is not going to be enough, and it will be Falcons Academy that carry it in the end, but that's not fun.
Yeah, for Falcons Academy, that's one where you look back on and you sort of say, yeah, that should have probably been cleaner. Incredible work, though, from them to get it done in the end. And ultimately, I suppose it doesn't matter how you do it. That one goes their way. Scary one in the end. Atlas Lions shoving them all the way.
Yeah, Falcons Academy almost gave that one up. The P1 to P2 bounce. They had to break on that P2. And a couple of big kills coming through saved their bacon, but it wasn't quite enough. And while we go, we are going to jump into our alpha game for this run around. This map is now loading in. We go into another map 1 hardpoint, see how it's all playing.
Yep. Map number 1 is going to be Omnia and Victor taking on end of year squad. It's one that you would look at Omnia and Victor and you'd like to think that they should be able to get this one over the line. But honestly, nothing is guaranteed. Have a look over. Obviously, the Omnia and Victor roster, we know these names extremely well. End of year squad. And I'll look to try and cause a massive, massive upset here. And it would be that, wouldn't it? This is an Omnia and Victor roster you expect to be able to get this one done.
It should be one of the more one-sided games we've seen recently, but I'll be honest with you, I think every team that's come to play at this major is polished and ready.
Mark Arsley's, this is a roster you would very much expect to be at the business end of the tournament. Never always that way, though, is it? Didn't necessarily have themselves a great time when it did come down to their placing in the Challengers Elite in the final stage. People are showing realistically not making it into playoffs, so that's the kind of competition that's going on in North America, but you would still like to think that NDS squad are going to struggle here.
A lot of pressure coming through, though. Omnia and Victor back into this P2. They're waiting for the spawn. They know it's going to be here. There goes the spawn out. There goes the spawn in. Omnia and Victor do manage to grab it in the end. And they're going to try and fight for this player. They haven't really secured P2 yet, as they know there are players coming against them.
Swarming in over towards the backside. Expecting pressure to come through the mid, but everybody over towards the backside into the small choke point. It'll work out no problem. Can't quite get it done. Alec and Co will find a way through. Arcity's alive and kicking, yet to find himself a kill, but there it goes. Eventually, we'll get one on the board, and his team's still up by 40.
Rotation's good for them as well. So they can find this initial kill in the middle here. They can't. That's a good thing for the end of the year squad, as they will now have the bodies to contest this every single which way they need to. It's their opportunity to get some serious points.
They need some good time, don't they? It's not been by any stretch the best start. Omnia and Victor starting to find some kills across the board here as well. One more player through mid. He will be dealt with. Perfect rotation. Seems like men against boys right now. I feel as if Colossus does really bring this out. You know, when you get that stronger team, if they are a stronger Colossus team on top of that as well, they will put the opposition to the sword.
That is, yeah, very true. Just when you play at that level here, I mean, in the year the squad, as we've said in the last game, not a bad squad at all, but you are right, this is a bit of a step up. In fact, I mean, Omnia and Victor only really got here, but on the back of a 3-2 turn, so it wasn't like they were beaten soundly to get into this lower bracket, and it is one of the big fishes down here.
Yeah, actually, going on to lose up against Exceptional as well, so nice to see the Exceptional comeback story is on the card still. They've got to go up against Bush. I believe that's going to be the next alpha game, but don't quote me. Honestly, games are going on left, right, and center. Some off screen, some on. We'll keep you up to date with as much as we possibly can, but this is, well, quite a dominating map number 1 here from Omnia and Victor so far. People rotation is going to just about belong to them with 30 seconds to go. Going to go for the child here as well. And the squad trying to find a way through, but one by one, they are lambs to the slaughter. And also, was the executioner there for a second. The break looking like it is going to come through, and it will. 20 very welcome seconds for end of the squad.
They're trying to hold it over. There's a lot of pressure coming in. You can already see Omnia and Victor are fighting their way back. And they reach 140 as we go into the next set of rotations. Into the squad, only 25 so far. And while they looked magnificent against Belfast Storm, Omnia and Victor are showing them there are levels to this game.
Certainly all levels at this moment in time. 45 seconds remaining here at P1. We go 40 seconds now. Of time that is likely going to go over towards Omnia and Victor and the S squad. Struggling to find a way through right now. And this one, it feels like a bit of a mismatch at this moment in time, Brycey, isn't it? It's one of those ones that is a little bit hard to really give a good picture on. Omnia and Victor are just seemingly the better squad right this second.
I think that's kind of the case here. I mean, whether or not you see the squad making a bit of a valiant comeback, but they have come hot off of a win as well, so should be in pretty fine fettle, but it is not the case. Although I say this, the P1 sweep into the P2. Normally I'd be saying, hey, a Money Hill gets you back in the game here, but a Money Hill just makes the score a little bit better, but certainly doesn't put you back in the game. Yeah,
still 140 point gap. And these are hard gaps to close. I mean, same perspective. I mean, you've got one player in Challenger of 3 and Crazy who is really struggling. You know, it's not necessarily the end of the world. I mean, but this is the kind of where the better teams prove their mettle, that they don't need to massively outslay. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're comfortably outslaying them, Brycey, but does that look like a leaderboard where you're 170 up? Not to me.
No. No, it does not. But they are, and it's only getting worse.
All live spots and maybes, isn't it? Jesus, if any
squad
squad
grab it.
Yeah, I know, they're finding kills, they're finding a couple of breaks here and there, but it's mostly for 10 seconds.
Not a bad run yet. This rotation could be the end. Although saying that, end of the year squad are here in numbers. We would have to see something pretty miraculous for us to be even slightly convinced that this was about to swing the other way. Unfortunately, with 3 in the kill feed, it looks like Omnia and Victor are the ones who are looking to show us that this game is over.
Trying to find a way through. Struggling. Oh, good God. All right, early. NPC on full show there. 20 seconds to go here. Over towards P3. This one has, well, felt like a formality for quite some time. Transitional play now starting to come through. Tenacitys be the one that breaks this hold over towards his backside. It's feeling more and more likely that's a big win. Needs a little bit of help, though. It does seem as if end of your squad are going to find a rotation over towards P4, but they are still about to be 60-point club, do you like to think?
I think that might be the case. You can hear a Hellstorm coming in to finish this one. Well, I say this, it's not over. It's still pretty much hanging in the balance.
I think you've been very kind. This one, to me, well, it looks over now, doesn't it? 5 seconds to go. Omnia and Victor should be able to get this one over the line, and nicely done. That is as convincing as you possibly would like to see. Map number 1. Yep, levels to the game.
Yeah, not an awful lot to break down about that one, to be honest with you. I mean, I think the best point, and it was you who made it, was the score isn't kind of massive in the slaying ability. It's just the actual points are completely out of control with the rotation. So, and that's probably just the fundamentals, right? If you're grabbing hold of the hill, pushing out the lanes, trading outside of the hill, you don't really need to be a million miles ahead if you're just keeping them staggered.
No, you really don't. You really don't. Ski Sport 2-0 up against In Control. Huntsmen up against Rock Falcons. Falcons Academy Green up against Atlas Lions. All the teams who have just dropped in right now looking very, very solid. I'm curious to see how Aska are going to get on. They have themselves a topsy-turvy time in EMEA Challengers. We'll keep an eye on Delta. That one may well be done very, very quickly. But over on Bravo, Falcons Academy, we've seen them take map number 1. Atlas Lions looking to try and find the comeback, search and destroy. Been told we're heading into it. I was about to say there's no way that we're not a couple of rounds in. This map number 1 ended about 30 minutes ago. Here we are. Oh, I tell you what, the COD crowd in Paris must be good. We got a chance tweet about it.
Well, yeah, they come about once every 4 or 5 months. So yeah, that is pretty telling.
I'm jealous that we're not there, Thomas.
Mr. Ashworth. Anyway, we should lock back into this game. Stallions and Falcons Academy. It's a close one in this S&D. Falcons Academy are wandering around with 3. So they have the numbers. Channel 12 tries to make a difference. Does have the bomb and almost gets caught. That is a wonderful pistol shot, though. 1v1.
Goes for the bomb plant as well. Bold one. And now, for Roxas, what is the plan? Tell you what the plan, Professor, is to wrap this one around, and Roxas may well call this. Oh, the timing is actually absurd. Oh, it's horrible. Oh, it's terrible for both of them. Oh, Professor! Okay, get him on the head. He gunned him. 3-2.
You see, big smiles coming out. Everybody really locking into the pit here, as we know it's starting to get quite tense between them. Looking at the crowd as well. There's some familiar faces in and around the background there, Ton.
Oh, yep, there he is. Rock now actually advancing on very handedly up against BTD, so they're going to be waiting on... Actually, I'm not even 100% sure where Rock are now going to be sitting. Let's have a little look, I think. Oh, okay, so they'll be waiting for, well, the winner of this game, and that is exactly why Steve is there. I can imagine.
That's an interesting one as well, with Falcons Academy's kind of history against Rock.
Yes. Typically hasn't went great for Falcons Academy, but we'll see. We'll see. I know there is a couple players on the Falcons Academy roster that Rock may be inquired about at one given stage. Like the Fabrizio Romano of Call of Duty, mate. I'm not going to even presume you know that reference. Here we are. Falcons Academy green now. The 3 versus 2 scenario. The bomb is down. Big spree going to come in for one of the Atlas Lions players, though. That's challenge 12, and this one's going to keep on rolling for Versa. Can he find the fight? He cannot. Falcons Academy will find the round.
They get it down there as well. Good bit of timing from them at the same time. Atlas Lions just not really able to grab a bit of a toehold on that retake. And these two teams will continue to fight it out on this S&D. But while that is going on, we are going to go over to our alpha game, see how that is getting on. Omnia Invicta going up against end of the year squad.
Yeah, brilliant win for Omnia Invicta in map number 1. And map number 2, they'll be looking to try and do something of a very similar situation coming up here on the Fringe Search and Destroy. Yes, squad heading over towards B. Most of these will see what's going on. You'll back it on down, but just keeping an eye on what's going on. It may well be tempted on a wraparound. It seems as if B is still there. Omni and Victor are on their way back over. And the squad yet to make any decisions.
The kills going in. That player somehow getting out of there. Somehow still staying alive. Not able to win the return gunfight. Round for Omnia and Victor.
Start from them. Just complete takeover by the time they get over. Very little you can do on the opposition side if you don't win your gunfights. Tough luck. Alpha will continue though. Omnia and Victor continuing off on the same kind of stride that they came into it with. Map number 1 was dominant. They'll be looking to try and do that in map number 2 as well.
Couple of nades going out. No real pressure applied yet here from Omnia and Victor. The squad taking a good amount of real estate though on the defense. It's a little bit separate. Not the best position for trade, but it does give them a lot of information.
shots in. Always awkward with the smoke involved. I'm backing on now. If you're decent co though. Oh, sniper in hand as well. Just trying to keep an eye on what's going on. But this bomb is being very quickly moved over towards there. They're kind of surrounded, but the guns are up and they'll feel confident to defend this.
Go back and forth.
Confusing.
Yeah, there's nobody going in. There's 4 players alive and nobody's on the going for it. Somebody must have called that one out. That is a little bit egregious there by Omnia and Victor.
I mean, you've seen them kind of give it up and just want to defend from the yard, but I mean, if you plan it for that side, that can happen. Bit of a stretch comes through and that's all she wrote. Nicely done from Round of Yes squad to get themselves on the board here in the search and destroy.
They'll be upset about that one. Just weren't really expecting it. And here's the thing, you can even see the head of that player poking out and probably was screaming in the comms about the fight. There's so many bodies thrown towards it. You've got to give credit to End of the Year squad for pulling that off.
Big win. Straight out of the gates. Going from Uli, who has been impressive in this game so far. That's going to be bomb carrier down. And now with 4v3 in the favor of Omnia and Victor. It's back to the draw on both NES squad, and now you only have 2 members left. Alive and kicking. Yeah, I've got the bomb though, so that's a positive. But not a great deal of map control here.
For this one. A little bit of a greedy chow going for it, but obviously with the numbers it's not too bad. More out towards this one. Everybody tickling each other up. Eventually do manage to get it down. Last player running. Crazy is going to try and stay alive and maybe find a kill. But with 28 seconds, no bomb and on the wrong side of the map. This is maybe just about getting some stats.
Oh my word, what a gunfight win that is. Incredible work from Crazy. Not going to make a blind bit of difference to the round. Good job though, once again. Omnia and Victor just kind of going through the motions here, if I'm honest with you. This one could be done very, very quickly, Brycey.
It might just be. But hey, you know, End of the Year squad, certainly not a team to be sniffed at. We saw already. I'm still loving the player to get straight on the bomb and just chat out the doorway. So with S&D rounds like this, it could certainly still swing their way. We'll just have to see how they adapt.
Adapt and overcome, Brycey. Adapt and overcome. Big hit over towards the A side. First blood once again going the way of Omnia and Victor. Oh, you're in a lot of trouble. Kai inside of the point, but he is going to be able to get himself out. Everyone from Omnia and Victor surviving and on their way towards B.
Can they get this down clean? Omnia and Victor are very much looking for this one, but there's a fight coming through and they weren't able to do anything. End of the Year squad almost had perfect timing, but this is now a 2 versus 4. Bomb is going to be down as well. Crazy and Reap looking for something here, but that player's already top red, and they find one, they find 2, a 1 versus 2. It's not going to be enough though. Trades against them.
Trades coming through, and they honestly did quite well. I believe it was from the back side. Might be Crip, was it? Oh, Crazy. Found a couple of gunfights, but it's just not good enough right now. Omnia and Victor are running through this game.
Here comes a bit of a push from them. End of the Year squad have moved bomb over to A side, but sent a player all the way deep. That player might be caught here. Fortunately, that nade's going to give him a little bit of breathing room. But how do you get out of this? You're trapped between the 2 carriages. Eventually will go down because of it. They sweep in. But on the other side, End of the Year squad go, all right, we know where the players are. We can take control of the A side. Bomb will go down.
Isn't done just yet, though. Being picked apart from the outside. Oh, and everything is just going the way of Omnia and Victor right now. Challenger 6, can you bring one back into this one? Big gunfight win. A fight's a second, I love it. Don't fancy your chances of finding another, though. And Omnia and Victor play with their food. And a very hefty scoreline in their favor.
Just keep moving forward. And it is starting to feel inevitable. End of the year squad are going to have to show us something a little bit more magnificent to overcome Omnia and Victor, who are very much the favorites in this matchup and are showing us exactly why.
Cruising right now, aren't they? And honestly, that round they lost was just a bit of a mishap, to be honest with you. Smoke down over towards the back, you got to cover that. Passive line being played from the player inside the barn. There's Challenger 3, and he is going to get taken down almost immediately. Complete control is there, though, but keeping an eye out. There are still players lingering around here. 3 versus 3 shots coming through from the backside, and you somehow survived that. If you are on the side of Omnia and Victor, I'm not quite sure how you've done it, and Arcity's on his way around from the flank. Now a 2v2.
Just looking out for this. Back and forth they go. At the moment, it's round and round. Yeah, I've got a plant here, though. Oh, he's in 2 cross as well. That's the information. Keep on planting. I've got you, but they will be here shortly.
Big win. Now can you find anything? If you're NVS squad, this is a huge moment. Oh, you may well just get the timing. Oh, it's absolute perfection. It's absolute perfection. If you can stay away, it's going to be ring around the rosy. Which way is the gunfight going to go? NVS squad, get one down. It's Repu can find it. 4-2.
Tries to make the magic happen, but gets caught before they can do so. And end of the year squad getting one back onto it. It is still S&D. It is still more than plausible for them to get this one going. Right now we are moving and grooving. Omnia and Victor are actually rescuing the schedule a little bit. I know some of the games have been moving around on some of the stations because I think we're ever so slightly behind in terms of where we could be. And obviously,
I think Alpha's behind. I think that's much, yeah.
That's the one we're watching, unfortunately. So it's going to hold up the rest of the bracket.
Yeah, I think it really did kick off with that absolute bang-up between OMiT and FC Stallions. That's what really has put us in this position. Unfortunately, that is going to mean a couple of the winners bracket games are going to go on to side stations, which, you know, we'll try and get as many as we possibly can in this position. That's just how it works. I mean, we can't wait for broadcast opportunities to be coming up for some of these teams. The admins have to keep the tournament rolling. But at this moment in time, Omnia and Victor, as you mentioned, are, well, trying to steady that ship. 3 versus 3 now. Gunfight win's going to go at the end of squad's way. And that is going to be another one, I think. To be honest with you, you're going to be able to find the second gunfight. Oh, that's a scary one. 2v2.
Oh, it's a big gunfight going out towards the front here. Just trying to bait this player in. Well, they give him time of day. Sees a couple of bullets into it as well. Gonna have to go for the chow. Not going to be able to get it. End of the year squad. Still alive, still kicking. Still fighting back.
Winning some rounds, aren't they? They are not respecting the schedule, Brycey. They want to keep contending as long as they possibly can. This is a loser bracket game. Loser is going home. Omnia and Victor have succumbed in the past couple of rounds. The charms of NVS squad. Let's see if they can keep this one rolling, Brycey.
They've done such a great job in those last couple. The crack of a sniper. Clearly left over here to try and keep as much information while not getting picked as possible. Omnia and Victor are fighting their case here, but they actually have a bit of a run into B at this point. This bomb goes down. It'll be a full retake for any of the squad. Nade's already flying out towards it. There goes one. Player's in a position as well. Does he check this? Almost gets caught when he does so.
Foster. Bomb's gone down first. Gunfight is going to be there. Arcides on Overwatch through the middle of the map. So that angle's now cut off at end of your squad. You've got to be so precarious when you're making your moves, so everybody else inside of the site are the ones who have to do the damage. And damage they have done. 2v2, but again, Arcides is there. All of a sudden, 1v1. You know, it's the sniper. You got to jump on the defuse, but Arcides should be here in time if he checks it in time. Ooh. Scary. Omnia and Victor find the round. Arcides with 3.
That can be a little bit worrying. Does get there in time, makes the right call to just swing in. Didn't hate the play, though.
No, I didn't hate it either. But Arcides kind of does the damage that he needs to through the middle of the map. It's just the rest of his teammates who didn't really do a great deal in the site, which make it a nervy round for him. But 7-3 from him doing the work with the VS recon through mid. And he is the one who finds the clutch kill. 5-3 now. Omnia and Victor 1 round away from going 2-0.
End of the squad though, going to get on to B. A stun check will come through. The rest of the team aren't a million miles away now, and well, that's an unbelievable drilling. Going down to where that bomb's going to be down, and does get planted, but they lose a player 4. It's a 2 versus 3. The rest of the players trying to get into as well. Already one player chowed up. There will be a rechow now. A 1 versus 3. Not going to be enough. Finds 1, but no more. Traded out and done. Omnia and Victor 2-0 up.
Nicely done. And the squad proving that they had, well, a little bit of a challenge for them in the search and destroy. Ultimately, not enough to get it over the line, though. Omnia and Victor to the good. And they'll be feeling extremely good about their chances to head into the next rounds. Other games are ongoing, though. Ask Esport, actually. Now 2-1 up against In Control, so they were able to bring one back. Falcons Academy Green 2-0 up against the Atlas Lions. That's a big moment for them. Huntsmen win their game 3-0 up against Rock Falcons. Then we'll be crashing out. Huntsmen against Better Sweet and loses round 5, by the way. That's going to be an interesting one. Omnia and Victor, though, as you've just seen, are 2-0 up in this game. We'll be feeling incredibly positive about their chances of advancing to losers round 5.
All right, well, let's find out how the rest of these games are going. Over on Bravo, Atlas Lions going up against Falcons Academy Green. This is the overload first half, and I was going to have to say the Atlas Lions are winning, but that is definitely about to be a draw game.
This is a very, very confusing score. We've just seen 2 Hellstorms in the back of Falcons Academy Green. They were down. So I don't know if Atlas Lions have just found a couple of chances and made the most of them, but Falcons Academy Green seem to be in control of this map right now.
Trying to get their way through again here. They've got to play deep into it as well. Can't turn and burn, though, and lost the lead blocker. Someone's going to be against them as well. Is it to go for this? And they do. Yes, that is. They had somebody there to defend. The Atlas Lions have let one slip.
This one seems to be turning on its head rather quickly. Hellstorm going to have to come in, though, to, well, just allow them to maybe take a little bit more control. Well, plenty enough. And 3 dead on top of that as well. One more gunfight to find on your flank, and that was an important one to be found. Charms 12 of the Atlas Lions. Map is in a bit of a precarious spot now. Nobody really in control.
Well, it's going fairly well for it. This is that one last player you can see into the bottom map here. They're trying to just catch him, and they will do before any more damage is done. Now that the back line is cleared, you can play for the EMP.
40 to go. Positioning now there for Falcons Academy Green to maybe get something with the line, but Atlas Lions. Honestly, it's going to be a shame to see them drop out, presumably. Because we have seen a couple of decent appearances from them, but right now they are just coming up against stronger opposition.
There should be another one in. There should be the end of the half as well. And it will be Falcons Academy Green against the Atlas Lions. And for the Atlas Lions, you are right, Tunt. This feels like they have to push a boulder up a mountain. It's not going to be an easy time for them. So a bit of meeting of the minds there at the back.
Oh yes, we are having a real talk over things, aren't we? So the Omnia game should be up and running for map number 3 shortly. A big amount of Saudi representation now on the challenger scene, as has been the case for the past year or so. Very interested to see how that's all going to kind of shake out next year. You got Falcons to come in consideration. Yeah, is not over, but poor showing at minute 4. Could be shaken up on that side of things, which will ultimately roll downhill into the challenger circuit to see how things are going to work out there as well. Should be interesting how things are going to play out on the challenger scene for that region next year as well. Falcons Academy right now, though. Fortitude to be good here in this overload. And with 4 minutes to go. Looking to secure their spot in the next round here, Bryce. It's looking like a tall order for the Atlas Lions.
They're making a lot of inroads, though. You can see the pressure that they are putting on here. They've got players going through. Oh, that's a massive 2. And the third will come in from a teammate. Atlas Lions had an opportunity. They really were aggressive with this, and that's probably what they'll need to do for the rest of this overload. Be aggressive, trying to get this score back onto even keel. Another couple of kills going down. They are pushing forward once again. Problem is, they don't have mid-map control.
Well, you really need to very, very quickly, but a pinstripe kill feed is not going to be good enough for them. You need to find a big moment if you want that map control, and you want to actually get something going here. Over towards this B side. You've got your lead blocker there. Just can't get past them. That mid-map control is there for Falcons Academy Green, and they'll pick up the pieces. Now in complete control. If not for a couple of gunfights that do go the Atlas Lions' way.
They're still trying to push this one forward. You can see that Falcons Academy are more or less just rock solid in the defense. They are not allowing this one to slip at all. Can the Atlas Lions find because they need to? That's a big couple of kills going down. This might be enough. There's going to be a third, and that is stopped. The one player that needed to get through didn't. Oh, the stall is a nightmare.
Falcons Academy doing what they need to right now. Clutch kills coming through, and they just want to seal the deal on this one with 3 minutes to go. I think another cap from them would very much make this one a little out of reach for the Atlas Lions. Gunfight to the middle of the map, though. Atlas Lions keeping that pressure on, but ultimately the control will be Falcons Academy Greens to give up. And just will have to take their time here. Atlas Lions are the ones who are going to have to put the pressure on. That's easier said than done from this position. However, they managed to do so. Good couple of gunfights falling their way, and still a lead for them. And what is still a close game. This is still doable for Atlas Lions, but just feels as if the final hurdle is something that's eluding them.
While this game winds its way to its inevitable conclusion, potentially we're going to go back to our alpha game. Omnia Invicta versus end of the year squad. So far Omnia Invicta 2-0 to the good, and we'll see just how this overload plays out.
Let's see. I think based on how the first 2 maps have went, that Omnia Invicta should be able to cook yet. That's not always the way, is it? Although saying that, those are good gunfights to be found. Nicely done. Through the middle of the map by Omnia Invicta, who can get this one rolling. A little bit of control for them on the solar panel side.
They continue to go for this auto switch. At the moment, they do have the bodies to try to get it done. Still fighting, still trying to push their way through. This is not an easy kind of thing to accomplish. I'm surprised they haven't had to switch before now. Every player is going to be there.
Pushing forward, and I mean, that is just egregious, to be honest with you. How on earth have you managed to make that work if you're the first one forward, you're the one with the drone in hand, and you still make it land? Omnia and Victor in complete control of this map now as well. And this is where things could potentially get a little bit ugly. And with the mercy rule being something that could come to effect, that's something you got to worry about if you're end of year squad.
Away from as well. It looks like we'll potentially lose a player here as they go for another relay. Omni and Victor just trying to see how many kills they can actually get to. Move the CMP once again. It has spawned up. They are waiting for the pressure that actually isn't developing the way they thought it would. They're expecting mid-map control, and eventually end of the year squad do get some control back on this map.
Zero up though, they do get that control and just need a relay of their own to maybe get things rolling, but I mean, it's not looking likely, is it? I think we keep trying to grasp at straws for end of year squad, but I think it might be end of your year squad at this moment in time, Percy. This one looks done to me. And this is just as easy as you like for Omnia and Victor, who are looking to try and get that mercy rule invoked very, very quickly. This could be 4-0 in the blink of an eye. Big fights coming through again. Omnia and Victor are running away with this one.
Oh yeah, this is take no prisoners time. If they get this one done quick enough, they can have a little break before the next game. I think actually that's probably a lie. Where the bracket is, we're in the stage of the bracket where everybody's to keep playing to keep on moving forward. But you are right, this is 1v1. That's not going to end the game there.
Trying to keep themselves alive in the middle of the map, just to try and keep that pressure on. Good gunfight win has to be found here in the middle of the map by Mac. He's trying to wrap this over towards the CEST. Needs a little bit of help from the rest of his team. Doesn't have it. Awkward. Yeah, always awkward. We'll be able to bounce this one back though. The rest of the team are here. Big gunfights need to be found here by end of year squad, and they are.
Fighting going through end of the year squad, looking to try and make this play work. Still have control, still have players looking for it as well. That's a big kill going down. That opens up some pressure on the flank. And very much are just waiting to see if they can find the kills that they really want to have, but still, this remains a stalemate.
Can't quite get this fourth one over the line with a minute to go. They will be trying to do so. NWS squad trying their best to just hang on. A minute to go though. The riding well, may well be on the wall, but if they can find this gunfight, then all of a sudden, can they turn it around? Not gonna happen. Shut down by Mac. He was very much, well, not quite melting the third, but he can find the first two, and that just eases the pressure on Omnia and Victor after they lose those first couple of fights in the middle of the map. Now Omnia and Victor can get this one going again.
Has been a bit slower here in the second half of the first half. Or second quarter if you're American. Really able to really accomplish very much, to be honest with you. The end of the year squad had the EMP for quite some time. And they will do it again here. Might even have a free play if they get it timing just right. And they are going to be out with this one. Trade still in abundance.
Well, surprising to see that Omnia and Victor did not manage to find the fourth, to be honest with you. With 25 seconds to go. It's going to be the opportunity of end of year squad to maybe get one on the line, and this is important. 3-1 would feel, well, at least a mountable comeback, wouldn't it? You can't get this one over the line, though. Is the confidence going to be there? Oh, you have to be careful through the mid-map. You can see the MP carrier was making his move, but all of a sudden you're going to have to make the move over towards B. 6 seconds to go. I honestly don't think they've got the time. You've just got to run. You've just got to sprint. Do you have the cover? You absolutely do, but you do not have the time. You wasted too much time. Omnia and Victor still 3 to the good.
End of year squad, it might be the end of the all year. Can they find a provincial Uber reverse sweep? That's what we call it, right? It was a super reverse sweep. Yeah, it's one of them.
The Giga reverse sweep.
The Giga reverse sweep, that's what it is. Where you got to win by being down on the control and then win the series.
There we were. Let's go. Omnia and Victor. Can you get this one over the line? 3-0 up and cruising, but 4.5 minutes to go. NWS squad. Can they provide some sort of comeback? They actually did well on the back end of that half, to be honest with you. And a pinstripe kill feed across the board. This maybe going to offer an opening. Oh, you need to make those pistol shots count. The gun is good, but you need to land your shots. And Omnia and Victor, well, going to make NWS squad go back to the drawing board.
EMP still in a little bit of an open space as they look to grab it here as well, but that's a big kill. They're now going to move it when they get away. There's going to be a player behind them. 05 is looking for this. And Mo, you're outnumbered. Player behind you as well. They might be able to win this next gunfight and scoop and run. And they do. So this is potentially going in. Look at all the bodies going through though, but nobody moves the EMP. They're clearing that up with their second player. It might have been a bit of a more dangerous situation for them before more reinforcements could get there.
Although it's just all working out. Omnia and Victor. Still in a nice spot. Not quite being able to have that map control that they had over the first couple of minutes, have they? Good shots coming through. You may well be able to add further fuel to the fire. 3.5 minutes to go, irrelevant of that. So, if you're end of your squad, you still need to turn around somehow.
3 minutes to go. This game isn't over, but it is getting harder to win. Omnia and Victor can continue this state of game and walk away with the series. End of the year squad absolutely cannot. Kill going down, pistol fight around the corner here. A couple more kills going on through at the same time. End of the year squad, I mean, they're getting some possession this time around, but what they are unfortunately not managing to grab is any sort of momentum to actually swing this EMP in. And all that is really happening is time is burning. Wait a second. This is an opportunity. They have the bodies for it. Unfortunately, they have somebody against them who is not willing to let it go.
Feels as if NVS squad are just delaying the inevitable and not really preventing it from happening. I'm actually just stopping the... I've lost the ability to speak, Pricey. It's 30
oh my goodness,
degrees.
Park the bus.
I actually parking the bus.
Ages.
I actually respect it. I kind of do and I kind of don't.
It's been a while.
It has been. It's like Brazil parking the bus up against Cape Verde right now. In all honesty, respectfully. Okay, football references coming through, I'm sorry.
I feel like it's okay. It's World Cup time.
It is. If there's anything at time.
I just haven't seen a park the bus in a while. I mean, not with this much time left. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's working. EMP will probably reset. I don't know whether Omnia and Victor will go back, but they are going to. They're going to continue to park the bus. Well, it's going to be defense for the rest of this time then, by the look of it.
Is there any other games prediction going on?
Yeah, this one might be over. And not in a cool way either.
Honestly,
in the slow, torturous death of our time.
Yes. I was kind of, you know, watching the first half thinking, oh, okay, they're probably going to 4-0 them and then probably try and do something very similar in the second half. This is not how I've seen this one unfolding. At all. Maybe just one more minute of this match to go. Ask Esports up against In Control. I believe. Have a look. Has that one actually went to a map 5? Yes, it has. Oh my goodness. Well, that's one you can keep an eye on Delta. We're just closing out Alpha, and then we're going to be moving to a game with the Bush taken on. Exceptional. That's going to be fun. Esports against Falcons, Academy Greens coming on Bravo. Huntsmen against Sweet and Charlie. They are losers games, by the way.
The enemy team is too bothering. End of the year squad. I've got, yeah, we're not going to continue battering our way into this park the bus here. They are sitting in their own
bothering
spawn.
commentating it as well. So I think, you know what, fair enough.
I just haven't seen one in so long. And well, nothing left but for time. Omnia and Victor will win this 3-0. End of the year squad will lose and be removed from the venue. No, they won't actually be removed, but they are out of the tournament.
Get out. How do you say get out in French?
Out. Maybe that'd be something for a future tournament. You know, we have like just a squad of security, just bundle the players up and throw them out the door in a safe way, obviously, but you know, more dramatic ending to it.
Security coming along going, Sotia. That's how you say get out in French. There you go, mate. I just thought, just in case.
We're all learning today.
Oh yes, we are indeed learning. Learning how quickly my brain can work out players to do with numbers as well. Not that quickly. This is my learnings over this morning, if I'm totally honest with you. But here we are. Omnia and Victor will advance through after being dropped in the losers bracket by exceptional 3-0 win. And if your squad, is over and done with, just like that, in a 3-0 fashion. And just actually a 3-0 fashion with a park the bus at the end of it as well. Gotta sting.
Yeah, that is not a kind of a glorious bit of fight towards the end. It is, like I said, it's just weird. I've not seen a park the bus in months and months, it feels like, especially not with that much time going. They weren't really in trouble of losing either, but sometimes you don't end with a bang, you end with a whimper, and it will be the case. Into the year squad are out to Omnia and Victor 3-0. They will continue on at the major.
They will indeed. And they'll still be a bit of a threat, you know. I mean, towards the latter stages. Having a look at what they've got to go up against next, and it is not an easy game. I know I'm about to come out on camera, but I'm still going to have a little quick look of where Omnia and Victor are going up against. It's a double Omnia game. That's one that you don't want on broadcast if you're a commentator. It's already confusing enough today. Omnia and Victor will be taking on Omnia Stallions. So that is something to keep an eye on if you are a fan of either one of those teams. But hey, we've got some winners bracket games coming up shortly, Bryce.
We certainly do. Winners bracket is going to it, but before we do that, we're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. More action here at the major after this.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Major 4 Challengers Open live in Paris. We are getting ready to jump into some more Call of Duty action and taking you through it. I'm Visions, that's Seymour, doing a bit of a swap here, and we'll be closing out the night. So it's going to be an exciting time, Colin. We've had a lot of matches that have not disappointed, some upsets thrown in here and there, and now I can only imagine things are certainly going to heat up just a tad bit more.
A few surprises, a couple upsets to note. I think Torn making a run through the winners bracket has definitely been a surprise, especially after what they offered in the North American Elites. Team War taking down P7 Notorious and Huntsmen both in a 3-0 fashion. That's the biggest surprise, and this Team War squad just can't stop surprising us after their showing back in North American Elites. Now waiting the victors between the Telluride Bush and Exceptional GM, maybe a rematch from our NA Grand Finals early on already in Paris. But we got some more, especially in the losers bracket, to talk about. And one of those surprises being the Huntsmen in the lower bracket early, now taking on Tyler Fellow and his band of rookies.
The band of rookies, I like that. And listen, these two squads have a little bit of history between one another as well, right? You look back to what was happening during the North American Elite that we just had, and these two actually played each other in the lower semifinals, and Huntsman got the best of them in 3-1 fashion. So Bittersweet looking for their get back here on land. This would be the place to do it, as we do obviously jump right into the hard point and see that Bittersweet are in a decent spot for as far as getting some time, but Huntsman on the prowl looking to see if they can break in, just don't have the close spawns to do it.
I didn't get to see them play the Sake hardpoint when they did match up against each other. However, a map of this caliber should be fitting to a team like Bittersweet when you get Vic, you get Peel ripping the way that they can. Players like that, Vic is not going to be the one on this team. It's going to be Peel and Nate that you're going to be looking at for Bittersweet to take over on a map like Sake Hardpoint. Already off to a good start, and they're going over towards the new rotation as well. A little bit of a battle there for the Huntsmen trying to walk away, but it will be Bittersweet in first.
Bittersweet in so far. Peel off to a very nice start under Challenger 23, 9-5. Inside the hard point though, massive 1v1 win will start to allow Huntsmen to stack up a bit of points, much needed points here, but spawns being fought for, so far being held off in the back. Now the attention through the front, looking for the pistol kill. It is good. Bittersweet able to break through the front, get into the time, and maybe even influence the spawns. Huntsmen no longer have the spawns in the back.
That's a big break from Bittersweet, especially with the lead that you have right now. Now you can look to fully take control of a Sake hardpoint, especially with how far away the Huntsmen are spawning. You got bottom well control, already looking for players to hit the flanks, clean up top bridge, funnel the Huntsmen into pinpoint locations, and take over the rest of the scrap time. Rotation for Huntsmen to B4 has to be their focus. They need to get some good time off this hill.
Yeah, so far so good for Bittersweet, but as you said, Huntsmen need a response, and this is the time to do it. Rotational kills so far decent, looking for the trades, and the trades are starting to follow. So Huntsmen doing a good job on that first wave of kills here for Bittersweet. Now looking towards the front, stuns, nades, everything being thrown over the top, looking for those entry kills and looking for that first pick, but so far just trades going to go back and forth. Huntsmen again still with those close spawns, but Bittersweet able to get a toe in.
Investing a Hellstorm as well, just to force the Huntsmen back into towards Dojo. So now the Huntsmen get a vie for some control, fighting from the lesser side, and Bittersweet with the NPCs out, they just take over. 3 kills, pushing the Huntsmen back, gonna force a little bit of a split spawn. So see if the last member of the Huntsmen can maybe do a little bit of damage, but they don't. And I'm gonna have to fight 3 versus 4 in for the last 20 seconds and look towards P5 as well. And that is just not a winning battle for the Huntsmen at all. The Bittersweet out for a great start in this map 1.
Yeah, a lot of that time gets contested, or at the very least, some of it even ends up going over to Bittersweet despite the early rotation. So we make our way to new. Early touches look like they should very well be here for Bittersweet as Huntsmen start to cut through the map and make their way to the new hard point, but no one's going to get on the hard point just yet. So everything kind of going neutral for the first 10 seconds. Bittersweet now look to get in position, but you can see Huntsmen have made their way through, starting to fan out across the map. Finally, a decent position to maybe start collecting some time.
This is where the Huntsmen really needs to step up in terms of locking down these rotations. You can't be allowing Bittersweet to break the way that they have been, and even just stealing a couple of seconds away is going to be enough. They're going to use a Hellstorm to keep Huntsmen out of the hill, hold on to this 40-point lead. and see if they can break in now from the less preferred side, force the Huntsmen back in towards P2, and you even got a flank being ran here by Prada. He's looking to clean up the windowsill with the pistol, finishes everything, Austin. And Bittersweet are looking good so far, 122 and counting, heading into the second set of rotations. It's been rough so far for the Huntsmen in terms of the slang, and you gotta point out a couple of pain stat lines here between Brack and Johnny. Challenger 21 and 22 on that kill feed. Need to step up in the second set.
Yeah, Prada has been really the silver lining here so far for Bittersweet. We saw it a little bit earlier on from Nate, but now it's really coming together, and this is exactly what you need if you're Bittersweet. Huntsmen, though, need to find a response and need to be able to start collecting some of this time and defending the breaks. That's what Bittersweet's been great at, and there's a great moment right there for Huntsmen. Still lots of time to try to collect on P1, but they're finally winning out on some of the trades.
So see if you can climb your way back up. Big focus here for the Huntsmen is going to be not only holding down this time, but see if you can win some fights and flip these spawns. Bittersweet deny you of that opportunity. It's going to be a comfortable setup towards the new hill, holding on to this lead as well. So you leave behind, fellow. See what damage he can do in transition. He's good for one. And this is going to be where Bittersweet can start to pull away even further on the Sake. Not an easy hill to break, especially when Prada's holding on to another Hellstorm.
Slow start here for Johnny as well. Challenger 21. Don't often see him almost double negative, and you feel like something might just need to change, but at the moment, kills just slowly coming through. Nate puts together about 3 to 4 kills as well as Challenger 30, but will now be eliminated. So Huntsmen gearing up for what is going to be a massive push from the front. The spawns are still very close for Bittersweet, so they're ready for the counterattack and ready to try to hold this.
Only been 30 seconds, so you're looking for a quick break, but what a play call from Prada. He's going to wrap all the way back around. Could have found 2. Huntsmen deal with it, and they will find their way into the hill. 20 seconds that you'd love to pick up here, but it is going to be the back spawns for Bittersweet, so another wave that you have to fight through, and there you have it. 3 clean for the Huntsmen to lock down the rest of that time. You're going to keep those back spawns for the Bittersweet. Now looking for the transition over. It's just going to be Peel over here. Challenger 24. He's got to do the utmost now to give his team a chance.
Yeah, he's only able to find that first, so need to break through the front. Last time Bittersweet were really good at being able to bully their way through, get onto the hard point. This time around, not going to happen. So Huntsmen can really get a read on these spawns and start to set up a defensive perimeter just around the hard point. Not the easiest to also flip things out. You have to battle through this area. It doesn't give you a whole lot of cover. The nade's going to connect, but the follow-through is not going to be there. So Huntsmen slowly clawing back into this one. And now it's going to be another push right through the middle, seeing if they can fight for the back 25.
You want to get the rest of this time with the Huntsmen. You don't want to give Bittersweet a chance to break it, but here they are, right through bridge. 3 kills already. Going to be in 4. Peel taken over the clearance of the Huntsmen. They've rotated over to P4 now. They've just given it up. However, with Bittersweet breaking that, now you go to a hill that is wide open and primed for Prada to call the Hellstorm.
Yeah, this would be a moment you feel like you could certainly utilize it. Kills coming through into the back. Bittersweet do manage to make it safe, and Hellstorm does come out, so the information gonna be there. Just doesn't find a whole lot of connection. Great nade over the top. 5 in a row now coming through for what is Peel on your screen at the moment, and long range shots gonna follow through. Good cleanup for number 6. Chance to earn the Hellstorm, but no, shut down in the final kill. Huntsmen now able to get right back into this game. We got ourselves a hell of a hard point to kick off the set.
This is the best case scenario. Prada's going to try to take a route, but he's been noted. So you know that there's a player flanking. Bittersweet trying to hit this from 2 different angles. It's not going to be easy, so you need to come out with a couple of these entry kills. And the Huntsmen once again denying you 4 clean in the feed. Huntsmen lock it down. We're back to a tie game. They've clawed their way back into the Sake map 1. Now we get a rotation. All level.
Last couple seconds, surely to be picked up by the Huntsmen, as it might even just give them the lead change, and it does. New gonna open up, and look at what Bittersweet have to do. They have to push through olds here. At least they find some of the exits decently cleanly, but for the most part, you're still gonna have to try to break into the hard point, and it looks like they've done just that. So finally, a good moment to talk about for Bittersweet. They find a swift rotation to the new hill, should get a decent read on these spawns, and now they have a chance to start to get that lead back here in their favor.
And you're just going to keep Peel top window. See if he can continue to keep Huntsmen out of these power positions, and a big win in the window allows you to watch over the rest of your team, just soaking up time inside the hard point. 7-point lead and growing. 25 seconds still to gain off this time, and Huntsmen don't want to give that one up. You can see there's a rotation coming out towards P2, but again, Bittersweet just winning with the fights. Fly out for Fellow, and the CEO takes over.
What a moment from Fellow, just to lock in this remaining time, and you know what, every single second could play the difference at this point in time, in this stage into the game, but things gonna reset. Back to the middle, we're about to go, and Bittersweet have themselves about a 25-point lead. Huntsmen need to be better around P1, need to start to find these cleanup kills, and they're doing a good job of it here so far.
3 go down. I mean, you are looking to bunker on this time. I like this call, though, from Fellow. See if you can find any kills from behind. However, he's going to be sniffed out, so it's all eyes for the Huntsmen. You got your setup. This is as perfect as you can ask for. You just cannot break now. No chance to fold.
Fellow, though, actually spawns behind this play, so had the chance to play upset here against Huntsmen that are not going to expect it. They do find the trade quickly, but Bittersweet still able to fight their way through. 20 seconds remaining on the hard point. Huntsmen spawning in the back here, trying to press forward. Player number 24, that's Prada. He's been just absolutely on fire, but this is big scrap time, and Huntsmen look like they might be in position to get it. Big position in the back, and they're able to find another one from Huntsmen.
They got to race, though. They got to break this one. It's only 17 seconds for Bittersweet, and this is not an easy hill to break, so you got to do it from behind, and they've already taken over those spawns. So turning around for Bittersweet, but they're losing the gunfights, Austin.
They sure are. Huntsmen need to break in, and they have to do it now. Not able to find the transfer onto the second. Just a few more seconds is all Bittersweet really needs to close it out, but the spawns at the back look like they might just be locked in for Huntsmen. Bittersweet gonna have to do it from the front.
Oh, and then a nade come through. What a nade from Bracken. It's right out front. Carson looking to call game. The tides have turned. The Huntsmen have battled back. It's a comeback for the ages and a chance to lead this best of 5. Bittersweet looking for heroics, but it's not going to arrive. Only 10 more seconds. And the Huntsmen have them spawning in Narnia. No chance for Bittersweet to come back. No chance to touch. A game 1 that you'll never forget.
Unbelievable stuff for Huntsmen. Down, but most certainly not out of it. Fight back into it. Certainly some fumbles to talk about for Bittersweet. As you can see, I'm sure just a tad bit of frustration, but have to shake it off. You know how close some of these sets were last time these two matched up against one another in the North American playoffs in Stage 4 Elite. And, well, it starts to translate right into this set as well, as we would expect. We'll have to keep our eyes on this series because you know it's going to be a fun one. You know it's going to be a close one. So, oh, man, I'm excited to see where that one ends up going as we now jump into our Bravo stream here with Falcons up against Rock Esports. Little Saudi on Saudi action kind of taking place.
Yeah, well, how do you do as well as we get the socket open up again as we go from one high-octane match to another one, Austin. And this is going to be an interesting deal because you got Falcons Academy Green who make the roster change. You get Geo in place of Nox as he goes up to the Carolina Royal Ravens. And for Rock Esports, I mean, you wanted to bring Clocks in for Stage 4. It didn't pan out the way that you wanted. And I'd say for the most part, Rock Esports have been on the downtrend in Challengers. So you bring back Rixel, going to Paris. You have a chance to bring back your old lineup. See if you can get some of that Major 1 heroics that took the open back in Texas. But we haven't seen the same Rock as we're used to. And now versus your sister organization of Falcons, basically. Like you said, Saudi representation. This is where you really got to step in.
Yeah, have to step in. And so far, Falcons have been leading the charge on the Sake hardpoint. And I think important to note, Aluka has also just been absolutely on one. We were watching that set earlier today where he drops almost 50 kills for the L. So this man has been on a rampage, and he is going to be Challenger 18. But at the moment, King of Body's been really leading the charge for the Slang, 16-8. And Falcons now find themselves with a couple of sprees, but have to turn their attention to the hard point. Rock Esports will contest it here for the time being.
And it's good time from Rock Esports as you get 5 in a row. For that Hellstorm, what a pickup this would be. 24, 30 seconds left. It sounds like Falcons Academy are actually going to call in their Hellstorm, so try to force some fights into Dojo, see if you can take this spree away from Rock Esports, and you do just that. You break back in, holding on to the 7-point lead, making it really difficult for Rock to mount any form of a comeback.
down by about 70 points, and would love to try to get some of this scrap time. And with these deep spawns coming through, this should actually be decent for the rotation as well to the next point. So Rock in a decent position to actually find some exits, and you can see it starting to find a couple of just freebies in and around this rotation as another kill is going to come through. That's number 4 in a row. So Rock Esports starting to finally find some of that flair, starting to put it together, and they're back in control of the new hill.
Pinch forming for Falcons, but you've already dealt with one side, so everybody's going to turn back over to P2 to make sure that you don't flip these spawns. And I was going to say, so far so good for Rock Esports. However, Falcons are getting some splits, and that's really going to separate your attention for holding on to this P5. And you can see right there, Falcons just used their numbers to swarm and collapse. 3 kills in the feed. Breaks into the last 20 seconds, holding on to what is a monumental lead for Falcons heading into the second set of rotations. So you pick up the rest here, and you gotta hope they can walk away with these kills, because if not, then the Falcons are looking for an easy transition to 1 to try to chain together even more time on Sake.
Yeah, that's a punishing play, and we'll be able to find 1 rotational kill, but you can certainly feel there's a little bit of that pressure starting to set in for Rock Esports. That's starting to play just a little bit desperate, but still lots of time to bring this one back, as we just saw in the previous game. And they have been good at least getting to the new hill first and winning those rotational gunfights as the hardpoint spawns. It's really getting the read on what the hit's going to come together like, and now they're starting to piece together kills. That's going to be a double that ends up coming in, maybe even a triple, but the trade will follow, and Rock will still maintain pressure on P1.
Gotta give respect where respect is due for King of Body right now. 23 and 16 for Falcons. Not a lot of time, but Gio's the one sitting in the objective, soaking up all that build time that you have. And see if this slaying disparity can keep you in the lead. Rock Esports have garnered themselves a comeback off that P5 and P1. So good job for the team in purple to start to claw their way back into this map number 1 for this series. However, right now, it's only going to be Rixel on the rotation. He's sitting back P2, and he is on an island.
Yeah, he certainly is. Does win his 1v1 though, and that puts just, wow, Spawn just comes right in. That's unbelievable. I mean, you're thinking you're blocking there 100%. No, apparently not. So almost a little bit of a freebie, we'll call it here for Rock Esports, and that very well could have huge implications on the game, because look at how far Falcons are out right now.
And just look at the teamwork coming out from Rock Esports. When you look across the board, everybody in the hill, everybody getting kills, and you just can't say the same about Falcons Academy Green. This comes back to what you were saying about Aluka earlier, the near 50 bomb for the loss. I mean, we know this team can slay, but when it comes to the objective, they just don't piece it together, and it looks like we're still seeing those issues versus Rock. Yeah,
and this is just scrap time that we're fighting for here. So what is this going to do to the spawns? Rock should still spawn in the back, so this will delay them just a little bit on said rotation to new. Falcons almost required to win these rotational gunfights, but you can start to see some of the players in the subs making their way, and led by at least player number 2 on screen, seeing if he might be able to find something, and he does find a double and breaks in. This is going to buy time for Rock Esports to actually fight this from the front.
And you're waiting for a pinch that's just not going to happen. So hoping that you can bunker down and block right now. Falcons Green giving away a lot of time to Rock Esports. Now up to a 30-point lead, fighting out for the back spawns, and you're finessing if you're Rixel. See if you can fly back out. Everybody else on the other side trying to hold on to the pinch, and there it is. The kill comes through. Still getting all this time. What is happening for Falcons Green? They're just giving everything away.
It feels like they just have not been able to piece it together when it comes to collecting the time in this second set of rotations, and it's being felt on the scoreboard because they had about an 80-point lead at one point in time, and Rock Esports are heating up, but this is a good moment to get some scrap time. Falcons Academy really need it, and now they're making their way to new, where that first gunfight was actually initially won by Falcons, but now you're looking for some follow-up trades, need to get the kill in the back, and they do, so a good chance maybe to finally lock in a setup and get some time back.
Just for hindsight, for anybody who wasn't really tuning in at first, we joined in a set ago back at the P3 of the first rotations. It was 90-10 for Falcons Academy, a full 90 points plus now for Rock Esports, kind of flipping this one around. It's nearly doubled the points of what Falcons had when we jumped into this map mode combo. So going into this P4, you don't have a Hellstorm, you have the back spawns, but you need to break as a team, and we're just seeing individual efforts thwarted by Rock Esports.
Tough all around for Falcon Academy Green fans, but Rock Esports going to be very pleased with how this one has now shaped up. Over 200 points and counting. scrap time being fought for. Falcons would love to give it a look, but a look is all they're gonna give it because it doesn't feel like they can get on the time and stay alive. Rock Esports getting close to closing it out and have a chance to do so at the next hill.
You're getting shut out. This is impressive. Rock, the tenacity to come back from a game like this one. You're still fighting for those back P2 spawns, and Falcon's gonna win the battle. So you set up on bricks. You watch over your team to see if you can kickstart the comeback off this P5 into the new rotation. I've seen it before on Sake. No doubt in my mind that a team like Falcons can get it done, but they need to start piecing together these rotations better.
It is very much do or die situation, and it still feels like they win a lot of those early gunfights, but just can't get to the time. Rock Esports breakthrough again. They're now really close to closing this one out. You are going to see 3 members go down for Falcons. Last one up is going to be fighting for his life. He's going to drop down as well. Rock Esports, they could get it done right here.
One more flank. They put the nail in the coffin, Austin. 3 kills in, and there's going to be no chance to touch Rock. What a map one from 90-10 down. You claw back, you give up 50 points since, and you rattle the brains of Falcons of what just happened. And you see Steve Vortex in the back. He's giving some fist bumps. He knows he's got the team dialed in for the lower bracket run. For kind of a run that means a lot right now to Rock Esports, because when we talk about these two squads, Rock Esports especially, I mean, you start the year winning Texas Open, you come second place in Birmingham, and since then, since the MPC has kind of joined the meta, we've seen nothing but a downtrend for this squad. A couple roster changes into Stage 4 and then Paris, and you're hoping to get that mojo back, so maybe against Falcons, this is where we see that ignite. We got some more time to see that best of 5 develop. We're going to be bouncing around to some more POVs, and we got our Delta matchup between Stallions and Ask Esports right now, where we're looking at Stallions leading on Den Hardpoint by quite a margin.
Yeah, it feels like they're now in a good position to potentially get the job done in their first map here in the best of 5, but I'll have to see if Ask Esports have anything that they can try to do to bring this one back. We've seen a lot of comebacks so far to kick off our set, so see if another one is potentially in the cards as we make our way to the new hard point. And Ask Esports were in control, but with those kills, it feels like Stallions now can fan out themselves, start to spread out across the map, and maybe fight for the back 30 seconds here, and that would put them in a good position to close it out going into new.
There was a couple of, like, I'd say red flags for this Stallions team going into Paris, especially after their Stage 4 performance, Austin, but I feel like they're really finding some good flow as it seems, you know, brought into Paris. I thought they looked good in the winner's bracket. You know, unfortunately, they get reverse swept by OMiT EU, but
yeah,
still a team that looked dangerous. It seemed like you were gelling behind the leadership of Asim, and I think that's what you kind of look for bringing Asim into this roster, is that he doesn't need to be the one to perform. He just needs the one to keep them together.
Yeah, you kind of good to have that leadership and like that strong voice. I mean, that's something that, you know, Asim could certainly bring to the table. So I'm with you for as far as trying to get them there, and we'll see if they can start to stack up some wins. Sometimes it takes that very first good series to come together, and you can get the job done through it. So we'll have to see how it continues to progress. For now, Ask Esports certainly giving Stallions a bit of a run for their money here. The spawns in the back, though, for the Stallions might be able to overwhelm and overrun said hill, but with that double, that's going to slow things down and give them a fighting chance. Just not able to play the trades any longer. And now Stallions back in control here with the back 20.
It's going to be a lot for Ask Esports to really step up against a team like this, especially when you're looking at Alpha in home country, to kind of be that rookie to show off in front of friends, in front of family. You lose to European counterparts in P7 to drop into the lower bracket, but why not take down the Stallions? Why not get some revenge there if you're Alpha? And on this Den, I mean, it's going to be a tall order to come back from a deficit like this, but you kick things off with the P1. We've seen things happen in terms of chaining hills together, but you got to fight against the Hellstorm now. It's going to give Stallions the setup.
Yeah, so many tools to work with here if you're the Stallions. I mean, you can take additional routes. You have Hellstorms coming in, and feels like just a little bit too much to deal with, unfortunately, for Ask Esports. Now just about 20 seconds to seal the deal. P1 in control for now for Ask Esports, but still have to deal with just a little too much, it feels like. Pressure going to come up top. Big gunfight win, and Stallions now can eye up some of the scrap time.
Anytime is a good time right now for the Stallions. Looking to put this one away. Good double. Snaps around. What a shot for 5 in a row. Coming alive towards the end. You don't win off this hill, but you're looking to blow your way into P2, and already it's going to be a 4-on-3 for the breakthrough couches.
Yeah, gonna start to fly forward here. And doesn't see him right next to him, but we'll get the trade. However, slows things down. Stallions now actually get the close spawn in the back here, so if you break this quickly, might just very well seal it. Ski Sport again, still just trying to fight with everything that they got, but all gunfights need to be won, and without this close spawn, it's not going to be easy by any means.
Not at all. Can ASCII Sports hold on? No. It's going to see Dappa open up with a kill. He's immediately going to be traded out. Still Ask finding some value on the inside. You find the split difference, looking for all three, forcing those spawns in the back, and you're holding off on the front. So we've seen teams spawn trap in this position before. Can Ask do it to the Stallions, though? That's going to be a hard ask.
Oh, it sure is, and there they are. They're in. Finally get the clearance. Maybe takes a little longer than expected, but still the results that gets there for the Stallions. So gonna be feeling good about that first map there. And again, a tough set, I think, to be sure for ASCII Sports, but certainly one that you would love to get. Play spoiler, play upset if you're able to do it. But on the other side, it's all about getting as many reps and clean sets as possible. And as we said, just trying to gel and mesh and get through a Saturday would be a massive goal for the Stallions organization, and try to set yourself up for what would be a massive Sunday. But there is a lot of tough teams to get through, I think, to be sure. So taking it one map, one series at a time is definitely where their heads got to be at, and what Asim, I think, is probably saying to them.
Still a lot of matches, though, going on. Austin, if you want to catch that's back on the Delta stream of Challengers. We move back over to our Bravo matchup between Falcons Academy Green and Rock Esports as they head into the Search and Destroy on Fringe. Round 1 already underway, and it looks like Rock will be playing in a 2 versus 3 for the retake, now a 2v2.
Low on time, however, and it feels like, yeah, you have to kind of make your move, and Falcons in a good position there to try to set up and stop it. So not going to be able to get there for the defuse, and this is one that you really got to get back if you are the Falcons. So I think starting off and getting some good positive plays going right away is going to be massive here coming into this map number 2 for them.
And I think this is where we're going to see the Falcons green squad really look more comfortable than in those respawns. I know their Search and Destroy has been a big focus for what to work on. Across stage 4 into the terrace, of course, but Rocky Sports, I mean, that was their bread and butter when they were on top of the world for Challengers. So you got to play up against Dom X with a sniper that, you know, he is second to none in the AM scene.
Aggressive, goes to the pistol, not going to win the 1 versus 1. Falcons get away with first blood, and it looks like no trade will follow. Bomb's a little bit isolated here. You're hoping for a 1v1 and catching someone getting over aggressive, but yeah, it looks like you're going to have to start to maybe force a rotation, and you have to worry about this timing. This timing in the back could be massive if you're able to pull it off, but it looks like our alpha match is finally ready to go. So this alpha match is a big one that we've kind of been eyeing up and talking about for the most part, and I'm excited to get into it, Colin. We got Bush up against Exceptional GM. This is a squad out of EU that has been maybe overlooked at times, but there is so much chemistry baked into this team over the years here through Call of Duty Challengers. It would be a massive one if they could find a win up against this Bush Gaming squad.
I think you and I both are going to be very excited to see Bush take on Exceptional. Exceptional have had troubles across the year, especially the Open, and making it into Sundays. So it would be a statement for this team in your home country to kind of show up and knock down the best team technically in all of Challengers right now to the lower brackets. So looking to see what Linz & Co. can do. Is a team like the Bush feeling hot on a Saturday. So already starting off in the Colossus with majority time off that P1. They get the P2 rotation. It's going to be Bush looking for the break.
See what they can do over the top here. Able to find that first gunfight win, starting to cut through and deal with some of the members just slowing down this rotation from Bush. One more player gets tagged by a nade. Good comms will follow. It's a double that ends up coming through here to try to break through the front. Now the spawn's being fought for. Some of the players from Exceptional going to start to spawn out. And it's all about these 1v1 wins at the back. If you could find another, you could still potentially influence the spawns.
Bush get the break. They flip things out. It's going to be a tie game. Lead change for the moment. Exceptional is going to take another swing at this one before we get the rotation over towards New. Fight through P1, though. And Bush looking for the flank right away. You fly out. You get clearance. Just got to clean up one more player. And you don't get that fight win right away. That's going to be a good chunk of time back to Exceptional. So some heroics out of the individuals to keep this one close into the P3 rotation. And we do have a battle with the rotation as well.
Looking for shots over the top here. Oh, that will be good for one. Make it two. No one's able to find the trade, and all of a sudden the rotation just completely falls apart here for Exceptional. Players now getting forward and starting to force again. Early gunfight, something you're going to see a lot from Bush when it comes to their respawns and just how well they play, how difficult their setups are to break, and it's reasons like that. 3 players go down again. More time going the way of Bush.
Yeah, more time is all you need right now. Off this P3 rotation, you even got the better spawn, so have to see a couple of routes be run, but a team nade is going to slow that down for Exceptional, spawning deep into P2. You actually get a split spawn over to yellow as well. I don't think Bush are going to have an instant read off this, so you can do a lot of damage to the setup of the Bush if you're Exceptional. Just got to look towards New. See if you can dominate this hill over towards yellow and P4. Bush are going to put their focus on that. Unfortunately, you don't win those battles, so Exceptional will be the first ones in on rotation.
First on rotation, but can they hold? Bush has been pretty fast to break here in a couple of these situations, but a much better start here to this hard point. As everyone starts to look through the staircase over statue and see if they can start to find some of these outer kills. But so far, so good. Exceptional, making it tough for them. Finally, a moment where you get a touch into the point. Great nade's going to follow over the top as well. The break looking decent for Bush here so far. Still have that close spawn in the back, however, that you got to break through.
Frollo with nade. That's going to be eaten up by some trophies. Bush fighting this one from the front, trying to keep Exceptional into the back line. And Frollo just looking to stay alive. Good damage. He finesses around with the pistol. Damage onto the second, but no kills for the Bush. Exceptional going to battle their way back in. Now we're going to fight their way out these lanes to see if they can get into P1, drop some trophies, and fully set up in the new rotation. You lose those battles, though. Will be a toss-up at who's going to control the initial. It looks like Exceptional. They're going to be the first ones there, so see if they have some trophies to back this up.
First one on the new hill, but also get a lead change on P1, so Exceptional in a good position to, again, play upset here in the series. Would be massive if they can do it, but it is just a clean feed of white that pours into the kill feed, and Bush are right back where they started as they'll find the clean break, and they regain that lead. Back and forth we go. Exceptional, still lots of time to fight over, though. 30 seconds left on the hard point. They'll make their move. 1v1, not going to work out here for them. Nades again, follow through, but the hill will go neutral as both teams look for the remaining 20.
Another double kill from Rolu. Capsule in for the time, and he's looking for a little bit more. Good nade pressure, though, from Exceptional. It's going to force the Bush to spend some more bodies on this hill before making this rotation over towards New. Should give Exceptional the numbers on the rotation, but a kill on the exit. So that's going to be an even 3-on-3. Red Barrel blows up, and it's going to be Bush actually finding the break through the front. You still got a player in the back that's going to influence the spawns, but do the Bush recognize it? It looks like they know.
Yeah, they know one's missing. It's Brezzy. He has the Hellstorm as well. So keep your eye on that, as that could very well come out at some point in time. Lins has been leading the charge, though. 20 kills, keeping Exceptional in a fighting position. However, Bush have been just a tad bit better on those 2 and 3s. Now that's taken a turn. Exceptional get the spawns in the back. Now they turn their attention to the front. First kill in rotation here on this next hit. Looking pretty decent. Able to put together a few more as Brezzy as he plays his life. And they're looking for him, but they have to also look to the point. So just beautiful patience coming in and more time going back the way of Exceptional.
That's a good win from Mighty. He goes on 3, so you get the rest of this time, and you're going to be right back into this Colossus. 11 seconds. Spawn up. And immediately Lins is going to go hunting towards the new hill. See if he can find a couple of kills. Nearly takes down, going to be Cammy at new. And Here it is, actually. That's going to be 2 going down. So see if Exceptional can break this one. 3 kills in the feed. Exceptional looking to get some players into the hill, but Busher doing a great job at just keeping this one white for now. Keep it uncontested and make it difficult for Exceptional to get a full setup on this hill. It's a tie game. Exceptional going to feel good about this one and take their time for the break.
Yeah, last time they had a tough time breaking it, though. And now the nades over the top going to come through. As we'll see the push, and the break could be good. One more player to try to get it done, and not going to work out there for Prolute. Seeing if you can fight for what would be just the back 20 seconds or so. Just really back and forth. Neither team getting a full-on look at it just yet. Bush could have sent one more member forward and seeing if they can keep it scrappy, and that's exactly what this hill has been. It's been a lot scrappier since last time. Bush just barely able to come out with a few seconds, but the scrap's going to go to Exceptional. Now we go to New.
Yeah, you gotta start thinking about this rotation now, and Exceptional just be funneling on through. All 3 kills line up for the Bush. Exceptional actually lose out on what could have been a break for the back spawn. Good patience in from Brezzy, as it sounds like they're going to be dropping the Hellstorm in for this hill. Force the Bush into the back and see if you can get some space to try to break this through the subs.
Kills haven't followed, though. It's been all Bush so far, and it is still all Bush in the kill feed. So a big investment, a lot of patience, as you said, but it's 30 seconds that end up kind of going over to Bush Gaming to give them that cushion that they once had at the beginning. So forced to now make something happen from the front as they look to make their way in. It's a clean 3 kills that will follow. Spawns will be in the back, so Bush can still very much give this a look for scrap time.
Yeah, they're gonna have those close spawns. And Scammy actually spawns all the way back over towards P2, so he has a look from behind. Exceptional keep this in about 30-point difference, give or take, off the end of that scrap time. And go over P1, where Exceptional really started that comeback in the second set of rotations. So hope to see that Exceptional can relocate that strategy and set up over towards this new time. But if you're letting Cammy on the NPC break in like that, it's going to be impossible to come back.
Wow, Brezzy doing everything he can to try to keep his team in this at the moment, up to 26. Matching what we were seeing earlier on there from Linz, who was really leading the charge in the kills. But now, the fight for what would be the back 30. Time that you can't really afford to give over to Bush either. And through the outskirts, you're seeing some more kills coming through. Looking for 4 in a row, almost 5, but the teamwork is there. Looking for what could be the flip as well as you start to press forward here. A lot of decisions need to be made by Bush.
All you need is a little bit of a spark of pride here from Exceptional. And the comeback is real.
Oh.
Good pickup through mid from Mighty. He gets 2. Looking for number 3. A little quick to the jump there, but you look for your teammates to trade, and it just doesn't come in time. 3 down for Exceptional. You got 1 last player at ult, but you lose out on the rotation, and you're already down by 20 points. So this is starting to fall away from you, and the Bush are going to be happy to get anything off this P2 closer to a map win.
And Bush just seemed to really pick it up when it comes down to crunch time, and that's exactly what we are in. Exceptional Gaming feeling the pressure, and it is just kill after kill as Bush continue to find another one. It's 5 in a row now coming through for challenger number 3. That's Caps. When Caps gets heated up, it gets a little bit scary, and it's happening at the perfect moment. Long routes being taken, but so much time has already gone over to Bush. Now they're only fighting for the back 20.
And you even assist for those spawns to come back in. I mean, 17 seconds, you don't win off this hill, but Exceptional, you don't really want to give up this time. You have to, though. You have to fight for new. It's going to be a 3-on-3. Starting to win those battles. Trick swings around a 1-on-1, and you're looking for it if you're Capsule, but you just back down. You play your life. Force Exceptional in the overextension. It costs them the trade, and you're allowing for your teammates to just keep this one scrappy, keep Exceptional on their toes.
Still down by quite the margin. 1 good break. All it's going to take for Bush Gaming to close out map number 1. Streaks being called in. Kills starting to follow. Exceptional Gaming. Nothing left in the tank. And Bush will be able to lock in map number 1.
A couple of fist bumps there. Bush have been good in their map 1s. The respawns have looked fantastic across the weekends. You see a little bit of, you know, I wouldn't say calmness, but you shake off that first map versus Exceptional. It's a little close towards the end, but you take care of business when it comes to those 2s and those 3s, like you said, Austin. And I mean, that break at the end there into P3, as smooth as butter. Exceptional. You keep it close, you battle, but just can't get over the hump to fully flip that lead your way. across that map number 1. So you're hoping you go into the search and destroy, and you can start to climb your way back into this series. And I think that's going to be the big focus for Exceptional versus the Bush, because although their hard points on the Bush side has been good, they have yet to win a search and destroy on the weekend. So you got Den search and destroy coming up next in this best of 5, and you're hoping that that's where you can bring this one closer if you're Exceptional.
Yeah, that's really where you have to try to get your get back here. I mean, no team is easy to beat when they go 2-0 ahead of you, but I think especially, you know, this Bush squad when they're able to grab a couple maps. So something to certainly keep in mind here if you're Exceptional Gaming, to put a lot of focus on this and try to exploit maybe some of the weaknesses we've seen so far this weekend, as you put. But looks like we are going to be jumping over to our Delta match. Again, we were taking a look at that Stallions and Ask Esports first map there, and Stallions were able to grab it. Now the search and destroy looks to be a little bit closer and a little bit more in control here for Ask Esports.
Yeah, and again, I think that for the Stallions, search and destroy's been a little bit of an issue just across, you know, their old roster in the elites, but from what we've seen this week as well, it's just been close maps, barely scraping away with map 2 victories, especially when you look at what you did versus OMiT EU. You get smoked in the map 5, game number 2, you find somewhat of heroic, some magic to come back the way that you did to keep that one going. Search and destroy did not look good versus OMiT EU. You scraped the bottom of the barrel for what you could win, so you're hoping that versus teams like Ask, you can show a little bit better, but you haven't been able to so far.
Round that you got to get here if you're the Stallions on defense. Just can't afford to make any silly mistakes and give up the first blood. Point of contact made through mid. It's going to start to be thrown out and exchanged, but not going to find a whole lot of connections just yet. And really just leaving options open to either side at the moment. Appears to be this Ask Esports squad.
That one's going to be on Delta. It seems like we got our alpha matchup rolling here, Austin. And big shout out to Melko in 6. Having a fantastic map 2 versus the Stallions. See if they can keep up with that and tie up that series. But we take our look back towards the Bush versus Exceptional. See if the Bush can win a search and destroy this weekend. But it's already down 2. It doesn't look like you're starting off on the right foot.
Yeah, a little bit of aggression coming through, just kind of doing a quick little bomb check here, but wow. One kill comes through and the rest follow just about seconds after. So, a very nice opening first round that's going to come in, and again, just able to find some good positioning and some early punish on those first couple kills, and a lot of isolated gunfights just going the way of Exceptional Gaming.
For Exceptional, I mean, you came into the series of a map 5 search and destroy win versus Omnia and Victa, and we know how good players like Mac and Yuli can be in S&Ds, so that really says a lot for what Exceptional were able to do in that the best of 5 their previous series. Showing off versus Bush on the main stage. You get smokes out for the defense to really put some pressure onto B, stop that offense from getting through. You even get the information. If you find the kill, that's even better, Austin, and you track it down. Smokes out, though, and you're in trouble.
Yeah, in trouble to be sure. Bomb has a route into B, but still being contested, and wow, those are some shots. So, bomb now down. And this round becomes that much more challenging with a flank that could also be threatened at some point into the round here. And this is not a site that you want to have just 2 members remaining on when there's so many entry points. So looking for some tags through the wall. I think Bush realizing they may need to try to press forward, but they're weak and they go for it. And once again punished as we drop into a 1v3. And that will also be shut down.
Oh, wait to bring that back. Yeah, I mean, I think that right now we're seeing some great pressure through mid from Exceptional. And as soon as you get that first blood, you don't mind to kind of throw your life away. If you can do some damage, maybe bait out a trade, like that's fine. But you're caught in a bad situation as soon as that smoke starts to dissipate, and you just try to do something with that. Aside from that, whenever Bush was trying to kind of force their way back across the bomb site, get into Dojo, you're dealing with some shots through mid. It's a good backup from Exceptional to keep Bush on their back foot. So back-to-back rounds for Exceptional. Back onto the attack. It looks like it's going to be a quick hit over towards B. Smokes are going down, though, and the Bush will be able to battle for it. It Strakes is here.
Good first kill. And it feels like just about every round has been a first blood so far by Exceptional Gaming.
Has
So
been.
Bush does not have been in a great position to really kind of trade out, or at the very least get one back themselves. They are, however, in a good spot to try to play defense, but kills just not going their way. The bait and switching is perfect! And how about the triple to close it out in round 3 for Exceptional Gaming?
Yeah, it doesn't get better than that. I mean, that is as clean as you can ask for from Exceptional in the search and destroy. And it begs the question on what is the, game plan here for Bush. You see, especially off those first bloods, I mean, Trakes is on an island trying to get aggressive off that smoke, but it's a really late play to get into that spot, and Exceptional are kind of waiting for that. And as soon as they get that information, you can see that Challenger 7, which is Mighty, was happy to take that chow. You smoke Trakes on the entry, force Bush back into Dojo, and they have just been losing those battles. Again, now we see Exceptional just looking to stuff that defense over towards B, and it's a first blood again your way.
This time, however, traded at the very least, so you do get one back, but you're in that same position that we saw previously on the attack, where it feels like you're kind of stalled out at B. You're threatened on the flank, potentially. There's just a lot of concern of where some of the members can be for Exceptional Gaming. Knowing they're 3 rounds up, they can also throw in that risk factor, but it's a similar setup as last time. This time around, you find the pick in the back. You open up the site a tad bit more. Now there's a lot of pressure on the last remaining player here to try to get something done. We'll see if Mighty can try to find a couple kills.
Mighty in trouble. Makes it 5 though, and he gets some help. 1 versus 1. Sniper in the hands of Capsule. Does Mighty know this? If he doesn't know, now he does. Spots the glint, slides away. 30 seconds. He's on defense. He doesn't need to play this chow.
Does he see him? Lays down prone at the perfect moment. Has an NPC to play with. Goes for the chow, but runs out of ammunition. Secondary chow has to play for the kill, and Caps will get there for a massive 1 versus 2 and keep Bush alive in the search and destroy.
Oh, that got a little closer than comfort, but Caps plays that so well. I mean, you get the early tags out, you don't fly at him. So with the NPC, you just take it from a different angle, and you fly above his head to close out not just the round, but you shut down the streak there. Mighty was on 5 in a row, so if Mighty wins that, I mean, he's close to getting Hellstorms, and you're down 4-0. So you stop the bleeding, you stop the potential for streaks. You give yourself a chance back in this map number 2. See what Bush can do with it now on the defenses. Looks like they're going to again play out towards B. You missed the snipe this time. No smokes to block it. So for Exceptional, they just back on down. It looks like this is going to be an A play.
Yeah, and they already have a player that's at the front of the site here and actually forcing back one of the defenders from Bush, forcing almost 2 of them back. And guess what? First blood again for Exceptional Gaming, and no trade going to follow. Bomb's going to go down, and this is going to be a very difficult retake.
5 from Trakes. Hasn't been a good map number 2, and you lose a second member. That's Cammy. Flank coming through. Should be the round done and dusted. Exceptional are walking all over Bush in the map number 2. And that's going to be a big thing to kind of talk about here for the Bush, because in the stage, the North American Stage 4 elites, you bring Trakes into this roster, and he almost was like that guy for Search to really change your S&Ds. I mean, every single time we saw them on Search, it was just takeover from Trakes. He chows everything. He gets those first bloods, and he is owning your opponents. So when Trakes is losing those in opening engagements, when he's losing those opening duels, who's going to step up for the Bush to allow Trakes a way back into this game? Because he is under pressure.
Well, finally, first blood does come through, but you lose another battle, and that means that we will be 3 versus 3 with lots of time to play with. Now, Bush have leaned towards this B site many times, but look at how fast Exceptional Gaming are reading this. They are here to contest again.
For Bush, you want to fight for Dojo control, but you just can't do that. Good slide out from Mighty. Looking to give it back to safety, but it's a 2-on-2. Bomb still yet to get towards that bomb, but look at this play coming out from player number 5. Gonna cut things off. Would have loved to get that kill. Instead, it's just information from Proloot. Plays his life, gets back. You're gonna play the 2-on-2. Exceptional think this is gonna be an A play, but instead it's gonna be a free plant over to B.
Finally, Bush able to get that bomb down. And again, another situation where you feel like this is a must-round win. Try to keep this one close and in control. 30 seconds left on the clock as the clearance starts to come through, and I think the understanding of what the setup looks like has also been figured out. Trades going to follow. Information, however, for player number 5 through the middle, being read by, I believe, Brezzy here. In the 1v1, waits patiently, but I think the clock should just run out as you have to chase for the kill. Not going to be enough time to get back in time, and that's exactly the round that Bush needed.
That's perfectly played by Prolutes. It's just the idea that as long as Cammy isn't really showing face over towards that B bomb site, Prolutes just got to make the play through servers, try to distract them and give them the idea that that bomb was heading over towards A on the rotation. But Cammy plays it patiently, allows Prolute to do his thing. Prolute stays alive. He allows for you to get that free plant in. As soon as you get lost there, you make the full wrap around Couches back into mid control. That's been the catalyst of these rounds for both sides. Whoever owns control of mid map pretty much owns these rounds.
Well, Exceptional Gaming has been really difficult to read on their offensive plays, but now that you found that isolated player that loves to play island by A, that should make things a little bit easier. Shoulders being thrown in and out here from Trakes, but he is completely overwhelmed. Does get some assistance, though, so at the very least, the number is going to remain in favor of Bush Gaming, but Exceptional will have control of the bomb site, but are they going to read this triple flank?
Oh, they just keep it rolling. And it's a 1-for-1. 1v2, though. Brezzy again against the odds. Bush looking to bring this to a 1-round gap, and you don't know where Brezzy is. Fortunately enough, though, you're not giving yourself away for free. Bush are playing this extremely patient.
The timing here. They're calling the rotation to A. They think Brezzy's dipped, but Brezzy plays the timing wonderfully. And obviously Bush now going to realize that, but has to play for a 1 versus 1, and oh, how does he dip out of this? Can he slip away? He can, but this is not going to be an easy position. He's going to have to take a risk.
It looks like it's going to be read, though, by Prolute. Kami's just going to hop the defuse right away, so as much as I love that play from Brezzy, because there's not much else you could do, Bush read it like a book. They had you trapped in the 2v1. It could have been a different story there if Brezzy does get that kill sitting inside 10, but Bush play the tag team together. They back off, let the plant happen depending on which bomb site it is, and they take it back together. No bait off the defuse from Cammy. Just looking to put some pressure on the opposite side. And Exceptional, I mean, you came out the gates firing in this map number 2, but you have let the door back open. Bush are walking through it. Still killless from Trakes. He doesn't get blooded that round, but does play his life long enough for his team to trade him. So 07 looking to bring value to the team whenever he can.
Back in it, and the first blood secured by them. Trades again will follow as the aggression starts to pick up here for Bush. They still favoring this B site. This time around, no one's going to be in the back, however. It's all going to be pressure from middle or the flank. And the sooner Bush realizes this, the better. But they also have options to push through here. Pretty far forward with the bomb. Is also going to be player number 8.
I wouldn't hate to see Bush just wrap this to A. As soon as you get information on the players from Exceptional, if you don't win these battles, I mean, you could just wrap it. But you do win your fight versus Brezzy. 3v1. No need to back down this time. That's going to tie us up quickly, Austin. It's Bush are right back into this game. I got to be worried here for Exceptional because we have yet to really see Trakes come alive in this game number 2. He's 0-8.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, his last 2 deaths have found value, at least in the trade, but you're giving a lot of time for him to step up in this game right now if you're Exceptional. And as soon as Drake starts winning these opening duels, that's when Bush are going to fully take over this map. And you need to see Exceptional just continue to keep down on the gas. You win these first bloods, try to play your life. I think they're giving up too many trades.
You're absolutely right. And the first blood's no longer heavily favoring Exceptional in the second half of the search and destroy here. And look at this double hit through mid. Aggressive, to be sure.
I have no idea.
And they have zero idea. They have zero idea here, and the timing could just be brutal as they're able to find a few more kills. And 2v2 we go. Likely to get a trade, and we do. Now all down to a 1v2.
It's good damage. But it's all down to Cobra. Nade's gonna be cooked. Does it hit? No, it doesn't. On both sides, the nade misses. Difference is, how does Cobra rip one when another one is watching on the other side? And as soon as you peek, that's gonna be Cammy to give them 4 in a row. 5-4 for the Bush from 3-1 down. This is incredible stuff that we're seeing from their side of this stage. And when we thought that this was going to be a shoo-in for the side of Exceptional, the way that they opened up this map, now you're going to have to try to face some changes here. So Exceptional, what do you bring? I mean, you get the first blood that round, but you get no information towards Broken. I think that is just a Hail Mary call from Bush that Exceptional have no read on. So you need to start dedicating some players to watch these lanes, or you need to take some risks yourself. And it looks like the risk is going to be sending 2 on the same flank that Bush just did.
Well, we've seen this story before. Nades, though, will certainly hit the mark. Just won't find any eliminations. As you'll start to see some peaks and some gun battles take place, but no one dropping. Player number 4 heavily tagged up, and we're now going to get that first blood, followed by a trade, followed by another for Bush, going to the pistol, and, well, that might just seal it here. A 1v3, not gonna work out. Bush able to find 5 rounds in a row and bring it all the way back to lock in the search and destroy.
Look at big old Byron. He's getting up. He's getting hyped for his team. I mean, that is an incredible comeback, and that was a good play call from Exceptional. You just take a little bit longer, I think, to unravel and execute that play call than you really wanted to. You got the player on the flank who goes all the way through the overload zone to make that play. He only gets 1. It's a quick trade from the Bush. You deal with pressure through couches. You retake mid, and things just crumble for you if you're Exceptional. I mean, you came into this map number 2 with so much confidence. I mean, it really felt like you were surging in for positioning in terms of the space on those sites, especially on the defense. And with that, the Bush were having trouble. But as soon as you started to lose those trades, lose those opening duels, you started to see that confidence dwindle on the side of Exceptional. And, I mean, just one round after the other. I think Bush truly lock in on that Zen Search and Destroy. 5 rounds in a row is absolutely tippable. So heading into this gridlock overload, they got all the momentum in their side.
Absolutely do. We'll take a look at how the Charlie stream is faring off here for us. And I'm sure we'll see exactly what the scoreline is of this Huntsmen matchup, as it looks like we're heading into a map number 4 here. So, okay, Bittersweet able to get one back. And now we're kind of jumping into a similar situation to what we saw through the map number 1, where it was a little back and forth here. So we'll see if Bittersweet can try to get the job done and get us to another map 5 that they're pretty notorious at winning at times.
I was wondering when we were going to get back into this head-to-head, and Bittersweet should have been up, I'd say, in this series after the hard point that we saw in Sake, but Huntsmen with the miraculous comeback that have this team rattled. They weren't able to send it to a map 5 in the elites. Then they send it to a map 5 off this den of hard points, and a complete change up in the map set that we're getting in this best of 5. But even still, you need to see a better performance from Bittersweet in terms of the slang, especially when you got 23, 5 and 23 on this one. That is, I mean, that is Peel coming out, and that's not what you like to see out of the rookies.
No. And this time around, Johnny's shooting some bullets right now. It's 23 and 14. He was a little slow to start in the map number 1, but obviously has now found his form. Bittersweet look to come away with what should be the remaining scrap time, and already flying to new with a chance to try to influence the spawns. Going to be shrugged off of it, and now has to turn his attention to rooftops, where he's only able to pick up 1. Hunt's been doing a good job of finding the majority of the kills, but not all of them, and spawns at the back here for a few of the members of Bittersweet.
I will say, you know, 8-25 doesn't look good. When you're 8-25 and it's only a 13-point game, you know it just takes one moment for you to step back into this game, and you are right back into the flow state for Bittersweet. So, all things considered, Peel is thanking the lucky stars that he's got a God Squad like he does, because he still has a chance to turn this game around.
Well, it would certainly be the moment to pick it up right here. See if you can help with this break. Lots of time left on this hill. And with that clearance, Huntsmen now have to make the decision of, do we want to hit this one more time? Do we want to fly to new? And wow, 5 in a row end up coming through there, as that was a massive pushback here to Huntsmen, and that more or less forces their hand to start looking towards the new hill.
And hey, Austin, I mean, we join into this when he's 5-23. He's now 14-26. So big turnaround there for Peel for those last 2 hard points, and this lead has completely flipped back the way of Bittersweet. Looking to see if they can trend this to a map number 5 off the back of this pressure and success, and why not? A full 4 down for the setup now. Bittersweet in control of P1, and they got you spawning back P2.
Scary moment. As you know, there is too much time to give over here to simply play for rotation. You have to now make your move on the hill. Bittersweet, making it a little bit tricky, but the clearance is going to be there for a few of the members, at least on the hard point for Bittersweet. Now decisions also being made by some of the members of, do we start to make our way through a rotation here, try to flip things out, but looking towards the P1 hill with about 20 seconds left. Huntsmen have the setup through mid, looking good for some time. And this would just about bring them back to a tie game if they can get it all.
Good time here, though, from Renegade. Just keeping himself on the hill, just keeping himself alive. I mean, this is allowing your team for a really comfortable transition over towards the second hill, and you get a lot done there if you're the Huntsman to keep this one 18 points apart. So the pressure's going to be on for Bittersweet to hit this one together. You lose Peel earlier than expected, so now the players from the front need to hope that this flank can come in time.
Need it to be successful. Huntsman not going to have a read on it, but is anyone going to stay alive from the front? That's kind of the big question for Bittersweet. Clearance seems to be there, but Spawn's going to flip out for Huntsman. Bittersweet now can gear up with a push from the back. Everything needs to be defended from the front for Huntsman, and this is time that you would love to get. Try to get the lead change. The lead change is in. The double will follow. Huntsman get the spawns back, and what a moment it is here in the game for map number 4.
All right, Johnny's looking like the best in the game right now, the way that he handled that P2. 5 in a row for Johnny. And everybody from Bittersweet is spawning on the other side of rooftops. You can already see the rotation in from Prada. He's going to be looking to lock down this P3 hill. Bittersweet almost chalking up this scrap time. They're going to win it. Last couple 8 seconds, it's just consolation. But you do have the numbers. You win a big fight. Can you lock this down?
20 seconds separating the two. Hill opens up. Bittersweet get the first touch, but long play through the back. Led by one of the members, as you say it. It will be the Hellstorm over the top that ends up coming in. And now looking for what will just need to be kills on the hardpoint itself. Semtex forces out the aggressive Chow. Need to follow up with a pistol. Pistol kill not going to be there, but the trades at least will follow. Once again, Bittersweet able to fight into the hardpoint, but by no means do they have control. And Huntsmen now have it. They could very well close it out if they can hold.
I gotta remind you, Austin, this is for elimination, so Huntsman looking to send Bittersweet home in just 13 seconds.
Could get the job done. Bittersweet feeling the pressure as it starts to set in. The kills just have not followed up. Huntsman looking good for the win. One final push through the middle is shut down, and Bittersweet are shut out.
And they go home. Huntsmen go forward. Another repeat of the lower finals. The lower semifinals in the North American Elites. Huntsmen beats Bittersweet 3-1. Win it out on the respawns. They get it done. They clutch up and they lock it down. And unfortunately, not the happiest looks on the left side of the stage, but it's got a lot more meaning in terms of the end of the year for these 4 players. Do they stick together? Do we see them in the LCQ? Not going to be able to make it to champs through pro points. So what happens with Bittersweet from here on out? That's going to be tomorrow's news. For today's news, we still got more challengers to look at. We go over to Bravo, and we still got the brawl between Rock and Falcons Academy Green going on in Colossus. And oh my goodness.
This is wild because Rock Esports very well look to be on par for shutting out Falcons Academy here and saying goodbye to them. This would be a hell of a win, and they might be able to get the job done. We'll see as we make our way to the new hill. Last couple seconds picked up for the Falcons Academy, but they now need to start to fly.
Yeah, Austin, I mean, it's the same thing that Tone said yesterday. It's just this is the most Rocky Sports thing that they can do. With a roster change going into Paris, you bring back the winning team from Texas, the second place team from Birmingham, and although it's the lower bracket, you just can't count this team out. 205 to 100, it's a 100-point lead, still with 40 seconds off this hill. Rock Esports can't put the series away from here, but they can definitely put it out of contention.
Yeah, they can very much so help keep it out of reach. Falcons Academy starting to linger in almost a little 1-by-1 here, so trades at least don't need to follow as the double up actually came in. Now looking for what will be a spawn flip. Falcons Academy green trying to keep their hopes alive, but it will only be for scrap time as New Hill is about to open up.
And over towards P1, Rock Esports already going to set up. Challenger 17 gets dunked on. And it's a wave of kills for Rock, so you still need to have some more players looking to break back into P1. For Falcons Academy, it's got to be the most generational comeback to keep your Paris run alive. Rock Esports looking to send them home, though. And have us wonder, what will the Falcons look like for the end of the year? But we got our alpha matchup to look at. Exceptional looking to reverse sweep the Bush in the winner's side of the bracket to see if they can go on to play Team War for a chance at the winner's final. Bush, they're looking good. They're looking polished. And like I said, after that search and destroy Austin, they got all the wind in their sails.
Yeah, most certainly do. And Bush Gaming, I mean, this is not an easy map mode combination to try to beat them on. But we'll see what Exceptional Gaming got left in the tank for what would need to be a much-needed 3 maps in a row. But have to start with the Overload. Taking the EMP now right through the middle. Actually splits the defense up a little bit here. So this gives them an option to look at this B point. But with those kills, it will be a full clearance. And now a counterattack could pursue.
No goals just yet. Minute down. And it looks like Bush are on the power play right now with the push through. Immediately just going to be swept away by Exceptional, looking to defend their net. And in for the slide out is Shrakes. He's going to be the first one to fall. See if the Bush can still penetrate for the attack. However, they're just going to hold this possession into Dojo and see if Exceptional kind of walk into their trap.
Yeah, waiting to see if someone almost kind of scams first. They do make the aggressive move, and now he needs kills to follow, but Exceptional Gaming, well, they find it as clean as ever. Just about everyone drops down here for Bush. A couple of exits will come in afterwards for Bush Gaming, but the EMP now back in control, and looks to be taken right back to middle. So if you can make this play work out, it forces the defenders to be almost 2-2 split, but we'll see trades follow. Again, looking to try to actually break through, punch a hole through this defensive setup, but it might not happen. EMP gonna drop, close spawns back in for Bush.
Yeah, pucks down, and looks like the Bush are just gonna hold on to Dojo control. In through mid, Cammy, he's got his M15 polished right now. So hoping that your subs can go big, lock down Dojo, and you can kickstart this attack on an offensive play through the top side of your mini-map. However, Exceptional doing a fantastic job at keeping this one scrappy. It's full tilt in map 3. That's how I like it when we're seeing a team fight for their life in the winner's bracket.
First kill gonna be good as Bush continue to eye up this B point, but have yet to really been able to actually break through the defense, and the teamwork that's been pretty strong for Exceptional Gaming. Looking for what needs to be trades through the showers, and ooh, not gonna happen. So how about the double up? Trying to keep the play alive. EMP again will drop, but maybe overwhelmed with the close spawn. Exceptional could very well now look for a counter attack as they look to try to grab the EMP, but won't be able to grab it for free. Things reset back to mid.
Yeah, Puck's actually going to reset back mid, and you still have a player over enemy lines, but he goes down, and that's 3 down. You got full clearance over to Dojo, so here we go for the rotation out. You got Trakes in your spawn, and you need to go nuclear to see if you can fight your way back. The penalty kill for Exceptional, but can they hold on? Dash away, and there's the score. 1-0 for the Bush. They start things off on gridlock, and that's some weight on your shoulders now if you're Exceptional.
Yeah, it's a good moment, followed by great team play. And listening to the call, love to see it. So, minute 25 left in the round to try to see if you can get one back before we flip sides. However, kills just have not exactly been lighting it up in blue in that kill feed. It's been mainly just a white kill feed as of late. Looking for what would need to be some kills to stop another offensive attack, but not going to happen. So now force the turtle into the back of your spawn. Looking to see if you can find some tags with the nades, and you will find some connections. EMP is still lingering very, very close. Just looking for those opening kills to see if you can make a push.
It's going to be a head-on fight for this push, but Exceptional fighting back, a player down. 3 kills in, looking to be a clean 4. You still got 1 to deal with. It's going to be Cammy, only taking down 1. So where do we go with the puck now? Exceptional gonna grab it, see if they can wrap back through mid. Catch some positioning through Ice Cream, and you have somebody push so far up through Fire Truck, and that's gonna be Mighty. He's not able to find anything more than the one, but does he buy enough time for the rest to get here? Let's see if they get their chance.
Oh, have to slide it in, and they do. So, find the detonation. It is good to tie us up late into the very first half of the overload. A crucial moment for Exceptional Gaming to make sure they are able to stay into a close game. 12 seconds left. Would love to grab the EMP and make one final attempt. It's Bush that have control of mid, but there's a lot of flanks and a lot of players potentially out of position if they don't find said kills. But now being realized as you're able to deal with one, need to deal with the second, but not able to stay alive with the EMP. It means that we will go into the second half with a 1-1 scoreline.
Yeah, not able to pop OT just yet. And Austin, how about them enforcers? On one side, you got Trakes making the play out towards Zen. He gets about a double kill to allow that dojo push for free to open up the game for Bush, but an immediate answer back through Fire from Mighty. And, I mean, buckets and gloves on Gridlock. You can't help but love this battle that we're getting between these two teams. And for Exceptional, I mean, we've seen these players before. We got 3/4 of that old Awoba Bob's roster from MW2 still teamed up over in Europe, and we know with that experience, with that trust in each other, they can lock in for the long haul.
Good first kill, looking for the pre-fire in the second, but stun will lock the player in place. Still neither team getting firm control of the EMP, but that unfortunate team kill with the cart will now give Bush just a slight numbers advantage and maybe a chance to also play on a little bit of a pinch here. A couple members taking routes for Bush Gaming, but being read quite well by Exceptional will make sure that they actually do not allow Bush to press forward. One player to deal with that's going to linger in the spawn, and they should be able to find him, you would imagine, with the trade, but also not going to work out. So now Bush have a chance to make an offensive play.
Yeah, they got full clearance. There's just one player that can really stop this, and that's Brezzy. Sitting inside Dojo, he finds it too. That gives your team the chance to defend. I mean, Brezzy makes the play, and he is long gone, looking to see if he can turn this into a counterattack for his team. But you still got a player for Bush on the other side. This ball hasn't reset yet. You will give up the reset. Trying to play for some more kills off the respawn, so Exceptional. It's a job well done at defending your point, not giving up that second cap. Bush might want to get that one back, though, because you thought that was going to be a sure thing.
A could be the target now, led by one blocker that is dealt with. Now the second also dealt with fairly easily. So 1v1 around the EMP, and wow, good shots over the top. Brezzy able to find another big kill as he repositions, looks for number 3, and almost delivers. Incredible stuff coming through, setting up for what could be an A play now. Have to try to get here for defense, but Brezzy is just on a tear as he finds another one. 5 in a row for Brezzy. Doesn't read the player in the back, but it does not matter. The detonation is in. 2-1 up is Exceptional Gaming.
3 minutes, Austin, to force a map number 4. Exceptional take the lead and their chance to stay alive in the winner's bracket. So see if they can seize control of the game off the back of this pressure. And first and foremost, you need to deal with your spawn. You do just that. If you're number 8, that's Cobra making the play to secure those spawns. As back to mid we go, full reset. Trades in the kill feed and fighting over possession. The puck right now, flank play through Dojo, and here's the opening. Capsules maybe giving you your chance.
Chance to try to break through, but the defense still holding strong on the high ground. Shots over the top will in fact be good. Looking for some much needed trades in the defensive side of the base of Exceptional, and so far able to deliver. Kills through mid also now coming on through. Almost another big double up. EMP will be neutral. 2 minutes on the clock. Bush now feeling the pressure here as they're the ones that need to try to capitalize with the play.
Nice shots. Almost for 2. Cammy, the damage done though. Will it slow things down for Exceptional? Or is this one gonna be it? Look at the region up top. Timing works off, but you don't get the kill. And here we go for the touchdown again, but not yet. Save the Bush. A dance around the statue. It looks like the Feds are looking to hold on yet again. One more chance in. And it's not going to happen. The Bush hold on. That could have been a third. Instead, the Bush looking to rally a counterattack through mid. But every single time we do, Exceptional will not let you pass the 50-yard mark.
Unbelievable play by Cammy, by the way. Just grabbing the EMP, finding the kill, and just stalling out for his teammates to come off spawn. Gives them a fighting chance here, but they're still pinned in the back. EMP picked up. This very well might seal it, and that will be the detonation. So they turtle up in the back of their spawn. They cannot fight their way out, and Exceptional Gaming might have just put this one out of reach.
I mean, that is a huge misplay by the Bush. Just way too aggressive off those lead blockers, and the ball does not know where to go. So they only know it by 2. 1 minute left. If it's going to be a Bush 3-0, it's going to have to be a score within the next 10 seconds. Or Exceptional will draw you out. Kills through the middle of the map go to Exceptional. 2 kills down, looking to flood on through. See if they can overwhelm now with numbers, and it's just all blue in the kill feed. Bush have nothing to say. The ball gets pulled back, but it's a flank from Brezzy, and that's going to keep even more pressure off the time. 21 seconds. This surely is going to 4.
Feels like we will see at least one more map. No chance to get here and then play the respawn on the EMP. Exceptional Gaming. Man, what a recovery and what a massive win it is against this Bush Gaming lineup. Showing some resilience after fumbling the search and destroy with 5 rounds in a row. They completely forget about it. They bring it back and they extend this one to at least one more map.
Can't have it too easy if you're the Bush. That's kind of been the story of the road through Paris. When you get here, you haven't won a search and destroy until this series versus Exceptional, but you haven't swept the series yet either. And I think that persistence that we're getting from Exceptional just to continue to push against the Bush right now is exactly what we see there in the Overload. Just constant defense, constant wins in their side of the map. You hold on to possession and you look for advantages. And Linz makes the hero play to truly call game. I'm really not sure what the comms were like for the Bush to hold the ball back on your defensive zone, but somebody slits the net, and all people, it's got to be Linz to clutch up for your team and put the nail in the coffin for map number 3. We go to 4. We go back to the hard point, Austin, and things don't get easier for Exceptional from here on out, because if there's one thing that the Bush have been pretty solid on, has been their hard points. It's probably their best game mode.
I think so. I think this is where you need to find a way to take them down, obviously to stay alive, but more so that this is the game mode that they've relied on. So if you can, in fact, find this map number 4, win a hard point, get us to a search and destroy, despite losing the map number 2, this is where Bush Gaming have looked most vulnerable so far this weekend. So it is a chance to certainly pull off a reverse sweep, but this Bush Gaming lineup, when it comes to respawns, when it comes to being in the right place at the right time, using that teamwork, you have to be ready to match that. You know, it is not going to be a solo effort. Has to be consistency across the board here for just about every single one of these individuals. So that is what we're kind of looking at if you're going to be able to do it. But that's a great start. I think we saw a lot of what you want to see in that Overload and bring that into the hard point for as far as the teamwork, the bait and switching, the clutch calls, and that's what we're going to have to see if we're going to see them try to extend this to 5.
And it's like the whole conversation too right now, I'd say with Exceptional is, I mean, you're fighting through the winner's bracket. This is the best I've seen them so far in an open across the year. Elite stage has been one thing. I think they're a top 3 team in Europe, but when it comes to translating that to LAN so far, they've been a step behind a lot of these rosters that come over from North America. And you take Bush to a hard point, you're looking to force out a map number 5. And that's where you really got to trust in this team that they could just get it done in the long run, because we know the history of these players. I mean, they've been up and down from the league. They've had their opportunities. Unfortunately for Cobra, never really seen him get his opportunity at all. But when it comes to challengers and seeing these 3 together, you bring Mighty into the roster as well. I mean, you got the core of a trio that have been together for years on end, Austin. And now you're in your home country. So it's like on top of all of that, like, I think that if there's any event for Exceptional to really pop off, it's going to be this event. And for the Bush, there's no better statement to make than a reverse sweep.
Well, we stay on the same map, but different game mode, of course, and already lighting it up early is Trakes, who has certainly found his form after the search and destroy slump. And looking for what would be the clearance of the P1 time. Might just be good for it. Bush will have the numbers and now a chance to see if they can try to hold back Exceptional and lock in some time.
Bush off to a hot start. Everybody ahead of them right now, and Prolo just playing his life. What a chow coming through, too. The fact that he gets the chance at that second one. Unbelievable stuff from Byron. Exceptional fight their way back in, though, getting a little bit of this time off P1. Big focus needs to be the rotation, and that's exactly what Bush are calling for. Flood on through from Prolude. He's got the MPC out, and he's looking to get Mixie in the back line.
Yeah, I have to read the player that's actually backed all the way up, and the first initial read will not be there. Follow-up now also coming in here as just about everybody will make sure the back stays safe. So now we turn our attention to the front with some potential pinches that could very well actually start to unravel through mid. But this is great time so far for Exceptional Gaming. They're in a good position. It's just a matter of reading some of these pinch plays.
Easier said than done for Exceptional, but they're doing a great job at that. Fighting a war on two fronts and winning those wars. Last one up is going to be Trakes inside a shop. He takes down two before falling, and that's going to actually pull those back P2 spawns. So you give an opportunity now for the break-in from Prolude. He's going to take his time back 18. And because of that time, Exceptional have more opportunities to run some routes here, push this lead, take their kills, and take this to the next level. 67 points off of the second hill. Their lead is massive over the Bush so far. If they break this P3, it's going to be a tough game for the Bush.
That's been a solid start. Mighty's been helping out with that charge at 8-3. Now attacking on what is a pinch play, and a lot to deal with from the front, but so far being dealt with quite well there by Trakes. Able to find a couple of kills, and that slows things down and turns all the attention now from one side for Exceptional Gaming. And on top of that, you have a pinch that was actually unraveling from the side, but it's read and shut down by Exceptional. Now, have to find kills on the point. The nades making everybody weak. Kills now finally starting to come through. One more player to find a trade on. Able to finesse a little bit more. Trakes finally will drop down, and scrap time looks to be secured by Exceptional.
Looks like it's going to be picked up there, and you hold on to your lead going into P4. You can see that Bush are looking to the rotation yet again. And you need some of these exit kills to go your way, so you stick behind here. Cammy's going to find one. Alongside Trakes, see what you can handle before this rotation does kick off. And as soon as it does open, here comes Exceptional now looking to fight through mid. A couple of kills come through from Cammy. He's going to be traded out, but you need this one on the front line to go your way, and Capsul's going to take him down. Big wins coming out from Big Cap.
Yeah, that is a win and a half right there. One you'd love to have back, and it very well might cost Exceptional as they start to just really funnel through the door almost one by one. They do have players now starting to spawn in the back, however, so they can start to hit some different angles and see if they can attack and try to break into the hardpoint itself. But Bush have more or less brought this one back. 25 seconds being fought for around the point, looking for the multi-kills needed inside by some of the members of Exceptional, and it looks like they will be able to deliver, clear Bush out, and lock in the time to keep that lead.
Yeah, it's going to be a lead heading into the second set of rotations, and this is where you feel good for Exceptional, because Austin, back in that map one, back in different series that we've seen, it always feels like these teams are trying to make comebacks, trying to just figure out a way to break your opposition and flip that lead. And I mean, for Exceptional, you're in the driver's seat for this one. So as long as you can, keep these early hills scrappy, look for the rotations of the money hills, and lock down a good chunk of time, you're in good position. And not only that, you got a Hellstorm.
We do. That's Brezzy, 15-7, who's certainly started to heat up, and wow, what a hellstorm it is. Able to find 3 members, so everyone from Bush now not going to be in the position they want to be to try to contest some of this middle play, but they maybe just need one, as it was actually Caps who's able to bully his way at least for that first kill. Just can't stay alive any longer. The flank is made safe, and now it's just a matter of seeing if you can fight for the back 20 seconds. Bush Gaming, though, they are also going to contest.
The leader's advantage, so anytime's good time off this P1. A big question is, where does Exceptional kick off their rotation anew? All 4 players going to be grouped up through mid. Bush going to have the deficit for this play. But you're looking to walk away with the majority of these kills, and you're losing your battles, you're losing your spawns now. Exceptional just want to bleed this out for the P2 rotation. And they flip you.
Got to go Bush here first, and doesn't look like there's any real flanks coming through just yet. Everyone going to spawn up together for Exceptional, so need to win some key gunfights to start to open up some of this space. And everyone holding strong for Bush. Up until now, maybe you get a chance to break through, but the reflank going to come through all the way in the back by Caps, and he'll find just enough room for Bush to work with and make sure they flip things out and lock in some time.
It's another smart timing call there from Capsule. Make the flank to clear out the rest of the pressure from behind. You flip those spawns, and now you're looking to rotate with the rest of your squad. Big 1v1 over towards the new hill. That's going to be won by Mighty. Although Mighty's going to be alone in that endeavor, Bush spawn up over towards the new set. And it is going to be a tie game for the moment. This is going to be a big hill for the Bush. How do you face this? It's a deep flanker on the back from player number 8, and that's going to be caught by the Bush, so it's numbers inside.
All right. Have some tough gunfights ahead of you. And again, all from the front. And Bush have started to run away with a little bit of a lead here. They got a cushion now to work with. So Exceptional Gaming taking their time on this play as nades start to bombard the hard point, but no one going down as of yet. Finally, you got a triple that ends up coming through. Things will flip out, and this is some much needed time to make sure this game does not get out of hand. 20 seconds left here on the hill.
I mean, the same thing is, stated for Bush. I mean, as long as they can keep this lead and Exceptional is behind, they've been happy to trade out these scrappy hills over and over. When it goes to hills like P4 and P2, who's going to be the one to get this initial and hold? Because that's where you see majority of the time come from. And right now, Bush are going to be the first ones to set up in this hill.
Trakes really able to put together some unbelievable multi-kills at times that can make or break games. And that could be a problem for Exceptional Gaming. Once again, pushed out front. Clean shots coming through continuously for Trakes. As he's up to 3 in a row. Good nade also going to come through here to finally allow them to get access to push up this lane wave. But another flank not going to work out. This is where you have some numbers to work with to try to break in, but you also have to worry about the close spawn. So play needs to unfold quickly. The break into the hard point feels like it's maybe just about good enough, but still haven't got the full clearance. And the close spawn allows Bush Gaming to continue to flood.
It's Cammy and Capsule to break back in for the last 20 seconds of this hill. Bush looking to hold on to about a 40-point lead going into the new set of rotations back to the third set. So Exceptional, they need to lock in. However, the issue is they've given Bush a hellstorm. So no matter how well they set up at P1, you still have that tool to break now if you're the Bush.
Lots of problems to deal with here, and you could expect it to potentially come out here in these next 2 hills to be sure. And now we'll see. He'll go neutral. Looking for kills around the point. 30 seconds down. Exceptional Gaming need just about every single second, or need to make sure Bush Gaming aren't collecting anything for free. Have to contest it. Have to start to play well if we're going to see a map number 5. Lots of time to fight for. Halfway through the hard point on P1. Kills coming through for Bush Gaming. Looking good on the time. Looking good for the setup as they start to grab firm control of the hard point on Gridlock.
The Bush are flying for control right now. 216, 177. Exceptional came out hot yet again to the map, but have they run out of gas at the last minute of this hard point? Rotation over to 2. It is going to be a flank coming in from player number 2. That's going to be Capsule in behind these players of Exceptional, and they have no idea. Brezzy, the last one up. Can he stay alive? No. The break in for the Bush. They have to set up.
Might just be able to get it done right here, right now. Scrambling now as the Exceptional Gaming members, but still fighting back, making sure the hill is neutral. A critical moment with the spawns on either side, still decently close to the hill. It's just a matter of who can get the kills and then start to push forward. Who can find some of the big kills around the hard point? Bush now on the time for a moment, but keeping it scrappy is Exceptional Gaming. The problem still remains, though. Every second is great, and Bush Gaming, they could still end it.
Bush can end it here. However, Exceptional doing a great job at just prolonging this game, keeping their foot inside the hill. You lose out on number 7, though, and that's going to give you a way back in if you're the Bush. 15 seconds is all you need, so this contest is going to be everything for Exceptional. You force a rotation to new. Can they win the fights on transition, though?
Have to. Absolutely have to if you're Exceptional Gaming. Brezzy looking to lead the charge, and he doesn't win his 1v1, so it's not clean by any means so far. Control at least here, but you do have spawns, as you said. So are you going to be able to hold on here? Perfect hard point, as we say it. Need to be absolutely on point. Cannot allow a single mistake from here on out. And it's an excellent start.
4 down clean. Do you read the spawns, though? Back over to P4 side, and already you're looking for that information. If you're Cobra, you stay alive, you drop a stun, and Exceptional there bunkered in for the remainder of this P3.
Looking for some more kills. The entries have not necessarily been here, but now finally starting to heat up. Pressure starting to mount inside of the hard point. One final player remaining. The spawners need to get here and get here quick. Buying time. Exceptional Gaming have to touch, have to get in, but the clearance finally follows. And that will be the 3-1 victory here for Bush.
Frollo's got some words in Paris. He is letting them know. He stands up. A win for Bush puts them into the winners semifinal now to take on Team War and Exceptional Gaming. They're going to have to drop on down and make their lower bracket run now. Fist bumps across the stage as the local representation from EMEA Challengers. Their run gets a little bit longer from here on out, but a battle through the winner's bracket, and you gotta give respect to both sides. I mean, Bush come alive in the second half of that hard point, and really is difficult for Exceptional to win a lot of these battles on transition. Just not able to get the early breaks, not able to get the setups that they want. And for Bush, I mean, they just continue to keep it scrappy. They just continue to run routes, whittle you down, break you down. And when you got Trakes and you got Capsule just consistently running around this map, it is really hard to just keep your head on a swivel, no matter who you are. And Exceptional, they really struggle in this best of 5 against that. You think back to the 10 Search and Destroy as well, Austin. And what that could have been for Exceptional. I mean, a 5 rounds in a row for the Bush is tippable, but you gotta question what went wrong for Exceptional Gaming across this series, because there were times when they really looked like the better team.
I'm with you. I think that there was a lot of moments where you look over, obviously, the search, but as well as the hard points as winnable moments, right? There was certainly times where they were leading. They were looking good through the first half, but it's those adjustments and really what makes this roster, I think, so good in Challengers with the veteranship that you have across the board of being able to constantly bounce back, figure out what we need to change going forward. And that just plays such a massive part when it comes down to winning. And that's something that this team has obviously been able to do continuously here over the last few events. So a massive game to be sure. They get tested, but they bounce back, they find themselves up, and now they're in a great position here to potentially move on, or rather move on and see who they're going to actually match up against going forward in this upper bracket.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of leads the questions and the stories to just continue through the upper bracket, because you still got Bush and you still got OMiT, our 2 grand finalists from not just the elite stage for both EMEA and North America, but our 2 grand finalists from Atlanta still alive in the winner's side of things in the semifinals. Yeah. The surprise is who they're playing right now, Austin. It's Torn versus OMiT in the winner's semifinal. Torn, I mean, what even happened with this team? Because they looked like they weren't even competitive in the elite stage. You make the change for Hitman for Millie, they've leveled up, and they look like a competitor here in Paris. 2 more wins, and they've guaranteed themselves a chance at champs, an auto qualification at champs. And the same can be said for War on the other side. I mean, it seemed like an impossibility when we were talking about this team back in the North American stage that, you know, can Cabal make it to champs? You know, through pro points, it seems impossible. It has to be a run through Paris, and they have yet to drop a map. I mean, it's incredible what they're putting on.
It is incredible, and something about that land buff, additional member coming in, things are clicking, things are meshing, and at the end of the year, sometimes it happens for a few of our teams here in Challengers. So certainly lots to still take a look at and heat up here as we get later and later into Saturday, but our next alpha match does need to get set up. So for now, we are going to take a quick reprieve, grab yourself a drink, get ready. We got more action coming your way on the backside of the break. And welcome back, everyone, to Major 4 Challengers Open. Another matchup here for you guys as we jump into our Bravo stream. P7 Notorious up against Rock Esports, as this is also going to be a massive matchup here in the lower bracket.
It is a massive, and it's almost poetic, too, because we got two Challengers Open victors that, I mean, we talk about in light of the downtrend that has been the recent, I'd say, placings in Challenger events. I mean, you talk about P7 Notorious, meet Atlanta into stage 4. They did not have a good look. And we thought that was going to change. I mean, they stay together. You don't want to take the gamble going into Paris at trying a new team, especially after the success you have found. So you hit the grindstone and you try to work out some fixes going into Paris. And I don't think we've truly seen those fixes just yet. But the same thing with Rock, that I just keep saying, is that it hasn't been a good look since we saw them in Birmingham. And although they've been consistent, they need to step it up here in Paris if they want to turn around the end of the year. So it's a really poetic matchup that we have right now versus both these two teams.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. It is a critical one, as well as, like you said, a lot on the line. So we'll see what ends up happening, as we are now bouncing around P3 points, and 25 seconds remain on it. As you can see, a bit of a pinch play coming through. Great nades over the top will make sure the hill does go neutral, at least for the time being, and nades continue to get exchanged to make sure the remaining 15 is going to be scrappy.
So 60 points here for Rock Esports as you're looking to break P4. I like this positioning for P7, though, and you even have a player through mid, so a little bit of a crossfire is going to make it difficult for you to initially get a break going through a boat, but as soon as you get out of position, that's where Rock Esports gets to spread their wings and fly. However, P7, they deal with it accordingly. They get these opening kills, now looking for initial time to keep Rock away.
Need kills in the back, and so far Rock Esports able to deliver kills inside the hard point. Also look to be coming through fairly swiftly, and everyone else going to drop down. P7 Notorious, typically great at kind of locking down early rotations and then translating that into a lot of time. Rock Esports, though, able to find a very fast break. And fortunate team kill will come out here with the car explosion, and that's going to give maybe a chance to try to break in and keep the remaining 20 somewhat scrappy. However, Rock Esports slammed the door in their face once again.
Yeah, I mean, full 4 down. Just get to buffer that lead out a little bit more. Gives you a little bit of brace time here on the rotation. And who's making the play here for Rock? It's going to be an individual effort. 4 in a row, nearly snapping for 5. And you're already putting pressure on the rotations. Just one more player to deal with. He does get those close spawns. P7 Notorious desperately fighting for some positioning in the back to see if they can turn it into time on P5.
Well, look at this split that actually came through for one of the members. Is it going to be red? Looks like that's going to be a hard no. So now you even have forward positioning, almost a little bit of a freebie here for P7 Notorious, if you will. That player finally dealt with around the P3 point, but a lot of the damage has been done for as far as the setup. And P7 Notorious, I mean, they need this time, and even with that little kind of lifeline, they're not able to turn it into a whole lot here. Rock Esports able to fight right back to the front and continue to make sure there's no free time. But with those kills, it might be enough now for P7 Notorious.
Every second counts for both teams, and for P7, you want this scrap time. Rock just won't give it up. There's another clearance towards the back end of this hill to let Rock maintain a huge lead going into the second set of rotations. P7 once again just going to chalk it up and rotate. You got the setup here, and you walk away with the kills to hold on to this setup. We've seen Rock just knock on your door and break these hills so quickly in the past.
Down by about an entire hard point. P7 Notorious, not a situation we see from them too often when it comes to this game mode, but we've certainly seen some issues linger through the later stages of the Elite. So, Rock Esports now looking to just fly, and fly they will. Another big double up, 3 in a row for the player on your screen, and that's going to allow some free access into the hard point. And yeah, like we said previously, all time is great time when you're up this big, and P7 Notorious are certainly feeling the pressure this late into the hard point.
Pressure indeed. You just need to have one of these money hills go your way, so you're hoping that you can get into P2, but Rock Esports are demanding your attention at nil. And you can see the setup is flawless right now for the team in purple. All your arrows set up for this P2 rotation. You got back right under control, and it would have been a good kill to get, but fortunately P7 Notorious are going to give themselves a chance to break this one fast through red, and you got a flank developing.
Oh, clean shots. It's going to come through for the trade. And now P7 Notorious able to at least get through, but are they going to be able to hold? That's been the big problem. Rock Esports has been so quick to break down these setups and dismantle what they have intact. Finally,
Perfect.
A good moment we can talk about here for P7 Notorious, and it's a much needed one because just about every single second off of this point is required to try to close this lead, and try to close this gap as Rock Esports look for the response, and they find the clearance on the second attempt.
I mean, it's good the first time, Austin, but you just can't give up the second time. And, I mean, that is so easy for Rock to break back into that hill. For such a big amount of time here, P7 reeling over to P3 now, hoping that they can finally get a big hill off this time. I mean, you win one of these rotations and you're within 30 points of Rock Esports, but that's just been the hard part, is that first wave might be good, second wave, though, not so much. Rock Esports are very aggressive when it comes down to just continuing to throw the pressure down.
That really is it in a nutshell. It just feels like they are constantly in your face, constantly all over you, no breathing room. And P7 Notorious are down 100 points in one of their best game modes that we have seen over the later half. But good clearance again. It feels like there are small glimpses and small little moments where they find a full 4-3 down. It's a matter of can they actually translate that into the majority of time. 20 seconds left. Rock Esports still gearing up for what could be one more hit, and great grenades are going to hit their mark and find some clearance.
That's actually going to burn a trophy too for P7, so if you do get the break to P4, that's going to be less clearance of ordnance in such a tight-knit hill. But we're talking about Scar at the end of the day. If you can break this P4 and get in, a 100-point lead isn't the craziest thing that I've seen in a comeback, especially if you can chain together 4, then 5. The only difference this time around is just look at the map control that you have right now if you're Rock Esports, pushed up through mid.
222 to 119 now. New Hill going to open. P7 Notorious knocking on the doorstep. Just need to find the outer kills. Outer kills look to be good. Now it's a matter of flipping the spawns out. Everybody turtling up for Rock Esports, but they're still on the time. They're still getting closer and closer to ending the map. There is the clear. There are the spawns, and now they have a chance to finally fight back. But is it too late? One good break is all Rock Esports need.
Back though, Rock still looking to break in for the scrap time, and it's a big win from P7. 19 seconds left. Spawns in the back. Rock just not going to relent off the pressure, and it's another clearance of 2. Back in for the contest. 13 seconds. You can't win it, so we will go to new. However, it just seems like a mammoth of an opportunity of a comeback here for P7. This seems utterly impossible.
Truly a mountain to climb. To be sure, 4 seconds, one good break, patience, that's all you need to do. Slow it down a tad bit, get a read on what the setup is kind of looking like here, and this very well could seal it. Nade gonna be cooked up, looking for the car explosion, and well, that'll do it. So Spawn's gonna flip out. P7 Notorious now need to get the job done from the front, still have some control around green, but in the hard point, Rock Esports have made their way in. They have found the necessary kills, and they will take down map number 1 very convincingly.
And that is one that I think you desperately were looking for here for P7 Notorious, especially after this Rock Esports team has just been so hot and cold, but in this matchup, they're hot right now. You go into Scar, and you just look at the smile on Steve Vortex. I mean, he knows that the boys are fired up. He knows that his team is locked in, and there's not really a whole lot stopping them right now on this rampage that has been the lower bracket. Panic, however, on the side of P7 Notorious, they know they've been in this position for the past couple of events, Austin, and the results haven't been the prettiest. So it's got to be a stressful position if you're P7 Notorious, looking to kind of find that same podium finish that you've had in stage 3, that you had back in Birmingham. Where has that same team gone? And all my eyes kind of point towards this SMG duo of Snoopy and Eric Boom, as you got a meta that really values the SMG. You got 2 players that are just some of the best SMGs that we've had in Challengers for years on end. And it seems like what made this team tick for P7 Notorious was just Snoopy and Eric Boom having takeover maps. But we haven't seen that in a while, and I feel like it's missing for this P7 team. We need to see it in the Search and Destroys.
We do. It is going to be required without question. Without question, that is a team that you just expect to bounce back. But we'll have to keep our eyes on that as they load into the map number 2. For now, we are going to jump over, I believe, to Delta and see how this one is currently faring for as far as what should be another exciting matchup and a special one, because we've seen a little bit of, I think, maybe both of the squads so far today. But OMiT EU, certainly one of the contenders for, you know, potentially winning and taking down Bush, getting revenge here. And we'll see if they can start to get off to a good start up against our squad.
Omnia and Victo, we saw them earlier on stream, and I mean, this is a roster that I think is going to be fun to talk about, because you got an up-and-comer in Mirage that is alongside some pretty impressive veteranship. You know, when you look at Yuli, Mac, and Arcides. And if Mirage is the one who's going to be the difference in just igniting a spree through the lower bracket for Invicta, then I'm going to be locked in to watch this team play. But they're up against a pretty tough team in Project 7. I mean, the number 2 from EMEA, the utmost, just undisputed number 2 all year long. So if you can take them down, it's going to be a statement, but it's not going to be an easy one to make.
No, definitely won't be easy. We'll see if they can try to do it, though. And it would be a statement and a half. I'm with you. Getting lots of gridlocks today. Certainly happy about that. And player in the back will be taken out, so not going to have too much of a pinch play unfolding here for Omnia. But so far, not able to find a whole lot of kills for the front either. So Project 7 in a pretty solid position to come away with what could feel like a good amount of time. Finally getting some trades back here, though, will be Omnia and Invicta as they start to make their way around the 18-wheeler. Just can't find the full clearance and still struggling to really get inside and find the break.
Here we go down, though. And Omni and Victa still looking to fight this one from the front. So you get a player inside the hard point. You're looking for closing this lead. It is up by 20 right now for P7. And another wave of kills go your way. So the NPCs start to come alive for Omni and Victa. And I like this clearance towards the back. They're immediately going to start putting pressure onto the rotations and see if they can win some fights on transition to P3.
Yeah, not going to find a whole lot of exits. Just one, but the trade actually doesn't come through here, so that makes things just a tad bit more difficult. 5 in a row for the player on your streak right now, so maybe a chance for a Hellstorm, but no, that streak will actually come to a close. Need trades and not going to get the read on the push to the right, so that means that everything has looked perfect on this rotation here thus far for Project 7. This might give them a chance to start to create a bit of a buffer.
In the setup, here comes Omnia, and the entry kills are going to go green so far. Inside, it's still P7 locking down this time, and it's going to be a 2v4 that is locked down for P7 to keep their lead. And right away, the NPCs start to fly forward. 4 spree, going to be stopped by a team nade. And 80 points versus 40. This is where an Omnia and Victa, Austin, they need to start making some pretty tough decisions.
Yeah, it is that situation of, all right, we have some of the scrap time going our way, but we are not going to be in favor of a rotation. And that's really been the story so far of this hardpoint. Project 7, they've been first, and they've been locking down those initial rotational kills. Something's going to have to give before we see things flip the other way. So far, so good, though, on the exits. Able to find 2. Have to now get the clearance fully in the back, and that doesn't exactly come through. There's only 1 member remaining with some close spawns kind of coming behind Dojo, but it's a matter of, again, getting the necessary kills before Project 7 kind of rack up too much time before you even step foot in the hill.
Well, 60-point lead and counting. Project 7 fighting for statue control, dancing around off the wall balance. It's not going to connect, and here comes Omni and Victa. Streak in the back for 31, and everybody else is going to follow in suit and fall into place. Good kills coming in for your team, but it's not going to be enough. Marty Dom keeps the hill green for now, but you need the scrap time. You need the rotations. Omni and Victa not really getting both at the same time, and it's a huge play from P7 yet again to just keep you distracted at ult.
Yeah, keep you distracted at ult. Just slow down your rotation. This is one of the first hills, though. We will see Omnia Invicta at the new hill first. And we'll see if they can start to read out some of the flankers that are starting to at least make their way behind the play. And that first one is read well, so looking good for the initial 15 seconds locked in here for Omnia.
Well, flank comes out. And looking to pick up a couple of kills for spacing. P7 spawn up over towards P4, and every time you get close to the hill, Omnia and Victa just cutting you down. NPCs starting to wake up. And this is what you like to see for the comeback. Suddenly, this lead is just down to 10. And you get the remainder of the scrap time. Austin, you're holding the left side of the map, so this is perfect from Omnia and Victa. They are locked in for this map 1.
This is just about a full 60 off of P1. So, yeah, Project 7 playing some of that flawless hardpoint up until now. And you can start to feel things shift as we're about halfway through the hardpoint in map number 1. Hill's going to open up. Omnia Invicta starting to put together rotations. We'll see if they can start to clear out the back. One more player still lingering and might have just found a route through. Need to stay alive at the front, though. And actually, gunfight's even better. A run for the front by Project 7. Flank play works out for one. That gives them just a little grace period to get forward. And now they have a chance to contest.
Shots in. Tie game. Over the top. You play your life. You play for the regen, but it's not going to be enough. You're looking at your teammates to go big, and they've done just that. However, Project 7 still fighting from the front. Inside the hill, suddenly a lead change now for Omnia and Victa. What more can they do other than keep pressing on? Over the top, and it's great clearance from 37 in for the remainder of the scrap time. It's going to keep you at about a tie game, but his kills to new. It's going to be so important.
And first one, not going to come through. A little bit of a split push almost kind of coming in there for Project 7. Didn't have everybody together just yet, so have to now delay, gear up, and set up. Omnia Invicta now up quite a bit, as you can see them completely turn this around, but you got to finish your food, and they don't. So Project 7 find the break and will likely grab themselves a potential lead swap here if they can hold on and really fight for the back 30 seconds on the point.
Well, as soon as you spawn up with the rest of the team, it should be the notice that this is going to be split spawns for Omnia and Victa. So it's battles on two sides for Project 7. Will they be able to hold on? The lineup from 38. You lose the pressure from inside the hill. You're still looking to win these fights individually, as Omnia and Victa going to take some routes through showers, look to extend their reach past the hard point and take over, swarming through Project 7. Back into the hill for Omnia, holding onto this lead, heading over to 4. It's one player in your way. You got to worry about him in the statue, and he's still alive for 2.
Yeah, they are turning up here. Just need to find this trade kill, and they do. New Hill opens up. Project 7 have numbers for now, but gunfights are still being won. And this game has completely changed around. You're seeing just tough gun battles coming through. The slaying is picking up. Omnia starting to grab control, up by about 30 seconds now as they continue to put the pressure on, start to build up this lead further and further. It's a split hit, and now Project 7 really need to wait and delay as they're getting picked off one at a time here. You are once again in a great position to maybe start to really get over 200 points if you're Omnia.
Yeah, you're starting to get a little scattered here if you're P7. That's worrisome for fans. Hoping for a comeback on Gridlock now for the back half. You need the scrap times. You're trying to break it for the front. And you do it without dropping a life. Already a late player off the respawn is going to move over to P1. You're looking for the rest to set up behind you. Trophy's going to beat down. It's going to look to be just about a 30-point game here. That is nothing for P7 on a map like Gridlock.
Very true. Good flank play. Oh, three players all turned the exact same time. So 0 value is found. And a lot of time spent taking the route. And last time we saw just how good Omnia were on this P1 point. This time around, Project 7, they have been able to break through the front. They will be able to start to get some time back their way, and now they can start to fan out themselves and see if they can make some moves.
See if they can put out those flames so far. However, Ice Cream's gonna get flanked out, and here's the go-ahead now to see if he can play off of Dojo. The contact timing is perfect, and it's 2 players going down in for the contest. Now for the dance, the finesse. How long can you stay alive just to keep P7 away from grabbing this time? It's so much pulled away from that P1, and it allows for your team to set up towards New, but I'm a little worried right now for Omnia. They are quite separated.
They are. And we know just how important these battles are, being watched all the way at the top of the platform. Nade's going to come out, and Omnia get the first touch. 10 seconds separating both of the squads here, as Project 7 now need to get themselves into a good prime position to break the hard point. But just look at every green arrow on that mini-map right now. Everybody completely fanned out. looking to see if they can really create that first point of contact earlier than you would want it. Project 7 now finally realizing they got to put the pedal to the metal. They got to fly through. First entry is good.
And even going to be finding a second one, too. Team shots in. And this game's looking to stay tied. Spawn's going to flip over the top, in for the contest. Force spree for Omnia, and that's going to be cut down. But you buy enough time for the rest of the team to get in for the contest, and you're winning your battles through mail. Still alive, still holding on, still keeping that lead. Battles to new. It's going to be 3 players from P7 just giving this up and rotating. Down by just about 20 points. Can they hold on?
Oh, 3 members all flooding through. Wisely backing down, and the Semtex finds 2 on the rotation. I mean, how critical is that? Omnia now need to really pause on this push, wait for the respawners to come back up. Project 7 have been extremely good at locking down this hard point as everyone starts to funnel through. First couple kills are good with the pistol. Goes for the reach out. Not going to be able to find it here. Lead change comes in for Project 7, and Omnia feeling the pressure themselves now as they have not been able to find the break.
14 seconds. Omnia, so much work's been done, Austin, but it all could just be swept away in one fell effort. They need to break here, and they need to break fast.
Going in. One final attempt, but it's all white in the feed. It's all Project 7. Back and forth we go, but not enough in the end. And map number 1 locked in by Project 7.
That was a heater. I mean, you look at both sides and how close that was. It's got to be heartbreaking for the side of Omnia and Victa to lose a map that close. I mean, you fought so hard to take the lead. You played so well through the second set of rotations. But it's just the scrap time towards P2 and the early rotation to P3. Project 7, they know exactly what it takes to take a map like that. You lock in for the money hill at P3. You lock down that time in that game. You stole it away. You stole the hearts of Omnia and Victa. And that is one way to kick off a best of 5 in the lower rounds. We move over, though, to other series going on. And it looks like we still got a little bit before we jump in with these two. But Exceptional versus Stallions, Austin, is something to look forward to. Stallions have been on the run through the lower bracket. Exceptional looking for a bounce back after losing to Bush. Gonna take a second to get in there. So I guess we're looking at Huntsmen OMiT.
Yeah. We'll take a look at what's happening here, and at the moment, it is OMiT Brooklyn up by 1, as well as a chance to maybe even close out the search and destroy. Head by a round, but First Blood and Bomb planted here for Huntsmen might be good and primed for a potential round 11, depending on how this retake goes.
8 out. See if the retake can start through pool steps. However, good kills from the Huntsmen, and it's a 1 versus 3, all down to just one member of OMiT Brooklyn. 25 seconds left. You got an NPC you're fighting against so much. Not the battles you want to take.
Yeah, that's one way to put it for sure. It doesn't feel great being in that spot, but either way, we are going to a round 11. And if you want to take a look at that one, then head over to the Charlie stream. See how that round 11 ends up playing out. Looks like our alpha match, though, ready to go. Exceptional Gaming, they are coming off of a tough defeat. A lot of winnable games, it felt like, that we just saw in their matchup against Bush. But now Stallions in a similar position where they're fighting for their lives to the lower bracket, looking to try to clean up their play and seeing who can stay alive amongst the two here on the alpha stream.
Stallions is going to be interesting to see how they can handle the pressure from, I'd say, the SMG line of Exceptional, because you got a seam, you know, running the NPC alongside Rupert. And I feel like it's going to put a lot of pressure on the Rupert to really perform in this one, because when you're playing against Brezzy and Lins, I mean, they can tend to go on sprees. So for the Stallions, it's going to be huge to see if they can come out strong, especially in that SMG line, to keep up with what Exceptional's bringing.
So far, so good for Exceptional Gaming, as they get just about all of the time coming off of this first hill. At least that was available to them. And Stallions not able to grab anything in return, but they are now going to have the rotation. However, the spawn's not necessarily going to be there. A couple splits coming through, so are they going to read the flanker? That's going to be the big question. 2 members remaining now to play defense inside the hard point. That split spawners gets involved on some of the players coming off of that spawn. And now it's a matter of a 50-50 foot race as things actually flip out again and it gets a little bit messy.
Good finesse on the outside for Lins. Goes back in. It's going to be Stallions holding their ground for the back spawns, fighting back in. So much damage from Brezzy. He won't be able to stay alive. And the Stallions are now going to be able to look for some space out for the rooftops for the last 20 seconds of this hill. Exceptional going to take another swing at it, and the team kill might slow them down. But it's not going to force them to give up just yet. Austin looking to play for the remainder of the 14 seconds, which they won't get. Stallions walk away with the scrap. It's Exceptional setting up to new.
Best case scenario, really, as they're able to grab even more time than we saw from Exceptional Gaming off of P1. So the response is perfect. Rotation now here for Exceptional Gaming. Good nade tag going to come through to slow down this push that's starting to unfold. And not going to read the player in the corner means that Exceptional Gaming actually come out with a clean set of rotational kills, 3 of the 4 members. And that is now going to put some pressure here as Stallions have to split out across the map and start to re-gear for their break.
Yeah, Stallions going to overwhelm, though. Good clearance from Exceptional over towards the gates, and hoping to see if number 10 can get a little bit extra off the back of it. The Stallions keeping you out of the hill, and down by 12 points. Not too bad for the Stallions, just trying to find some positioning on this map. Flying on forward. It's going to be a seam alongside the rest of the Stallions, but 3 go down. Exceptional going to fight back in. They got the better sides.
Scrap time could be secured by the Stallions. One more 1v1, and it will actually go the way of Exceptional, just to make sure a few seconds go neutral. But as you said, rotation for new. Stallions having more numbers here on this side of the map, and they'll find a clean kill to make sure that there's only now 1 remaining player inside the service that could really start to threaten this. First kill was picked up. Trades, though, on point. Stallions looking good for what could be the close spawn to the hard point, and now with the clearance, feels like they can start to make their move for it.
Yeah, you should. Tie game. Stallions looking to flip this lead. They got back thrown spawns, but Exceptional is going to be right here. Lynn slides underneath the gunfire of Rupert. It's not going to keep the rest out, though. Stallions hold on. 3 go down, and that's going to force those spawns back over towards the couch. You do have a flank coming out from number 6. That's going to be Brezzy trying to flip these spawns out for 20 seconds. Would it be worth it?
See if it pays off. Certainly a risk, and kills are there, but as you say, does it delay things as we head back towards mid? And scrap time picked up. Exceptional Gaming going to be down by just about 20 seconds, 15 or so, but you consider how that first opening hill had really went, and Stallions do a pretty decent job here through the second half of the rotations to get themselves back in control. But Exceptional Gaming now will make their move to P1. They are set up, and we'll see Stallions start to make their move now as they look for a break.
Clearance towards that trophy system. Here come the Stallions. They haven't cleared out you, though, and that's going to be 4 dead. Exceptional have a great setup on P1. That's going to flip the lead their way. Stallions spawn on the left side of the map, and you can already see Exceptional looking to put pressure on these players. And this goes down. We'll spawn up with the rest of the team, but still got some gunfights to take here for the Stallions to win. It's going to be a double hit through 10, but still not enough for the break.
No, it really is not, is it? It feels like they were able to gear up maybe through that B3 area and try to break through. Doesn't happen, and now Exceptional Gaming, not only do they come away with just about another full 60 off of P1, but they also have the favorite side of the map, and they stay alive. And with those kills, well, it looks like things will flip out. One more player in the back, however, could play upset. Looking to see if you could try to find a few is what you're really asking for, but it's a tall measure, and while the assistance gets there from the front, one more 1v1 in the back is secured and locked in. Spawns, however, still being fought for.
Yeah, Stallions haven't really been able to break since P4, and they've been on the back burner for the last 2 hills. So looking to see if they can get something done quick here as they did 3 in the feed. Looking for the last one. Still alive's Cobra, and he's just trying to take a few players down with him. Only good for the 1, so Stallions do get in, and they have space. So see if this setup can turn around into some solid time to look to tie this game up once more.
It's 20 seconds. Both teams might give it one more look. And entries gonna come in at least for the first one. Need to follow it up. Good shots. Goes to the pistol. And how about the teamwork? But it's only for about 7 seconds. Is this going to actually hurt them? As they now need to make their way to new. It feels like Stallions won't get to the new hill first, but they still have lots of presence lingering nearby.
Cobra's gonna get shot in the back. No read onto the player in Dojo. It's split kill feed, and Exceptional are gonna fight for this time. Minimal lead. So it's good time to keep contested. But Bressy's going to go down, and Stallions now with the setup. 3 players here. Can they hold on as best as possible? 2 players going to flood in through the middle to contest this, and looks like they've actually backed the Stallions fully up. Can they hold on? They do.
Massive moment. Down by 10. Stallions looking to battle back, and battle back they have. Fight through the middle. Shut down. Team kill comes through, but doesn't matter. Stallions still here with the numbers. And still looking to see if they can make sure the remaining 15 seconds does not go over for free. Exceptional Gaming forced to try to push through. Their player that was on the flank doesn't manage to flip out the spawns and doesn't manage to stay alive here. So everything now is about trying to force your way through. See if you can try to get to the back as these battles start to come through.
Nobody's going to be on the time right now. They're trying to fight for the back spawns, and with that, they get full 4 down. So back into the hill. Now you have your setup. You've done exactly what you want to do, so it's going to take your attention back to the front of the hill to hold off the second wave. Do they read the double hit through mid, though?
In through servers they come. Gonna lose one. And now there's not really a lot of pressure on the hill, so yeah, they're able to break in fairly cleanly. And the back is made safe, so spawn's going to be close now for Exceptional. You got a player that's also flying forward. That's going to give them a lot of information about, hey, I don't see anyone just yet, so might be some players lingering through mid, and that's exactly the case. Brezzy's going to try to pick that up. About 15 seconds remaining. Exceptional would love to try to gather it, but Stallion's going to give it one more look.
And Exceptional just immediately battle you out. They bounce you away to P1, and already Exceptional looking for the setup to the new hill. You got the back throwing spawns. So chance for Exceptional to really put the hurt down in this moment. I mean, the only thing you're hoping to bail you out is going to be a rotation in from number 3. So you take care of that. You block out any pinch plays, and you have a setup now for Exceptional that can truly blow this game 1 open.
Feels that way. Stallions starting to lose just a little bit of that control that we were seeing, and P1 has not been friendly to them whatsoever over these last few sets. So this is where you need to make a change. Something needs to change if you're going to be able to bring this one back. And so far the nades over the top are good, but you haven't got the full clearance of the ARs through mid. Still presence here, still a Hellstorm also in the back pocket from our player on screen, so a little bit to deal with. And 50 points is now separating the 2 squads with scrap time that might just end up going over as well.
It's going to take a lot for Stallions to pull themselves back from this one. Exceptional. It seems like you have them by the throat right now. And you still got a player in the back. Bryce's just looking to hold his life. He's on 6 in a row close to the Hellstorm, so a lot of focus there for the Stallions to take him away. But with that, Exceptional in from the front and in for the setup.
Stallions looking for the answer back. They've been pretty solid around P2. Spawns in the back, focusing on the front. Tough gun battles to be sure here to try to break in on the entries. But you're able to grab a couple kills if you're Exceptional Gaming. Looking to break in, and they have done exactly that. Still have to worry about some of the players closing in from the back, but they're able to deal with one, and now it's split here for Stallions. They get the clearance, they get the close spawn. Exceptional Gaming in a prime position to just about close it out.
Just call game here. I mean, you even have the Hellstorm on the back of your lone player in Mighty. So 15 points away from putting this one through. FC Stallions need to rotate. They need to lock this down, and it's got to be a comeback here on the Den hard point. But can you even get the setup? You got to face against the Hellstorm. Here it goes.
Here we go with the Hellstorm. What kind of value are you going to be able to find?
Can you find the player? Calling it.
Yeah, doesn't find the player calling it. Looked like he was surely going to drop down. Not going to be the case. Clearance is in. 3 players going to go down, and that gives you the green light to sprint forward, get inside of the hill. Stallions falling pretty far out, excuse me, and won't have the close spawn. And that should just about do it for map number 1. Exceptional Gaming, good in the hard point.
Good for the bounce back. I mean, for Bush, the hard points looked good. They just couldn't close it out. So you go into the lower bracket, you drop on down versus the Stallions, and you set precedent on what the expectation should be for this French squad from here on out. And the respawns look clean. FC Stallions, the other topic. This team has been making their lower bracket run for quite some time now, and how much can a team like this really fight against? I mean, you beat Project Conquerors 3-0 earlier today. You beat Ask Esports just before this 3-1. Now facing against Exceptional. I mean, games just get harder and harder. And for a team that just made a roster change ahead of Paris Austin, I mean, this is a tall ask to play against a team with this much experience, this much synergy together.
Sure. I agree 100%. I mean, it's never easy to come in, and sometimes you see those teams have that honeymoon phase where it feels like things are clicking, but when you go up against those squads that have been together for a much longer time and have, you know, refined strategies, have an identity on how they want to play, sometimes it's not the easiest to try to come together and find those wins, especially in those high pressure situations when you're maybe not as familiar with one another's play styles. So I'm right there with you, brother. And I think it's a good bounce back on the flip side here for Exceptional Gaming, because they came into this probably with low vibes with the way that that first set had went against Bush. I think they had probably felt like that maybe should have at least been a map number 5. Obviously was not the way it played out. So for them to kind of bounce back, come into this Den hard point and look really good around a few of those hills and use some of that teamwork, I think is really good signs for them. So have to look forward now to the Den Search and Destroy and really make sure that if you're going up in Elite, I guess just not really throwing it away. The flip side is Stallions haven't exactly been great when it comes to the Search and Destroys.
No, I mean, you won earlier today against OMiT EU, 6-5, round 11, back on that fringe, or sorry, back on the Den. When it came to fringe, I mean, you got swept for a reverse sweep on that one. So yeah, that is not really been the focus point for the Stallions, but the good news is for the Stallions is that they beat Ask Esports on that map for like 250-33 on a Hussey at the hard point. So
Sure.
looking to see if they can just pick themselves up and get this one back. But we swap over to, I think, our Delta Pov, and we'll be looking at P7 versus Omnia and Invicta. And Invicta kind of fell short in the hard point, looking to bounce back in the Search and Destroy, and they'll do just that here on the raid.
Yes, they will. And it's Mythics that we jump in with, who is able to put up a couple of nasty kills to really kick this one off and give Project 7 a chance at being able to respond in the set and see if they can really start to grab firm control of the series. See if they can do that one more round necessary, but can't sleep on these Omnia Invicta members either. Certainly a lot of great S&D players in the lineup that we've seen over the years. However, will have to be an offensive round that they're going to need, and looks to be an eye up onto the B site here initially.
Invicta are gonna have the plant, you thought, but nobody's watching the pull steps, and P7 gonna slump that. You even take the player out in the back garage, so it's gonna force the hand of Omnia Invicta to see if they can fly on forward and even things up, and they do that, but P7 are still here to fight.
Oh, they're inside of Tiki as well. So are you going to expect that 1v1, that player to kind of be that close? They will now, as shots get exchanged, but this is a tense situation. Everything really riding on what happens in this 1v1. Now getting eyes on where the second player is at here too. It's just nobody wants to shell out and scam. However, the player in Tiki is more or less trapped. And oh my goodness, what a play call it is. Omnia Invicta more or less steal away that round.
That one is a little close for comfort, especially after losing those first 2 kills, but really hats off play from Omnia to kind of fight for positioning on the opposite side. You hold your ground and you just draw out P7 into a position where they got to take the fight outside of Tiki. Not an easy fight to take for anybody in Challengers, but the clutch up brings us into a round 11. Omnia Invicta, can they tie things up? They choke the hard point on Gridlock. This is their chance to answer back. P7 on the defense.
Round 11's what it's all about. Don't feel like it's a must need, but you really want it if you're Omnia Invicta here on the attack. And last time it was a B hit. This time looks to be a bit of a pivot. You do have at least a player already inside of rings, so they are moving quite quickly over to A.
And it might be mid-map control, but you're going to be late to laundry position, and it looks like that's what Omnia and Invicta are fighting for. See if you can get a player into laundry, plant for the post-plant to set up there. I hope that that's where this round 11 is going to be won. Everybody else, though, on P7 is going to be fighting for arts and fight from 2 separate sides of the map.
Timing here on the grenade. Doesn't get the finisher and chases the kill. What a punish it is. And now Project 7 up massively. They find one more in the back. It's a 1v4. And not even going to be able to find the first. A flawless round 11. Project 7 take it. And they will grab their second map in the best of 5.
That's a head scratcher moment for Omni and Victor. What is the call there? Because you plan for laundry, you set your entire post plan for laundry, and 2 players, as soon as that bomb goes down, immediately fight for art control. I mean, it seemed like you had an idea, and you had the right idea, and then you just completely change it last second, getting caught in chasing opportunities for those kills. And I mean, that's back-to-back maps that you did everything right. You set yourself up for an opportunity to win, and you just bottle it at the finish line, Austin. That's gonna sting.
Yeah.
So you go on into the grid, the overload. You're hoping that that's where you can turn this around into a potential reverse sweep, but Omni and Victor, that's going to be a tough one for you to answer back on. And look at this. I was not expecting this out of the Huntsmen. I mean, it's been questionable, I'd say, across the day in some performance that we've seen. But for OMiT Brooklyn, when we saw this story back in this NA Stage 4 Elites, I thought this was going to be pretty straightforward for Huntsmen.
Yeah, you would maybe think so, but maybe starting to mesh a little bit more with Gwyn in the lineup. Either way, Huntsmen are at least in control, and will grab themselves the EMP through middle to try to see if they can grab a second capture. The spawn's going to be somewhat close, and yeah, you're not going to beat the timing there. So the defense at least able to stop the capture and try to keep this one alive. And just to kind of confirm, we are on the second side here, so 40 seconds left for OMiT Brooklyn.
Yeah, one last chance for OMiT Brooklyn to put this one away in a 3-0 sweep, and you do have the ball. Moving it over towards a player through mid, seeing if you can get something going here to tie things up. Can they make the plays? Can they put it away?
No way. Oh, not able to get across, and the EMP stopped. So only really one more player that is left up, and it looks like Huntsman likely to grab this, move all the way to the back, and stall out that clock. So far away, though, are the spawns. So getting here feels like it's just an impossible task.
This one is over for map number 3's purposes. OMiT Brooklyn still going to find solace in the fact that they're up 2-0, so you might drop a map, force the map 4. Here is Huntsman. You're still going to be leading this series, so see if you can shrug this one off going into the hard point and give yourself an opportunity to push on forward through the lower bracket. For the Huntsmen, though, on their side, Austin, I mean, this is going to raise some questions for them because obviously we didn't get to see the way that the hard point went or the search and destroy fully, but
Sure.
gotta be wondering if this team is maybe losing some of that, you know, I'd say strength that we saw back inside of the elite stage. A lot of it came off the performances of, you know, players like Renegade, who look like they're having a fantastic stage. You know, Johnny as well, just having pop-off maps. Their SMG line, so consistent. When you get Brack turning up, I think Huntsmen are playing at their best, but it seems like today, especially, that performance has been quite inconsistent, and I'm looking at it to kind of turn around.
Well, let's jump back on board here with P7 Notorious and Rock Esports. And this has been a turn of events because we saw the map number 1. Rock Esports had more or less rocked them a little bit through that map number 1, which is not what we're used to seeing. But now P7 Notorious, they have responded, they have bounced back, and they are in firm control of the set. But we'll see if the job can kind of get done here going to the second hard point.
Well, on the flank here for P7. It's going to be cleaned up. Rock Esports getting a slew of time off this initial. And you can see the spawners for P7 Notorious kind of all over the place for now. Rock trying to look for a way to flip this out for the P2 hold. But you do got a player for P7 Notorious blocking in the back line to see if you can lock down an easy transition to new.
Rotation in effect. Members being spotted, just not picked up. And it looks like that first touch should be here, potentially. For P7 Notorious, depending what these gunfights end up kind of looking like in the back, and we'll get a trade at the very least. So, Rock Esports looking for that close spawn. They will be able to get it. They get clearance from the front, and they will get the initial touch.
Yeah, and you can see boom, looking for a little bit extra space out the front, and with that, it is going to delay this attack. Blocking in the back is going to be Dom X. So turn around here for Rixel, see if he can win one more fight for Rock Esports. But P7 going to be able to win that with a nice nade placement in the back line. You take them away and you're hopping in for just a little bit of time. You're getting off this Sake. Still though, Rock going to fight for it. Those back spawns. So if P7 can win this one, they're putting themselves in a good spot to not just win this scrap time, but also win the rotations to new.
Yeah, really slowing things down for Rock Esports to be sure. They'll get in for a couple of seconds, but as you said, really delayed on what this rotation is going to look like. And a lot of question marks, too, on what the setup looks like here defensively for P7 Notorious. How many forward members do they have? And they find the first one cleanly, so that's a good start. But now it's a matter of trying to get through and find the kills in the back. That player going to spawn out for P7. So attention turned to the hard point, looking for gun battles and entries, and so far it's been decent, but reinforcements also making their way in. However, still not enough, and Rock Esports, despite spawning pretty far away, do a solid job of getting into the hard point.
It's the slow knife that sometimes hurts the most, and for that, Rock Esports put so much focus on taking beans out for those spawns, and now P7 gonna have to see if they can get themselves a break quickly, and Rock take the necessary routes to get behind the play as fast as possible and stop it before it even starts. Scrap time to Rock Esports. They even forced the spawns all the way out for P7 Notorious, and they're gonna be the first ones to new.
First one's a new, but short-handed will be Rock Esports as the last player drops off of the scrap time. And so far, it's just been as clean as you would want it for P7 Notorious to find their response and get back as they're down by about 20 seconds. Rock looking to make their way, and that's an unfortunate spawn, so not going to be able to make a whole lot happen from there. Back into the hard point we go with P7. Gunfights being won out front, trades to follow. Rock Esports, though, keeping it scrappy, still lots of time to fight for. 35 seconds left.
The Rock's starting to pull ahead off this hill. Let's see what can happen if you want to pay attention to that. Over on our Charlie stream. Back to the Alpha matchup. Exceptional. Kick things off with a map 1 win. FC Stallions looking to show us what they can do to adapt to these search and destroys and answer back in map 2 to tie us up. They're going to start off on the attacking side. Austin, Exceptional, really quick on the adjustments that they're making, trying to react to what they think is an A play.
And they might just be wrong as that bomb starts to pivot. They still have a defender by the B site up close and personal. First kill is secured. And regen might just be good. Secondary channel coming through. Player caught inside of the closet will end up dropping. And a massive life lead here as the bomb does go down for Stallions, but they got to work through a 2 versus 4.
Well, KB. Now it's just Rupert. Live bomb planted. NPC in this position through mid. Bomb's going to be hopped, and you're looking for Cobra to watch over you. Can Rupert kill him in time? They just hop off, but there's so much time to defuse that. I mean, that is a quick reaction. He hopped off that so fast.
Yeah, he was ready for it. You know, he's like, I think he's going to challenge me mid. He's watching into like the corner of the bomb screen, and yeah, that man just absolutely jumped off of it. So, well done, well played. And make sure there is no clutch up factor. I mean, again, that was, you know, a 2 versus 4, so that would have been a huge throwaway had it happened, but not the case. And clean stuff here to open things up for Exceptional.
Get things going off the success in map number 1. Stallions now on the defensive side, and looks like we're getting a sniper out for Exceptional. So what are we going to be seeing here from Mighty with that snipe in through the B side? He's going to look for an open up that dojo, but that's KB shuts him down. First blood for the Stallions.
Huge to work with because we know just how relentless Exceptional were looking on this map mode combination the series previous when they were eyeing up that A site. They are still going to get into the A site, but Stallions are happy to play retake with the man advantage.
Cobra wins. It's a trap, and as soon as Linz just plays his life, Cobra's going to pop up, and a beautiful nade coming out for Exceptional. They flood into the back, and the pistol from KB somehow! Stallions win that! And it's KB's pistol, the snipe combo. Clutches up for the team, shakes it off, tied up in the search.
Oh, that's unbelievable. I mean, to find the snipe and then you know the challenge is coming through based on how long it takes for the reload. And he just pulls out the pistol, reads them like a book. The shots just whiff. And it is a double up and a half, maybe for better that we don't see the name tags when that type of situation happens. But man, What a crazy sequence in a massive round for the Stallions.
Fighting though on the 3-speed. KB is going to lose his wingman, so backs on down for the pressure. This doesn't look like Exceptional are going to let you stay here for free. Well-cooked nade from Cobra. The snipe, the spree are gone. So opening 2 kills for Cobra. That's going to put a stop to this attack and seemingly the round as well.
Sniper picked up though. And both going to exchange information. You're hoping to get a secondary peek there. And need to find a connection really to open up some space. But nobody throwing away their life for free. And now time becoming the biggest factor, of course, here in round number 3. Just about 30 seconds left. Looks like A will be the target. And they're going to have to go and attack this pretty quickly because this flank might also start to come through.
A lot of respect being shown here from Exceptional and a chance into the backline to win these fights. First one goes your way, but do you read the flank through rooftops? You do not. 12 seconds. Suddenly, skill against the world, and he's not going to be able to make that happen. 1v3 doesn't go your way. Stallion's going to drop a second round here, but it's Exceptional with an opening to this round that is just unbelievable from Cobra. And look at that stat line that he's offering you. 7-1 to open up this map number 2, really taking over for the squad, but
yeah,
the fact that he even takes KB down without even having to chow him, just the nades on point.
Just eliminating, I think, the sniper rifle from the round 2 just gives you a little bit more confidence after what we had saw previously. So certainly have to give him his praise, and Exceptional play it very well with the patience and not rushing anything with the man advantage. Now on to their offensive rounds. As the smoke comes out, B will be what they're gearing up for, and looks to be a conceded site for the most part here. Stallions now realizing this is no trick play as they all gear up as 4, but the bomb will go down.
Now you got to play the retake 4-on-4. Stallions, all 4 members just going to be grouping up through Dojo, but they got the smoke to create a little bit of chaos, Austin.
They sure do. Looking for that first kill. Heavy tags, a lot of damage, no kills. The slide comes in. First kill is there for the Stallions. The follow-up, not going to be there, and it's going to be a full-on play through the middle. Able to try to get those bomb checks in. It's a double up that ends up coming through. Cobra now with 6 in a row. Finds the trade. It's a 1v1, but there's no time to work with. The kill is in, but the defuse will not be. And that will be a round secured by Exceptional.
It's just such a beautiful call by Exceptional in reaction to what Stallions were bringing from that quad hit through Dojo. As soon as the smoke goes down, I mean, you look at the arrows and you see Prezi, he just dips. He's like, I can't see from here anyway, so what am I going to support? Your trade? No, I'm going to go back up mid. They reinforce that's through mid, and with the bomb being able to be spotted and held down from that side, all you got to do is play the clock at that point. We saw Prolo do the exact same thing to Exceptional just an hour ago. So, obviously learning from what went wrong versus the Bush, and now making adjustments for the Stallions so well here is Exceptional.
Both teams going to lose 1. And A looks to be completely in control of the Stallions. And yeah, they're going to make the call. Let's drop the rock. Let's see if we can grab control of the site. So, bomb now down. And wow, fast aggression here from Exceptional. Not allowing anyone from the Stallions to really get set up. And they'll create the man advantage. 3v2 we go.
Stallions, though, looking to see if they can remove Prezi from back throne. And because of that, you go down. Leaving everything up to Rupert. Side of Surfers, they know exactly where this is going to happen. So one player's just going to hop the bomb, and you got to turn into the godlike SMG if you want to win this out. Exceptional. 4-1. We've seen this before.
I think we have. We absolutely have. But we'll see if they can try to get the closeout. However, have to appreciate just how fast Exceptional Gaming can be at playing the retake, and they just don't leave up a whole lot of time for Stallions to get comfortable, to get set up, to get some information on where some of those hits are coming from. But really, a lot of this led by Prezi still looking to get kind of one on the board here too, is one of the members here on Exceptional. But 4-1, don't want anything happening like last time. Would love to probably grab a round early if you can to make sure you kind of seal it.
And for the Stallions, you're just looking to see what you do. Okay, see if you can, take a little bit of that bush magic. Go 5 rounds in a row here. That would be devastating for Exceptional Gaming, but don't really expect it with what I'm seeing here. They're just giving up A for the plants, and I mean, all of this retake is going to be stemming off the back of what can your flanker do. At least he gets some timing.
Waiting for that first peak. Stallions not nearly as fast as we saw Exceptional on the retake, but they do have one player working the flank, and the patience maybe will actually pay off here. First 2 kills, extremely clean. Third will follow. Last one up, and well, even if you find this, you have to imagine a trade will likely come through. Gets a little mixy for a moment, but still in the end, the result you want if you're the Stallions, as they do manage to grab another round, and we'll make it 4-2.
Hey, that is perfect from Stallions, and everything goes right with the fact that you pretty much cross paths with both flankers. The difference is all the aggression starts from the players out from patio, and through the smoke, I mean, that's really all you need for the Stallions. As long as you can win that opening fight, you're setting up your player on the flank just to win anything that Exceptional has out towards the rooftops, and all the attention was drawn towards the bomb site. It makes that flanker's job super easy. It keeps you in this race. So you bring it back to a 2-round difference. See if the Stallions can put 3 on the board. On the attacking side, it's going to be full mid control from them, and it's a quick hit from Exceptional over the rooftops.
Oh, should we track him down? Smoke, I think, comes out, and maybe it helps him. But he's able to reposition. This is a wild sequence of events. It's still a lot of middle presence here, but you now have a lot of question marks, and I think you have to retake your side with the majority of your members. That's exactly the call Exceptional Gaming are going to make.
Because of it, though, FC, I mean, you got 2 players watching the flank, and it's the knife kill to remove the player from Exceptional in there. All eyes forward now. See if the Stallions can bunker down and put the 3rd on, Austin. This is the setup that you want.
Setup that you want, the numbers advantage you have. And one going back the way of Exceptional, but the trade is in, and now time. The biggest problem. Dead nade, thrown on the bomb. Just delaying some more time. Tags come through. Gunfight 1, but trade will follow. And oh boy, that story we talked about, Colin, that we had just seen looking more and more real right now. Stallions grab back-to-back rounds.
Rupert goes God mode on the flank there. I mean, the fact that 3 players of Exceptional bum rush through rooftops, get into P2, and Rupert doesn't die? That's insane. I mean, it's the right call from Stallions. As soon as that call comes in from Rupert, he's like, I'm going to drop a smoke. I'm just going to get lost. Retake A, take over rooftops, and I'll join you back at P2. It's exactly what he does. And as soon as he finds that knife kill into the player that was trying to flank from Exceptional, he just hit the pedal to the metal to re-clear through mid and get behind Exceptional once more. I mean, he is the difference maker in that round. Why it's a 1-round gap.
Stallions still down by 1, but looking a little bit better as we've been longer and longer into the search and destroy. First blood this time around, though, for Exceptional. It's actually 2, making 3 members down. All down to KB with the sniper. Not going to happen. Exceptional Gaming maybe get little flashbacks from the last one. They make sure it doesn't happen this time around. They do find a round and put themselves on map point.
Shot to the wall, going to connect, and everything that you've just worked on there for the Stallions has been kind of wiped out the window, and Exceptional, they know that, so you let Bush get 5 rounds against you in a row. You don't want to let that happen again, Austin, so you make the changes, you get that confidence back, and that's what was kind of missing in the Bush, or against the Bush in those later rounds. It's just a chance to take over B, drop those trophies, drop those smokes, and use your aggression, use your mechanics to take over that round. Exceptional do that well, and now on map point, looking to put themselves up 2-0. They lose first blood. They have control of B, but it's these Stallions, they got the information. They're rotating this one over to A.
And numbers advantage for Stallions. 8 likely to have this bomb plant. Little peeks come through, but punished And now 4v2 we go. Maybe 4v1. Yep. Flawless round. Beautiful by the Stallions with the mid play to start it off.
Stallions are fighting. Can't take that away from them right now. And it's not only going to be that's the case, but skill here, final kill cam. He's got 1,100 damage just putting in shots on Exceptional Gaming. Allowing for those easy cleanups to come across for the rest of the team. You got Rupert, 9-6. KB, 7-6 with the sniper. He still has it out, but it's coming down to the defense, though. Can Stallions send us around 11? Can they win a defensive round? It's going to be a stack over towards A, and this looks like it's going to be the right call.
Oh my, is it ever. They are matching the pressure head on. Both teams going to lose 2. And a little peek comes around the outside, but through the other, it's going to be won by the Stallions. They'll find it, they match it, they read it, and we are going all the way to around 11.
Such good reinforcement coming out from the Stallions. And getting your last AR in place to the bomb site just to allow for your SMD to re-clear up through lights. Like, that is a beautiful round call from the Stallions so late into the search and destroy. And you can see, like, the thought on Exceptional. Just look at the faces. They know the position they're in. They choked a search and destroy versus Bush. They're on the brink of doing it again versus the Stallions. What's the play call on the attacking side? It looks like it's going to be back to the basics. Smokes down, trophies down, hit B, hit it hard.
Stallions are going to send 3 members over to A. They're going to realize quickly that, of course, this play is all about the B site, but they are threatening the flank with numbers.
Well, they're going to hit through Dojo. They're taking a long time to put this bomb down, and KB has heard nothing. So as soon as KB knows they're not through mid, this flank is going to be everything.
Oh, it's clean. It's clean on the first. And yeah, you called it. They're going to have to hit through Dojo, but it's being read. It's being read, and they'll find another one. The Stallions looking to bring it all the way back. Down 3 rounds. Another challenge comes through, but to try to keep it alive, it's Brezzy. Brezzy with the pre-fire. Not going to work out. The Stallions just completely take over the site. It is as clean as you'd ever want it to be. And they'll find the map win to tie up the series.
So it happens again, too. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. Search and destroy on Den, man. Get it out. Exceptional. They do not want to go there ever again. Back-to-back Den search and destroys that you choke. And the Stallions clutch up just like they did versus OMiT EU. In the last efforts of a Den search and destroy round 11, they tie things up 1-1 going into the overload. And that is a massive, massive game between Rupert and KB, the dynamic duo from LATAM COD. I mean, just the call there from KB to give up Dojo, play all the way back. It's a false sense of security because they have no information that KB's back there. They think Dojo's free. They think it's clear. So, I mean, realistically, if you're anybody there playing Dojo S&D or playing Den S&D, the call is to wrap through Throne, take back mid control, and play the setup from there. But KB shuts the door. Everybody else follows in suit, and the Stallions play some beautiful COD to the back end of that S&D. Ties things up after what was a very decisive hard point from Exceptional Gaming. Going into this gridlock, really anything's on the table, Austin. I don't even know who to put in the, I'd say, momentous spot here, because as stressful as that was for Exceptional, they were right there the whole time.
Oh, well, after the S&D woes, you're feeling good after that. We will take a look at the Delta stream and see how these boys are currently faring. And it looks like we are jumping into that hard point here in map number 4. So, Project 7 up 2-1.
Oh my
Looking
goodness.
for that sealer here as we do in fact jump in. And so far, it's really close, extremely tight, just like we saw in the gridlock hard point there in the map number 1.
Sorry, I didn't want to make such an audible gasp at what I just saw, Austin, but P7 Notorious beat Rock Esports 3-1. They've knocked Rock Esports out after losing map 1 pretty handedly. That is a huge comeback for the P7 Notorious boys. Huntsmen get knocked out by OMiT Brooklyn. That looked like it was due to happen after what we saw when we tuned into that match, but I am shocked. I'm appalled at the outcome between P7 and Taurus and Rod.
Well, later and later into Saturday we go, and more teams obviously exiting out. Some in some wild fashion, others maybe not so much, but that one's certainly up there for us. But back into this one, Project 7 in some decent situations here as they got themselves in a good spot to maybe lock in some time. Have to worry about the flank. Flank is dealt with, but the secondary kill is not. And now what will this do to the spawns? Project 7 actually get a second lifeline here for scrap time.
And Mac on 3 in a row. He's going to get overwhelmed by a player bouncing over the top of the wall. That's going to be F dot to break back in for Project 7. Hold on to this lead heading into the second set of rotations. And to just kind of provide some thought there, Omnia and Victa, they made the comeback on Gridlock. They weren't able to secure it. They very well could be leading 2-1 in their own right. But instead, they got to dig deep to see if they can take down P7 and head to that map number 5. We go back to Alpha. FC Stallions Exceptional Gaming keeping the ball rolling through the lower brackets. We go to Gridlock Overload, and this one where we were kind of saying anything's on the table. Who's going to be the one to step up, though? Who's going to be the one to seize the map swing mode combo?
Yeah, we'll see if the Stallions maybe start to get a bit of momentum, ride off some of that energy after the comeback there in the map number 2. EMP has been neutral for the time being, but both teams obviously eyeing it up, trying to grab some of that mid-map control, stuns, nades, everything being thrown over the top, looking to see if you can find those entries and make your way through. Likely to get a trade, and we do in fact get it. Meanwhile, this kill in the back could be massive, as that might enable a play here at B.
Ball's going to be rotating over. There's going to be a chance to defend this one. Do you get the nades and stuns in place in time? Ball carrier's going to get across, bounce over the wall, and FC Stallions strike first, getting one on the board, leading the overload. Just a minute in.
Great start here. Also, 6-2 coming in right away. Love to see that, as you'll see if that'll continue. But meanwhile, just about an early start to this first side with the point. Seeing if you can follow it up. And the EMP now going to be picked up here for Exceptional Gaming. As they start to eye up this A hit. A little bit slow to react, though, feels like Stallions, because they're waiting for that flank to unfold, but the flank doesn't actually come through in time. 1v1 gunfight, one in the back, but it will be a stop right on the point. It won't be put in just yet. Still a member lingering, but won't get there. Stallions able to play defense.
Austin, that looked like it was a sure thing. I thought that was a capture. So. But Stallions go big. Big stop on the goal line. And now Rupert in control of the ball. He's just going to have to finesse a little bit, see if he can play his life for the reinforcements to get there. You look away from Brezzy. He's able to take one to the grave with him, leaving Rupert alone once more to just continue to push this ball around the world. Nice slide out from Stallions, but it's going to be Exceptional to win these battles. Now to see if they can work a counterattack through Dojo.
Yeah, it was a 2v2, but that might actually delay things. Sure, you get the trade, but Stallions might be able to get here in time. We'll see the slide. No, they don't get here in time. So, wow, big moment here for Exceptional to get one back. Still plenty of time left in the first side as well. And now 1-1 is the tally.
1-1 they go, and 2 minutes 14. Nobody's here to defend. Nobody's here to stop this one. I mean, it's home free pretty much. You just got to get through the last defender. And going big is Rupert, 11-4. He is Mr. Do-It-All for the team.
My goodness. Another big moment to stop what felt like almost a sure capture to come through. Not the case. Stallions now on a bit of a counterattack, but don't exactly have the numbers to make this a threatening push. So everybody is dealt with. And now it's Exceptional Gaming back on the attack, looking to get through. Just a few of these members out in front of this 8-point, and they're doing a pretty solid job of it. EMP will unfortunately be dropped, so it's all about getting a forward position, and that's also going to be traded out. Now next one up. Brezzy, back in a good spot. See if he can at least find some players trying to overextend and push through, but the EMP is now going to reset back to the middle.
Yeah, the issue is going to be from Brezzy is what's the play call, because he goes for the flank, he tries to remove these players through mid, and it's read perfectly by the Stallions. So a couple kills now for the Stallions to see if they can work themselves another attack, but nobody's going to pick up the ball. You got another player in position here to defend, so all's well that ends well. Mighty locking down the middle of the map with his M15.
Things come to a small pause with about 50 seconds left. But Stallions still having control over EMP for now, just looking to try to grab a pick or two, or maybe get a read on the flank. All of a sudden, Brezzy has just found 2, make it 3. So that maybe gives Exceptional a big opportunity to start moving forward. EMP carrier will actually be picked up and dropped. So now it's a matter of trying to keep the streak going. 5 in a row now coming through. It's getting dicey here for the Stallions. Have to try to get across. Decides to take the challenge and will end up paying the price for it. 18 seconds left, and Stallions might have just done enough here on the defense.
The nade over the top, though, and he's still got one more player to worry about. He picks it up.
No.
He's running for the hills. Nobody's going to stop it. And a 2-1 lead for Exceptional. Another sneak play. Right behind the defenders. Right under your nose.
Messy near the end of it, to be sure. Felt like maybe you didn't have to take that challenge with the pistol. You could have potentially got across, but still works out in the end. Exceptional Gaming able to find a late flank, work through, and get themselves that final capture. But man, oh man, definitely gets a little bit up in the air for those final moments of that first side, and now Stallions having to play catch up coming into the second half.
Stallions came out so hot. It was Rupert really kicked things off for the team, but since then, I mean, yeah, a lot of these possessions has been messy. It's just, where do we want to run the ball? Where do we want to hold it? And a lot of confusion in what that direction is going to be. So look at a player like Asim, see if he can, you know, bring everything back together for these Stallions players and get their head on track for what to do to take this lead back.
Good shots over the middle. Will be positioning here initially for Exceptional Gaming. Stallions, though, threatening on the flank. Forces some of the players to backtrack for Exceptional. And no one's really finding the kills, so... hold on a second. Stallions now starting to gear up for what could feel like a potential capture. Have a couple defenders, though, and need to find this kill, and they do. One more player out front. EMP player going to drop, and the defense will hold.
It doesn't seem like anything's going to be able to happen for the last remaining members, so Exceptional, all 4 players going to be able to mount this counterattack. And it's going to be a long flank developing from Brezzy, so everything's going to stall out. Looks like the play call for Exceptional is try to get back over to Brezzy to see what he can lead us to see if we can get a third cap on.
Couple players for Stallions drop, but the close spawn on B will now maybe force everyone's attention back to A. And you might have a forward player here with some kills. Just need a couple of follow-up shots to come through for the defenders, but they're holding on. Holding strong, and that's a massive double. Oh my goodness. Spawn up as well for one of the players means that they can now gear up, grab the EMP, and right back on the attack the Stallions will go.
KB, lead blocker, the enforcer for this team, see what he can do with the M15 in his hands, and looking for the kill into the back line. Mighty goes big, pistol still gonna find the kill in the cap, so you go big there if you're a seam. Tying things back up with 3 minutes left to play in map 3.
2-2. And potential relay also starting to unfold, but don't really have the numbers here, so maybe have to slow down a tad bit, or you just shift right over to B and see if you can actually sprint it through. Nope, not going to make that call. Wants to backtrack. And his teammates are pretty much all going to spawn on the opposite side of the map here, so forced to take a longer route, cut through mid. Meanwhile, kills up front are looking pretty solid for the Stallions. Hold on a second. Exceptional Gaming now feeling the pressure in the back. They have to play some defense, need to find some kills. One more player is close, but not going to stay alive. And another capture back-to-back is in for the Stallions.
And it's KB this time. I mean, what a call to dip away from Dojo, wrap back through mid, and allow for your teammates to just block through ice screen, block through P4. Soon as Mighty goes down, nobody from Exceptional is there to block it, and it looks like nobody's going to be here again.
Fumble after fumble here for Exceptional Gaming. Just can't get their legs underneath themselves at the moment and need to play this relay, but there's still players that are behind enemy lines, so by no means do you feel safe while going for it. They get the first one, but should very well know there's a second. They do, but don't find the first initial point of contact to get the kill. So while this is happening, EMP has been completely neutral, but it's Exceptional Gaming that are on the clock. They need to make the aggressive move as they start to clear out some of this space around B.
Gotta get that ball there quick. And the call is going to be to draw it back through Dojo. Flank play, though, and that's going to get there in time. Rupert cuts down 2. Ball has nowhere to go, so Bressy's just going to hightail it back towards the team. Trying to see if the reinforcements get hit here. Bressy's going to fall. Pressure through mid-map. Exceptional need to find these kills, but everything's going up Stallions.
Look at B. Look at B. Blockers out front. Unfortunate team shots come through. The finesse with the ball. Oh,
no.
With the pistol kill, and that might just be the dagger.
4 unanswered for Stallions in round number 2 of Gridlock Overload. And the brains of Exceptional have been rattled after a round 11 doesn't go your way. 44 seconds. Is it possible? I don't think so. I'm here to see what damage Exceptional can do to maybe get their confidence back heading into map number 4. 35 seconds is all you have. And everything for the last half has just been red in the kill feed. One more chance. 3 go down. Nobody's going to get here. So a third capture. Consolation for Exceptional Gaming, Austin. But what a map from the Stallions. You just got to tip it.
You do. You have to tip it. And that is just one of those sequences that you look back on and think, man, where did it start going all wrong? Exceptional Gaming just kind of just get their heads rattled, as you said, Colin. It just felt like they could no longer really get in the right place at the right time. The positioning was off. They're reading the map, you know, incorrectly and allowing relays, allowing numbers to work constantly onto that B point offensively there for the Stallions. And that is just not really a situation we see from a team that is quite literally been together, you know, over the course of that entire Modern Warfare 3 season that we had seen. And what they were able to do throughout that Awobabob's roster with 3 of the 4 members, you know, was special that year. And now you are just getting a team that just can't really put it together here in those final moments. Not that they're out by any means, but it's alarming because we are in the lower bracket and Stallions obviously are feeling great.
Stallions on match points for elimination. Definitely some pressure here for Exceptional Gaming going into this map number 4. The hard points have looked good, but you're right to say it just, you know, things were messy in that first half, and it seemed like inside of that mess, inside the chaos, Exceptional were able to just walk away with a couple of misplays from the Stallions. As soon as those misplays start to get corrected and cleaned up, I mean, the ball runs were perfect. Every single time you saw the Stallions in possession, it felt like a dangerous play. Like Exceptional had to go above and beyond to defend it. And whether it was Rupert just wrapping it back from B all the way through mid to get into P4 to put some pressure towards Mighty, or some last second plays for that pistol carrier to isolate the 1v1 to dive towards that cap, FC Stallions were making the right calls there. Some really, really nice calls in that map 3, led by, of course, Asim.
Wow.
Brains of this team, leading them into an advantage. Now, going into the map number 4, we go to Scar Hardpoint Austin, and this is where we need to see Exceptional Gaming back at the forefront of their hardpoints. Versus Bush, they looked good in this game mode, but against the Stallions, they looked even better. So here's their chance to right these wrongs, force a map 5, and forget about anything that just happened in the last 2 maps.
Yeah, that's the tough situation here, as it's been quite downhill the last couple hours for this Exceptional Gaming roster, and not a whole lot of positives to speak of outside of what we did see in the map number 1. So, as you said, have to replicate what we were getting, which was solid rotations, being there first, being a little bit ahead of the curve here up against the Stallions, and all of that needs to now come into play if we're going to, in fact, see this map number 5. But Stallions, what a position to be in. What it is here for this roster is everything, as they're down in the lower bracket, fighting for their lives, looking to get the job done. Let's get into it, brother. Hardpoint on Scar. I'm excited.
I mean, it's night and day for the performances that we saw from Stage 4 from the Stallions, but a roster change before Paris, and we have yet to have an event, I'm pretty sure, across Black Ops 7 where we haven't seen Rupert and KB on that Sunday on land. So see if the Stallions can do it one more time here for the rush in Paris. It's map 4, Scar Hardpoint, and Stallions off to a good start with this initial time off P1, looking to fight forward, and Exceptional will shut them down through Market and hold down these spawns for P2.
Good kills on rotation as well, heading over to P2, looking for what could be a third. No way. Reach out comes through and will find the eventual trade, but a lot of the groundwork has been done. Stallions able to fly forward and clear out a lot of this middle map pressure, and kills are continuing to flood through right now as the tempo picks up for the Stallions as we head to post office.
Tempo is going to be everything for Exceptional on this map 4. You feel like Stallions have really found their footing in this series, so I'm looking to see if Linz and Cobra can set that tempo back up for Exceptional Gaming, but the confidence looks deflated, and the Stallions are kind of walking over you.
Are they ever? Man, the ARs are shooting right now, almost 10 kills already. But chance to respond here, clean snap. Able to find a quick trade is going to be Exceptional, but still fighting and not having a whole lot of numbers to work with. Now Stallions looking to jump on the time to see if they can soak up the remaining 15 seconds. Exceptional going to give it one more look, and with that clearance, they might actually be able to move in for the remaining 10, just to try to mitigate whatever they possibly can for as far as that early scoreboard. But we make our way to new. Exceptional have the first player here, but no reinforcements to follow just yet.
3 go down, and here we go for Exceptional. This is the setup that you're looking for. Just need to get somebody in the hill, because you got to get every second. And you know you flip this map out. So green spawns for Stallions. What kind of routes are we going to see? No trophies for Exceptional, so you have to dodge these nades. And the nades, unfortunately, are perfect for the Stallions. You just got Cobra to get through, and Cobra's going to do it all.
Yeah, Cobra does do it all. And those are those moments that you look back at sometimes where an individual play has a huge swing with momentum. So Exceptional Gaming now have a chance to see if they can try to get the back 30 seconds. They are looking good for it. More streaks could also potentially come into play as Cobra's up to 5, and all of a sudden it feels like Exceptional have flipped the switch. Deep spawns here for Stallions, and they're going to have to find a way to push through.
Look at Cobra. Be one of those players to really step up for Exceptional, and he's on 6 in a row before going down. That is a monumental comeback for Exceptional. Now with the rotation over to 4. Players are going to spawn up back here, so you're going to have everybody attending this hold. Just need to ward off this first wave of attack from the Stallions, who kick off with the first kill.
Changes in. Kills in the back. Haven't really been too consistent so far for the Stallions, but now starting to finally get the cleanup as some of the players dip and dive inside of the hard point. Now the kill is starting to follow. 1v1 is secured, but overwhelmed by the team shots in the back means that Stallions get a quick flip and get back in the hard point.
That is a big break for the Stallions. Now roles reversed. See how Exceptional can get things done from the front line, and instead Stallions, they are fighting for boat control. They're fighting for front blue control as well. And it's taking these fights up close and personal for Exceptional, cutting off the retake before it even begins. He got one more shot. The back line for Mighty. That one's going to be one out by the Stallions. So this lead change will stay intact. And not only that, you're going to allow this rotation, but it looks like the Stallions actually have a Hellstorm. Somebody's going to hold on to it.
Yeah. That could be very critical. And yeah, let's call it in. See what we can find here on the break. Get information, but is this pinch play going to actually stop things right in its tracks? Brezzy able to find a whole lot of value. Sure, you keep them off of the time. You'll find 2 kills, but is it going to be enough to actually flip out the spawns? That's the big question. That kill should make sure they will maintain close spawns, and they do, but everybody gearing up to mid. Exceptional Gaming looking to fly forward and see if they can find the remaining kills.
Such a beautiful Hellstorm coming out from KB. 16 and 11. Green control is going to be a loss, and you see KB's going to feel the pressure. He goes up top, looking to turn things around, though, with 20 HP, and the assistance gets there for Ted. For Exceptional. The players off the spawn just going to leap back into action. 101 to 75 heading into the second set of rotations, and it looks like the Stallions, and they are alive, or more alive than ever. This is the Stallions.
Yeah, look at some of those challenges we're seeing, jumping off the rooftop, going into mid, and yeah, they're feeling good right now. We'll see if they can stay measured and level-headed, though. Also critical, Exceptional Gaming, a lot of veteranship, a lot to deal with, and not easy to put away. Only down by about 30 seconds, but the Stallions have been relentless here, by far. see if they can get it done as they make their way over to P1, start to soak up a bit of that time. Rotation starting to be kind of thought about here for some of the Exceptional Gaming members as they make their way around this backside, start to look towards some of this P2 positioning.
And I know I put a little bit of focus there for Exceptional to see some of their stars really step up. And Cooper, he's been fantastic, don't get me wrong, but I look at Lin's 14 and 70 is just not enough for the role that he plays for this team, especially on a Scar hardpoint. So in the second set, hoping to see if Linz can turn things around. You're seeing a lot of red in the kill feed, and he's got to be the one to step up to silence that.
Stallions running away with it a little bit. P1 was very successful. And yeah, player number 6 here knows there's someone lingering and close by, just couldn't really put his finger on it, but still buys enough time for the reinforcements to come through and almost pick up right where he left off. And while this is happening, Spawn's actually going to flip out to the other side. It's going to be read by the Stallions. Oh my goodness, what a snapper. A couple kills come through. The follow-up looks decent, and it's a team kill, but you still got a few numbers from the Stallions on the hard point, collecting time.
26 seconds, so it looks like Exceptional are going to take one more shot at this. You do have a player watching the flank, though, and that's going to be Rupert. He shuts down Brezzy, so it's all eyes forward for the rest of the Stallions. Good nade over the top. Exceptional will fight for the scrap time, but not for free. Rupert still here, looking to cause some damage, looking to cause some issues. This is actually the rest of the Stallions just going to fight through Old, not give up anything to Exceptional in this map number 4. 180 to 80, Austin. A 100-point lead. KP's already into top green. They had an idea, but you're just not ready for the fight.
Just look at the slaying difference. It is being felt and reflected on the scoreboard at the moment. It is almost too much. Stallions are everywhere. And Exceptional Gaming, sure they're on the time, but for how much longer? They need just about every single second here, and it's been a very solid hold. This is exactly what is required if they're going to somehow mount the comeback here on Scar. But nades now starting to reign supreme over the top. The Spawners looking to try to break through the trophy system, open up some space, and see if they can at least contest here for the remaining 15 seconds.
Good hold from Exceptional so far. The only issue is they're not getting a lot of time off of this P3, so you get what you can, you hold the right side of the map, and see if this P4 can be bountiful for your team. I mean, Austin, they're only down by 60. And this is Scar at the end of the day. P4, you lock it down, you can get a good chunk of time here, and then, you know, later end, you can flip and manipulate those spawns over to P5. Like, this is not over for the Stallions at all. This is a very scammable map, and people forget that.
See if it happens. Stallions with some of that second floor pressure, as well as flying all the way to the back. Exceptional Gaming just not able to hold on to the close spawn. So Stallions find themselves inside of the hard point. Can't allow too much time to be gifted over. Required break now needs to come through. Kills in the back, solid enough. Now focused towards the hard point, able to break in and find the entries. This 20 seconds though is critical, and they might be good for it. Stallions very well could give this one more look, however.
And this is where you get the call from Mighty saying, all right, let's try to flip these spawns out. Let's try to play for new. And that's not a bad job here from Exceptional. I mean, you don't get all the time off of that P4, but you do get a good chunk of that time, and you're giving yourself an opportunity for this rotation of 5 as well. So look at string things together. 3 players going to spawn up in the back. FC Stallions will have numbers on the row.
Time to contest. That's exactly what Exceptional Gaming is going to do. Bingo battle up top. Stallions find it. Then that will be a full wipe. Now you can fan out. Now you can grab map control, and you're looking good and primed and ready for what could be a potential closeout. If you can grab almost every single second here, you could get the job done going into P1.
And now you're worried. I mean, 30 seconds is all it takes for Stallions to take this map forward, take the series, and eliminate Exceptional from their home country major. And look at him. He knows that. He is flying towards top helicopter. You got the crossfire being watched by Skill. And inside is just Rupert soaking up that time. Now Skill on 7 in a row. He's got a Hellstorm. He's got it all. He's got exactly what you need to call game right now for the Stallions.
What a way to turn up. And what a way to potentially get the job done here up against an Exceptional Gaming roster that needs to fight for every single second. And Stallions are going to give you nothing as they look to stampede into the hard point, try to lock things out here at P1. Time's ticking away. Stallions looking good for what could be the win.
It's unapologetic when you look at it. I mean, just look at this slaying coming up from the Stallions. Here comes KB. Inside the hard point, Exceptional throwing bodies towards the hill just to contest, but it's not enough. Another wave comes through from the Stallions, another contest from the Exceptional gaming roster. And now Skill's gonna call that Hellstorm, force everybody into market.
Oh, it finds a second connection as well. Numbers dwindling, but kills still somehow coming through. Stallions not able to make that work, so scrap time looks to be collected, but you almost have to concede it and start to look towards new. See if you can fight for P2. The setup is in for Exceptional Gaming, but a team nade is going to be huge as well. This will slow things down for the Stallions.
This is where you need your vets to step up in the comms into the Stallions. If you want to win this one out clean, you can start to see Exceptional getting the gears turning in this map 4. And it's good clearance from Prezi. He's got a Hellstorm now. That's going to flip things around, and you got the better setup now for P2. 40 seconds is going to bring this into a winnable game for Exceptional, but it's got to be the most perfect game of COD you've ever seen in your life.
Oh my goodness. Well, that's just about 12 consecutive kills that have come through here for us. Finally, Stallions able to find one back, but a lot of the damage was done. However, more needs to follow. Need to try to maintain pressure on the hard point. Stallions just sliding through, looking for a couple extra seconds to close out map number 4.
Oh my!
But it's still not enough. Exceptional Gaming somehow hanging on, refusing to let it go.
Still bodies being thrown. And you can still win it here. They get the tick. Nobody's going to be able to touch this one, and the Stallions are going to steal it. A nail-bite finish. And look at what that means to the Stallions. Everybody stands up to let them know. As Exceptional are heading home. Stallions move on. What a series we just saw.
It felt like there was some magic in the air and something wild was about to happen, but what a call it is for the Stallions to say, no, we're going to actually fight for the scrap time, and we're going to play for the win. If that somehow goes wrong, or they don't get the final tick, all of a sudden Exceptional have the rotation to new, have the setup, and things look a little bit scary for the Stallions for as far as not being able to close out. But in the end, they get there. That's what matters. They completely outslay their opponents, despite Exceptional Gaming bringing it back in the later half of that game. It was really led by what was just a fiery start and not letting up and making sure you grab those last 3 maps. And that's one, Colin, that Exceptional Gaming looks back on, not only in the previous series, but this one on the Den Search and Destroy, on the Gridlock Overload. It just felt like there were just breakdowns, just not being able to close it out, not being able to do what was necessary to get the job done. And that is tough, without question.
That's going to take us into our top 8 now, confirmed for the rest of Paris. We still got winners bracket matches, Austin, to worry about in the winners semifinals. Toward Esports, OMiT EU, Bush, Team War. But in the lower bracket side, as we say goodbye to Exceptional, that just leaves us with FC Stallions versus P7 Notorious and OMiT Brooklyn with Projects 7 down there. So much COD that we've seen in the past 2 days, but top 8 left in Paris. Last chance to show your worth before we look to the postseason.
Well, we'll have to see what ends up happening here with our final 8 remaining as we get later and later into Saturday. Not too many matches left, but still a few more to come. For now, we'll take a small break and we come back. Call of Duty coming your way. Hello, everyone, and welcome back as we get ready to jump into our Bravo stream here and see how everything is kind of coming along between Torn and OMiT. So this is a special one because we haven't really seen Torn Esports on screen, really, whatsoever, it feels like, Colin.
No, and honestly, this is quite the Cinderella story that we do have through the winners bracket, because this Torn team, I mean, what do I say about them than what we saw in the group stages of the NA Elites? I mean, they were pretty much second last place of their group. They didn't really look like they had any competition against any of our teams in North America. They make a roster change going into Paris. You remove Hitman. You pick up Millie, who has had a fantastic Black Ops 7. But you never expect one player to make a change like this. They look reborn in this Paris Open.
Certainly the case. Catching fire at the perfect moment when you really talk about it. And now looking for a push through up top is Torn Esports. And they're not going to find a whole lot of value. Just one-for-one trade's going to happen, but a quick move right over to the A site, as there might be a chance to try to drop the rock.
Nothing like some end-of-the-year DAC to take us over the end as well. Torn Esports going to look for the retake now over towards A. Great clearance out through Spiral, but second step's going to be a little bit more difficult, and that's taking OMiT away from top plat.
Read on the flank here, the timing, doesn't work out. So 1v2 we go. Limited time on the clock. The smoke creates some chaos and won't be able to finesse long enough. So defuse will come through, and Torn Esports will be able to tie us up.
It's really interesting too, because a lot of conversation about rookies in the year of Black Ops 7. OMiT EU have had plenty of conversation over the past couple of months between Ethan and DK, and will we see them in the lead? Most likely in MW4 if they just continue to be performing the way that they are. But it's even with somebody like Torn, though, when you look at TK and Mince and the fact that they come over from a different game entirely and immediately qualify for Elite number 3, qualify for Elite number 4, and it might not be the outcomes that you want, but it's the fact that they're consistent in that. You put Dak on your team, and he's going to be a great voice to just give you that confidence. He's always a good vibes guy for the squad. And then you round it out with Millie, who, again, he's had so much focus on him for Black Ops 7. I think Torn should be right there in the conversation with these rookies that are having a great end of the year.
That is unfortunate timing, however. And that means we now drop into 1v3, unfortunately, here for Torn Esports. But able to get one back, makes it a 1v2, makes it manageable. The good news, there's a bit of time on the clock, so you could certainly try to pull off something.
Bombs down, though. Top halls. You have no idea where OMiT are. I think for OMiT, like, the big question is just stick together, clear out player information, and not give up a 1v1. Millie, though, he's going to have to go cross them. The timing's just going to be so terrible, or might be
Is it godlike?
perfect.
Is it godlike? Oh my goodness, it's godlike timing. And he spots him too. Do you play for the plant? Oh, maybe he doesn't. Looked like he maybe got a glimpse of him, but could have been Codcaster. And he knows that he dipped inside of top dark, so the timing here shouldn't work out for the 1v3, and it does not. Gets a little dicey and gives it a fair shot, but won't be able to get the finisher.
To be honest, I don't think either of them saw each other, which is crazy to think that Millie got away unscathed from that one-on-one. Could have maybe had a chance to plant this, but no information on where the last player is, and Denza and the brain that he has for OMiT. He is not going to chow that one for free. He plays the clock, he plays the kill, and secures the round for OMiT. Now up 2-1 for Torn Esports in this map number 2. Was a pretty convincing win on that Scar hardpoint for OMiT as well, Austin. So really the ball's in the court of Torn to see how they can reply.
Oh my, that's a lot of members you just saw, and teammate gets completely taken out. Trade for one, but Torn Esports still coming out with the numbers. And now it's a 1v3, just about 20 seconds into the round here for OMiT.
It's good looks, though, for Torn. Tense going to bring this back into a 1 versus 2. He gets away. Looking to escape, create a little bit of uncertainty on the Torn players, but just like we saw OMiT in the round pass, it doesn't look like Torn's going to separate out of this 2v1.
Wow, there has been a lot of timings to kick off the search and destroy, hasn't there? And we'll see if this one works out in favor of the clutch or against it. 30 seconds now
cross.
left on the clock.
And it's unfortunate stuff there for Denza Austin, but what are you going to do in a 2 versus 1? I mean, he literally just had that go his way the round prior.
Yeah, exactly.
So you answer back if you're torn. I mean, that's a great 2v1. Just not giving up the chance for a one-on-one at all, and everything just works out the way it should. So ties up, Torn bang out top halls that round 2. I mean, that was crazy. Like you said, within the first 15 seconds, it was a 1-on-3 for Denza. So I want to see what OMiT do on their defense. Looks like they're going to send 1 over to B, 3 over to A, and it's just going to be another hit through halls from Torn.
Yeah, a lot of this is just coordinated teamwork here, just kind of grouping up, holding hands, and it works out for a first blood. A lot of info on the outer side of the fence line, but not going to get an immediate trade. So, nearly now going to drop. 3v2 we go in favor of OMiT, and a lot of space has been taken away, and we've basically just flipped sides of the map.
Flip things out, you haven't really taken the bomb anywhere. B site's wide open if you take this gamble, but again, I mean, we know everything. We have eyes through the walls. They don't know, and OMiT are full clearance, SEAL Team 6 clearing everything as quick as possible.
And will there be a peek from office? Oh, they know. They know now. Bomb's not going to go down. You're hoping to get 1, but you're going to lose that battle there. And now it is once again another 1v situation. This one a 1v3. OMiT should be able to, if anything, work the clock. And he's going to pick up this bomb and not even going to get a chance to look at it.
No, Dak. Nothing you could do there. So back and forth we go. Another answer from OMiT on the defensive side, and it comes off of the initial first bloods that you get through fences. So you trade out to the player that was lone on Archway, and the only player to kind of go through B. He hits the quick wrap back over through mid, and the timing works out to catch the player from Torn in through secret. So an immediate 2 kills for OMiT gives you numbers. You just roam the map then together, and like I said, it was just quick clearance from A to B. So not giving Torn really anything to work with in that round. Very high pressure. Looks like it's going to be in numbers over towards A. 2 players from Torn to meet him.
Oh, yeah. Aggressive chow. Good shots all around here. That was DK able to find a massive advantage now into round number 6. And even more so as you lose 1 more for Torn Esports. And that's another 1v situation. This time a 1v4.
This time it's going to be Millie with the M15. He's going to be able to get away. The chase out from Ethan and nearly makes it 2, but Ethan's going to put that one away and takes OMiT to a 2-round gap now in the search and destroy. Starting to pull away from Torn, and that's off those initial first bloods. Yet again, I mean, Torn just needs to step up in these opening duels. And chowing out A on fences is one thing, but doing it without even clearing the back of fences, just popping over like that is so risky at the start of the rounds. I mean, you're giving so much up to OMiT like that, and a team like OMiT, I mean, they just won EMEA Elite Stage. They also were grand finalists in Atlanta. You just can't give up mistakes like that because they will punish you. They're better than that.
For sure. And OMiT now starting to grab control of the reins. About halfway through the search. It's been a lot of aggression at the start of these rounds. This one is just over before it almost even starts, and it's another OMiT round win. Torn Esports trying to match the aggression, trying to see if they can get some of these favorable trades, but nothing really going their way.
Yeah, not able to bully out their opponents, and Torn are starting to learn some lessons against OMiT that is always a bigger fish to fry. And right now for OMiT, you can see that their experience is reigning over Torn's. 0-7 from TK is not having a good game. So you look at Torn to see what they can do in the back half of this Hacienda search and destroy. Maybe a couple of rounds before it falls away from you. Comeback would be something else against a team of this caliber. Not really patient there. Is that a wall bang? No way he had eyes on him.
Yeah, that's wild. So, OMiT finally going to lose one of those opening duels here. And numbers here for Torn Esports, so have to use these numbers wisely. Can't afford to give anything back. And that nade also finds its mark, so going to be some information, just not the elimination. And now, looks like A starting to be cleared out, but there's a lot of defenders close by for Torn Esports. Meanwhile, there's a flank kind of happening on the other side.
Two players left for Torn Esports. OMiT in the advantage. There's the equalizer, and there's the difference. Finally, TK puts himself on the board. 30 seconds for the retake. It's a full flank here. Killy. Aspect. He's got the gutsy call. He's not going to check at the internal clock. He is so risky in this play, but he knows that Torn's not going to make the defuse. And with 12 seconds left, Torn have no idea where he is. Aspect with the vet play. No chance to defuse, and that's going to be game.
What a play. My goodness. No one hops the defuse, and like you said, internal clock of just laying, listen, I'm just going to take the gamble that no one's on it. I'm going to wait here for 10 seconds, then check. And yet nobody makes their move here for Torn. And it's a costly, costly mistake. And you can see Dak even kind of working through that, I'm sure, last round with them. But one of those situations that you would have loved to have had. I think in total, it definitely felt like OMiT were dictating the pace without question, and they were really leading the charge. Again, one of your top squads here coming into this event. Certainly expect to see them going into Sunday, if not even the grand finals. But, man, tough one to be sure for Torn Esports. Have to find a way now to really rebound coming into the rest of the set.
Yeah, I mean, hats off to Torn for what they've done. I mean, you make it all the way to top 6 here in the winter semifinals. You've been able to put yourself in a position to make it to the Sunday. It's just, where do you go from now? Is the inexperience going to be too much of an issue for this team when playing against people like OMiT? That's going to be a question here on down the line. Talk about a big matchup. It's going to be P7. Undisputed number 2 in EMEA versus OMiT Brooklyn, looking to push further and further into a LAN in the Gwyn redemption story.
Yeah, Gwyn coming in, looking to see if they can try to seal it. 1 versus 1, 30 seconds on the clock. Bomb now going to be retrieved as A likely to be where the plant takes place, but could also cut through mid. Taking the gamble. Gamble might not work out though.
It's going to be perfect.
Oh, the timing. You'll love to see it.
Yeah, Harry gives himself a chance here. Up against Two Real. Two Reals have to go all the way back. He's not even playing this one through mid. Hopefully he has an M15.
Smoke's going to come down, but gets the information, and oh my, he's going to hop it. He's going to hop it. Smoke's going to keep him concealed.
No way.
And the ninja defuse is good. Hops it in his face. Says, I know you're not going to check.
Wow. What a call from Two Real. In a moment when you think that is like the dumbest thing to do too, but hey, pros don't fake. And in a moment where you think you just have the jump, as soon as those shots come out, you think that he's just going to hide, play for the reach out, and draw out that round. Harry certainly thought that. Two Real had a different plan, and the cojones to make a call like that is going to open up with a clutch for OMiT to start off 1-0. Sniper going to start off the next round.
Yeah, and already forward positioning inside of Tiki. Just have to worry about money window, and that player is actually lurking. Might find the exit after the plant. Actually stops the plant altogether. Can he slip away? Yes, he can. And now OMiT Brooklyn still with the numbers advantage, but do have to re-pick up that bomb. Have to figure out if they still want to lay it at B.
Got on Henry. Rewrapping this one, and OMiT Brooklyn are going to get the information that mid-map is wide open. They're going to take the gamble and wrap back to A. So post plant for Laundry. Flank from P7 is going to come up with nothing. And this makes your challenge even harder. Looking at the positioning of Dylan Rex, watching the back of Kitchen.
Somewhat scammable. A lot of players isolated. If you can beam one of them, you give yourself a fighting chance. And they're getting yeah, a good idea on the setup here. So all of a sudden, hey, they're playing for laundry. But time becoming a bit of a factor. Now down to about 20 seconds left. A rewrap going to happen through mid. It's a good call because the player back here is buying so much time. Wins the 1v1. Doesn't come up with a second, but you don't need to. And now there is no time to play the defuse. And sure, the kill comes in, but the round is very well played. And that will give OMiT Brooklyn another round on the board.
Just not enough time there for P7 to make that happen on the retake, and a great call from OMiT Brooklyn to go up 2-0 in that search and destroy. Looking to answer back after losing map 1 versus P7 in the hard points, and we got our alpha match ready, so it's time to check out the bush. Team War on the other side. Of course, this was our Cabal roster back in North American Challengers Elite, the team that matched up against Bush. The only team that beat the Bush so far in this entire stage. So see if they can do it twice and punch their ticket into the winner's final.
And Flames has been living up to his name this weekend, hasn't he? He's been fiery.
Oh, he has.
He's been very fiery, and he's been letting people know he's been winning some series pretty handedly so far, and I'm sure he is ready to let it all out here in this Bush Gaming series as well. But this should be a big one.
Been able to really talk about this Team War roster, but to the fact that they also haven't dropped a map yet. Like, the thing about Team War back in the Elite stage was, like, they were the search and destroy Neslo team. If you drop a respawn, you lost versus Team War. Now it's a complete different story, and I think that's Icons really making an impact when we go to our respawns, allowing Team War to just have more pressure to the objective.
Well, we'll see if they can try to keep it going, especially in the hard points. Push Gaming have been pretty solid so far in the game mode on the day, but Team War giving them a fight for their money right at the start. Spawns in the back means that they've been able to send and funnel quite a few of the numbers right into the hard point. Quick little repinch through mid, though, works out to get some clearance, and Team War might just have enough time now to come away with a bit of scrap.
As much as we praise Team War for their accomplishments, we cannot take away the fact that Bush are on a 4-tournament winning spree. They haven't dropped a series since they played Team War in the groups of the Elite stage. And you look at the roster. I mean, Trakes is playing some of the best COD he's played all year. Prolute as well. And the two of them together have been able to take over maps for this squad. So, see if the Bush can continue to do that here versus Team War in a new look.
3 now going to open up. And this is where Bush Gaming have actually been very solid when we see them on this map mode combination. They come up with a huge chunk of their points here. And it's the way that they bait and switch, and just how well they play their lives. But losing some of the numbers means that you're going to see Team War move right on through, find themselves in a great position to get the quick break, and force everyone now from Bush Gaming to attack from one side.
That's immediately going to pull Team War back into towards tunnel. See if they can deal with this pressure. Heads on, and they can't. Bush just break on in like it's nothing. Looking for the scrap time back at P3 and the rotation, as you can already see. Team War trying to look over towards P4. They're going to win that fight towards New, and you do have a cutoff player as well looking for the spawns.
Now just down 20 seconds after having a bit of a comeback. Team War, though, making it a little bit tough to move through swiftly to this new point. Almost parallel spawns coming through as both teams able to actually create a bit of a block, and now you have to worry about this flank. Big kills in the back. What a double up that is. Now you feel threatened from the front. You're able to deal with the player in the back. The spawns are going to be split here for Team War, and now you have to worry about trying to defend if you're Bush, try to get a read on the spawns.
Enough of a distraction, though, to get Flames back into the hard points. Now looking to block off those players from Bush, but not able to stay alive. One more player. It was going to be Flames who does go down into the back. So the remainder 20 seconds. Looks like it's going to go the way of the Bush. Close this lead even more. Heading into the second set of rotations onto Colossus. And this is worrisome because you look at the kills starting to rack up for the Bush. They go on a little bit of a spree. And they knock Team War down a peg.
Just down by about 15 seconds is Bush Gaming, but Team War leading the charge, doing well with the trades, using the teamwork. But it's Bush that gets to the new hill first as we jump back into the bar on the second set. So overall, It's been very feisty, and typically we see Bush Gaming maybe sometimes have a slow start through the first set of hard points, but do they ever pick it up through the second half, especially on the day? Team War, however, find a couple of kills, giving themselves a chance at the entry. One more inside. It's a clean wipe, and it's a great moment for Team War.
And not only that, look at the plays that we're getting from Vic. He's already trying to move into the back of P2, see if he can influence these spawns for the new hill. And it's Proloot to battle away from that. He's finessing, just staying alive to see if he can draw any of these Team War players out. You give up a lot of time over to P1, but really the focus is going to be on this P2 rotation. It's going to be numbers for the Bush. What can Team War do? Over the top, they find everything.
One more player to deal with, and there it is. Rotation going to be won by Team War. They keep P1 extremely scrappy. Last P2, they came away with a huge chunk of time. Bush Gaming now trying to figure out how do we attack this, how do we set up differently. They do a good job of finding the players on the point. Spawn's now actually going to be close for Bush Gaming, so it's really just dealing with this player in the back. You feel like you should be able to trade him out quite easily, and you do. You focus back to the front, need to find some kills, but the kills don't come through. Things flip out again, and Team War are back on the hard point.
And you just cannot take away from how much Flames did just staying alive back there, allowing the rest of your team to get into a position to break back in. Can they hold those? The question, because Bush are looking to mount to come back into the hill. And as soon as you see a couple of kills go your way, Bush is going to back on down. Team War up to a 30-point lead, 15 seconds left at Old. Nobody's rotating over towards New, so it's all eyes on this battle for scrap time, and nobody's getting it.
How about Dimensions? He's shooting right now. He's reading. He's pre-firing. That is when you know you are absolutely locked in. A good moment to be sure, and a great hard point for Team War. Bush Gaming, though, need a response. Required one. And they're going to be able to find some of these initial kills. Great control in the tunnel, looking for the double up. Double up is there, and they will defend the first push very convincingly.
Bush, they got the setup. This is where everything started to turn around in the first set of rotations, was the P3, P4 string of hills. So they're going to be feeling good with the setup. You got Cammy on 5 in a row, so starting to rack up these kills and potentially get some streaks. It's going to be the focus on Team War to try to take it away.
Good cleanups inside of the tunnel, and some deep rotations now forced to be made by Team War, as they haven't really had any kind of a look at this point at P3. Finally going to get their first touch, but it is simply just for scrap time here. So exits now being played for, but this could maybe have an influence on the spawns. What a double up that is. 21 kills coming through, able to help clear the path, flip out the spawns, and make sure you have the rotation to New. Team War ready to try to maintain that lead.
That's the new kid on the block for this team, Aiden Icons, showing his mettle, showing his worth right now versus the best in the business. 2 kills go to the Bush. It's going to be the Hellstorm invested now. It's going to force Team War away from the hard points and a chance for the Bush to break from the front line. But every single kill now, Flames doing the damage. He wins his fight inside, and he trusts his teammate to clean up the rest, Austin. And Team War hold.
Holding for now, but ready for the secondary push, as Bush are already knocking on the door. Out front, Team War still lighting up the kill feed in red, and now can also start to pinch up this play through middle. You're seeing exactly that. Won't get the double up, but feels like a lot of the damage has been done. One final attempt to try to see if you can keep the scrap time a tad bit scrappy, but it's just 10 seconds that you're playing for, and Team War have come away with the majority of the time as we start to get closer and closer to the end of this hard point.
It's not just that. I mean, you just got to think about what you just accomplished there if you're Team War. You push this lead back out to 40 heading into the third set of rotations. Flames now has a Hellstorm. That's going to be big for your P2 break. That has been giving you a little bit of trouble, especially if you're able to do it without the Hellstorm. Then you keep it for P3. So a lot right now on the line for Bush to showcase what they can do in the backside of this Colossus, or Team War might just pull away.
Big battle outside the statue, and regen needs to come through. Team shots still are good. Still players lingering, fighting for some of this control, but the snapper is there. Team War are on point, and now they are in for some of that P1 time. 20 seconds remaining before we really start looking at this rotation. Both teams are going to be trying to position for it. Team War on the right side of the map, but still trying to fight and make sure Bush Gaming sends some of the resources to P1.
10 seconds left, so you get what you take here for Bush. Looking for a couple of exit kills, but big focus now for the rest of Team War to see if they can hold on to these blue spawns. Flames is going to find 2 in transition. No damage onto the third. You get the back spawns if you're Bush. Now the clearance. Is this where we see Team War use that Hellstorm to break?
This is also where we see Bush typically start to lock in this late into a game, but have not really felt this pressure just yet. Streak gonna come out. What are you gonna be able to find? That's really the big question. Try to get them off the hard point, and you do weave it in for a kill, but what does this do to the spawns? Are they still gonna be close here for Bush? Feels like the answer is gonna be yes, but you do manage to at least break through the front. Team War back on the time, and now over that 200-point mark.
It's just winner's advantage right now. Any time is good time in the Bush. They need to break back into this. I mean, a P3 rotation, it's not good enough. You're trailing by 40. You don't want to give up the last 14 seconds. And you can see that another hit's going to come through, and it falls flat on its face. Team War locked down the remainder. Looking towards new now will be Bush. First team to P3. They're going to have to hold on. Like their life depends on it. And it's a lovely nade from Vic to open it up.
Yeah, no trophy systems are down on the hard point, and now even a pinch coming through. Is this going to be red? Gets here in time. The tunnel play is also developing at the exact same time, and everybody gets to activate. Team War find the quick break. They're on the time. They're looking to try to close it out right here, right now.
Time shared across the entire team. Crunch time for Bush now to break back in. You're going to get a flank around the back from player number 4, but it's going to be read by Icons, and you got numbers now to put it away.
Have to funnel through, have to play the time, and kills continue to come through for Team War. Lighting up the feed one more time, and perhaps the final time here in map number 1, as it's a killing spree. It's kill after kill. It's all Team War, and Bush just do not have the answers needed. The try to contest, the try to get in. Map number 1 goes to War.
Look what that means to the players in Cabal. I mean, you know the story of the grand finals. You got shut out by the Bush. You took them down in a Neslo early on in the groups, but the second time around, Bush had the answer through and through. We've seen a couple issues on the Bush side, a couple of close hard points, a couple of search and destroys that fall away. Same thing with the overloads. It hasn't been pretty so far through Paris. It's been a grind. You find yourself in a situation, a rematch now against the core 3 of Cabal that haunted you through your elite stage. They add Icons to the list, and look at his performance. 35 and 32, nearly 4k damage for the team to take the win in map number 1 at 250 to 178. It's an unbelievable performance from these players. And what does that mean for the series, Austin? It just means that it makes your job easier when you think you're the best search and destroy team in Challengers.
Well, we are going to jump in and take a look at how OMiT and Torn Esports is unfolding, as this is the second half of the overload, and potentially another capture about to come through at A for Torn, as you find the trade, and you do get the detonation. So Torn Esports trying to hang on here in the series, now up by 3.
Talk about some performances, too, for Torn while they're leading by a landslide. I mean, it was pretty much silence out of TK in that search and destroy. He was 0-7 at one point, now leading the lobby 30-18 with 4 captures of the overload as well. Surely doing it all for Torn to take this map number 3 in comfort. Only a minute 40 left. It's going to be difficult for OMiT to come back from this, especially if TK finds his 5th capture of the game to just end it.
How about that? And they're fired up, and they should be. I mean, down 0-2. The S&D wasn't the prettiest. It was just really well played by OMiT. You can certainly credit them for that. But to bounce back and to have a response like that and end it in 8, that is certainly one hell of a way to do it. So Torn Esports still fighting, still pushing this OMiT EU squad the distance and push them really as far as they possibly can. We'll take a look and see what's happening now with Charlie, as the Stallions were able to move on, and now they're going up against P7 Victorious. This is an elimination game here, so whoever's able to stay alive will be able to move on, try to make it to Sunday, but not want an early exit here on Saturday. This is one of those late night gruelers that both of these teams are about to play.
This is one of those late night gruelers that I think the Stallions love to play, especially with what we've seen across other tournaments on this team. They're used to this. They're used to late nights. P7 Notorious, I can't really say the same. It's either been an early exit or pretty smooth sailing through the winner's bracket. So what can P7 do after taking down Rocket in a 3-1 fashion. Had my doubts for the team. I didn't think they looked the best, but so far they've been proving me wrong, and hopefully they can step up for the Stallions as well.
We'll move to Alpha. We'll keep our eyes on this one, and you know, don't want to get ahead of myself, but that Stallion squad, they've been clicking. They've been looking pretty good. They're up in the hard point, so we'll see if they can keep it going. But back over to the main matchup. Team War coming off of a beautiful map number 1. Really trying to stick it to the bush and see if they can try to get up 2-0 as they now move into the search and destroy on raid.
Like I said, I mean, this has been kind of a red flag for me for the bush, because you lose your opening 2 search and destroys of the tournament. You play up against Exceptional and need to put 5 rounds in a row just to steal it away. Team War's a different beast when it comes to their S&Ds. I don't know if Bush should be feeling confident here. They're going to have to really lock in, and Drakes, he's in trouble. He's got to stay alive, and the help arrives in time. And everybody comes to the assistance of Drakes. What a moment for the Bush.
Wow, that was a great moment, to be sure. Everybody, I think, on Team War was expecting that to be one of those bomb plant moments where not everybody's stacked at the back of laundry on the attack, but just about every single member was in position to play trades, and they were gearing up for that hit. But that little shoulder check, just to get information on what was happening, was massive for the timing. And so, able to come away with that first round looking good for Bush.
Good indeed. 1-0 up. Bush looking to lock in and dig deep to take down the Team War. Search and destroys were a lot better towards the end of that elite. So see if the Bush can harness this one. Opening trades though for round number 2. Go the way of Team War. First 2 go your way, and you lose Cammy over towards the 8 bomb. This one is done before he can even give it back to you, Austin.
Yeah. And the crazy part is that, you know, these two played each other actually on this map mode combination when you go back to the Elite, when we were casting over the winners finals, and it was Team War, then obviously Cabal with Rispy, who went up 5-1 and then ended up kind of losing. So you have to imagine that both teams have probably taken a bit of time to watch back over that one at some point in time, to be sure. And so those little mind games sometimes come into play when you start to play it once again. So we'll see how this continues to unfold as great grenades come through in round number 2, and now we'll see who's able to grab the swing round early.
Bush gonna have red carpet rolled out for them over towards A, and I expect them to take this setup back to laundry again. Actually gonna fast track that. Go for the plant. Give Team War back laundry for the retake.
Yeah, Team War saying pitter patter, let's get at her. Seeing if they can try to get something over the top. A lot of headies being played. Tough gunfights while this happens. Flank from open stairs, but 1-for-1 trades and now the aggressive push. Looking for the kill. It's there. Is there a trade? Not yet. Revealing the position, but we go into the 1v1, and wow! Able to get the read and the snap through mid. Bush Gaming find a response.
I mean, that is everything from Drakes. The fact that he draws out that player from laundry for Cammy to make it a one-on-one, such a power position having top ring, and you know that when you're trying to fight that through pillars. Cammy, safe as could be to put that round in the bag for the Bush. Back-to-back rounds, or sorry, back-to-back rounds thwarted there from Team War off that retake. I thought they were going to be able to get that, but Drakes finesses his life long enough to give Cammy that opportunity. 2 in a row for Cammy. See if he can extend it. It's going to be 3 hit over towards A for the defense. Bomb leaning to the B side, and the snipe out for Big Cap. He's going to open the round.
Sniper now coming into play. That's not going to give you a whole lot of confidence on this B play that's starting to develop. Good tank's going to come through. Wow, what a gunfight. What a reach out it is. You're able to find the player on the bomb. Last player caught swimming in the water with no life jacket. And that will be a round secured and a great punish by Bush.
You're up creek without a paddle at that point. Don't know what to do. And it's a great hard point, don't get me wrong, but how much does it impact taking Rispy out of your roster for your search and destroys? Because even for Team War, when we talked to Flames and he says that a lot of their success in search comes from plays made between himself and Vic. I mean, Rispy was your playmaker. He was your opener. So you put Icons in his position, and it seems like a lot of these initial hits are being given up to the Bush in terms of timing.
Roll right into round number 5. And wow, not expecting that. They just run right through middle. Everyone was positioned for what was some A defense. And with that kill, that gives you all the freedom needed to lay this bomb at B with the man advantage.
And Dimensions gets caught. You stay alive. Bottom basketball here from Three, playing from Big Cap, and not able to win it. Flames, though, quickly going to be traded, and you're continuing to push down the pressure. Drake's not able to find a second one. Bomb down. 3 seconds. Chase through middle of the map, and Prolo just going to tuck himself in a corner to confirm the round 1v2 for Flames. Against the odds, against the clock. It's just not going to happen.
Man, I was going to say, maybe a little bit of over-aggression there. Almost backfires for Bush, but able to clutch it up. Trakes with a great reposition. Wins a big battle through mid, and then able to find the second. So, good kills. Going to follow through. Bush just feel like they're really on point, and they're just committing to the call, right? It just feels like if they're attacking middle, they are attacking middle. They are hitting it, and you do not have a whole lot of responses, it feels like, if you're Team War right now, which, as you said, you know, how much does the impact of Rispy being out and Icons in have on your search and destroy? But right now, it's being felt that you're down by 3.
Bush answering a lot of doubts that we had for their search and destroy. 3 rounds in a row, looking to make it 4. Defense getting aggressive through Zig, looking for that first blood, but a play call from War. It's just a bait for the one in the back. Flames opens up for that first blood. Trophy's gonna eat up the smoke, so no chance for Trakes to make a play back over to A.
Yeah, this feels painful. And was there a glimpse, and was this player spotted? That's really the big question. But now, once again, a first blood, and you almost feel like, all right, we just have to try to force a bomb plant here. And quick little peek. Oh, not gonna be able to get the snapper. So 3 versus 2. Make it 2 versus 2. All evened up with 30 seconds left.
Proloot's on 5, so this could be potential streaks for Bush. If they win it. Proloot's gonna throw a shoulder. Gonna get information on the player back laundry, but the one you need to worry about is behind Art, and the time just continues to dwindle. 20 seconds left. Proloot gonna turn around. There's his 6th kill in a row, but it's a 1 versus 1, and looking to escape now. His Dimensions, 12 seconds. All he has to do is play the time, and he's done it perfectly, shutting down the streak of Proloot, shutting down the streak of the Bush.
And you can see Proloot there in the cam. A little bit of frustration about how they should have played it, what they should have done. They had information on both players. So, a little bit unfortunate that you don't get the streak and you are unable to obviously play for the round win with the defuse, but very happy on the opposite end to know that you shut down the streak and you're able to get one back. So Team War still fighting, but have yet to show firm control so far. See if the first bloods can potentially continue. Now heading into this round number 7, where it's going to be an offensive attack for Bush Gaming, gearing up for what looks to be B.
Trakes should have been spotted on that jump, and it's a big shutdown from Dimensions that stops you in your tracks. Denies any presence over towards B, and look at the call now from War. They're going to reinforce B. Well, Cammy just sits mid-map and waits for somebody to give up their life. Good 2 coming through from the Bush, though. Maybe this is your way back from Trakes. He sits in the water. He's able to back up. 2 versus 2. Cammy still in a game-changing position.
Man, does Cammy just say, hey, listen, let's just cross. Let's go to A. And that is the call. We know, of course, no defender's going to be here, but rotation now being made a little bit late. Bomb will go down, and they'll now realize.
Here comes Cammy. See what he can get done. MBC doesn't connect. Trakes too low, and Team War trade it. 2v2 going to Team War as they keep the comeback alive in the search and destroy. Back to a 1-round difference, and a great call there from Team War just to kind of pump their brakes over towards B, allow the rotation. Everything works out in terms of timing, especially on the call to rotate back over. You're in there for a quick retake. I think that's what catches Cammy off guard. Not expecting the players there from Team War so soon.
And now you have Icons and Dimensions that are also starting to find some kills. starting to find the necessary footing needed to start to mount this comeback. So 2 rounds in a row. Looking for what will be another A play. Car explosion, making icons a little bit weak on your screen. Sniper also in play. Finds a pick. Good response. They're coming back for Team War. Pistol kill is good through the middle for Dimension. So now it's going to be a 1 versus 3. This would be for the ace as well. And Bomb is going to go down.
Cap's got to find a gun, though. Oh, and the snipe just misses. Bomb gets planted. And he's got the M15. Is he able to regen in time? 60 HP. Post plant for Team War. Focus through mid. The first step for Cap is trying to dominate this player in ring. Unfortunately, hasn't been able to catch up with enough shots. And it looks like even if you don't win that battle, was a flank happening from Team War. 3 rounds in a row, Austin. And that's tied us up. Team War looked like they struggled through the opening rounds of this search. They have come alive in the back half of Raid, answering with all that bush it was handing them at the start.
Yeah, that pistol kill as well was just filthy. And everyone heating up here for Team War, putting it together. 3 rounds in a row, starting to really stop what was really just an onslaught of Bush Gaming, kind of dictating how they wanted to play and not getting a whole lot of contest from it. So need now to get this round back if you're Bush Gaming, and it looks like it's going to be the A, but it's a full-on middle hit defensively for Team War. Nate's being thrown out to make sure they're not on the bomb.
Bomb's taking its time, and look at the flank that's going to be developing from Team War. If they don't take back laundry control, they're going to be shot in the back, and it looks like Bush know that. Looking to hold their ground, and ProLoot kicks off this round. First blood. Here comes Dimensions, caught in the ring, and it's a second from Cammy. 2 down for Team War. Numbers for the Bush. Looking to take their lead back.
Rattled but not broken inside the ring for the Bush Gaming boys. Shots gonna come through over the top. Able to find that first one. Trying to make this a manageable round. Oh, good information here. Oh my goodness. Oh, if he's able to find one more, you feel like maybe there's a chance, but not going to work out. And that is the round that is required. Bush Gaming finally put a stop to the bleeding and will still maintain control now on that point.
Yeah, I think you see the cogs turning in the brain of Flames there for how do I win this? You know, you just got to trust your teammate to win too. And if he can win that fight through laundry, then maybe you get yourself a chance. But round 10, not round 11, in the search and destroy, Team War looking to push this one the distance. Bush back on top for the advantage, looking to avoid going down 2-0 in the series. See if they can answer back without any pressure.
Middle hit, this time Bush really take a play right out of Team War's book. Oh, the stun. Is there a trophy down? Oh, it finds a connection. And this is a lot of information, and yeah, you're not feeling too comfortable. They try to meet the gunfights head on. It's smokes, it's rush, it's let's see if we can find the kills. But it's Team War that come out with a trade so far. Still players in a position to clutch. It would be for a 1v3, now 1v2, but that's also going to be bombed down.
Yeah, bomb down, and Cap. He's got the NPC. Stun's going to connect, and he just gets lost. I don't know if the information fully telegraphs this play. I mean, Cap's making a quick decision on the flank, and I don't even think he realizes the bomb was down because he's re-clearing B, and he's given a chance for the plant.
Does he get spotted on the cross here? And like you said, he's not fully aware, but okay, now they know where Caps is. Caps gives himself a fighting chance, though. And the timing, oh my, he finds a second, and you're thinking for a moment he's able to dip and dive, but no, not going to happen. Trade is in, and now we're going to a round 11.
Round 11 for Team War, pushing the Bush to the edge. Team War have yet to drop a map in the tournament. So Team War looking to avoid that here in this round 11. Bush looking to hand it to him on a silver platter. See what either team can think up for this last round. And it's not only that, it's just Bush looking to avoid going down into a reverse sweep. That is not where you want to find yourself. So they're going to start on the defense, and it does look like it's going to be a break over to A.
Caution in the air for Team War, not wanting to get too aggressive into the ring, and now, of course, not knowing if there's any players push forward. You're almost hoping they funnel into you for a free pick. That is certainly the call here for Team War. So little to no information going to be gathered on this offensive look here to kick things off.
Thing is, Bush is not the kind of team that's going to tweak in this position. Everybody's holding their grounds, and you're walking into a trap. First blood for Trakes. Not looking to come alive. Dancing around the ring for the rest of the team to come to his advantage. Now flying forward, Trakes has help. Prolude a second, and everything is falling apart for Team War. Bush Answer back in map 2, and the round 11 goes their way.
Beautiful stuff. Not losing composure. Just staying strong and holding on to the setup. And man, Bush able to get back, and it required one. We saw them reverse sweep, in the winners final. They can certainly do it if it's required, but you don't want to be put in a spot like that this late into Saturday, where you've been up and you've been gaming for quite a while. Mental fatigue certainly setting in, but we could still very well be in for a long series between these two. As we take a look at the stats, you see who was really putting it together. You had Trakes putting up 11 kills there, so big numbers coming through for him, but a beautiful round 11 to clutch up on, and make sure you do not give Team War that 2-0 advantage.
And updates across for the other winners semifinals. OMiT EU 3-1 versus Torn. A couple of words too from Ethan to a couple of the rookies there on the Torn roster, and seems like OMiT EU are locked in for the winners final. One more win for them, and that is going to be an auto lock for champs. They're well on their way here through Paris. So we go to P7 Notorious versus FC Stallions. It's going to be a one-on-one, and we're going to get lost now. The chase is going to be good, though, and P7 Notorious kick off round 1.
He almost dove right into a 1 versus 3 to kick off this one, which would be on par with what we've seen from the Stallions, it feels like, so far over the last couple sets. They've been pretty electric and great at being able to clutch up in some of these tough situations here, and it looks like they grabbed the map number 1 here versus a P7, and I would argue that the S&Ds have slowly been coming along here for the Stallions. It feels like we got to see a much better version of it last go around, able to clutch up in it. Still, I'm sure, trying to workshop it to its best ability as we continue to try to get through to Sunday, but overall, looking to see what you're going to be able to do now heading into round number 4. Smokes down, P7 Notorious looking to go forward.
Yeah, fast play for the attackers. Will they lay the rock, though, is the question. Yes, they're going to do exactly that. They have Doja control. They have everything they want in this post plants. The Stallions, we've seen this before. Can they break in through Dojo? No flags to look at.
Oh, that nade is perfect.
Oh!
The nades are beautiful. P7 Notorious win the round on nades. Sure, you get one back. It's actually pretty over-aggressive. There was no follow-up kill, but doesn't matter. You get it in the end, and yeah, that's the beauty of hanging on to utility at times.
I mean, have mercy on these guys. It's not only that. I mean, it's still like, what, 4th round? Do you have trophies? Probably not, if you haven't been performing. And considering you're the one down in that position, the Stallions certainly did not have a trophy to defend. So, down 3-1. P7 Notorious catching fire in the lower bracket. Search and Destroy is looking clean so far. And looking at the performances, too, it looks like it's Snoopy 4 and 3 alongside his counterpart, I want to say, and Eric. Yeah, Eric's also 4 and 3 right next to him. That's going to be Beans 5 and 3.
Ooh, both players are going to spot each other. Stun will be thrown out, and follow-up trade, and it's there. The timing not going to work out, but good info collected for the Stallions. They take full advantage. Back and forth we go here with this window hop that's been happening here the majority of the round, and now P7 Notorious actually managed to turn this into 2 more kills heading their way, so 3v2.
Advantage in numbers. ASIM finds his first kill of the map. Have to see where this post plant goes. It's planted for middle. So I imagine this is going to be a call to re-clear through Throne Room. If you can win this fight versus Diamond Con, that'll be good, but I don't even think you can read Diamond Con in that position. How would you?
Ooh, not able to find the trade either. You're thinking that maybe you're going to be able to find a push through, get one back, give yourself a fighting chance. Not going to happen. And now they'll let everything slowly regen come in here for the defuse. But P7 Notorious feels like they have been completely on the ball, not giving up a whole lot, very few mistakes to kick off this search and destroy.
Yeah, that's things you expect from Diamond Con too. Late in the tournament, just the big brain search and destroy plays to hold on. Exactly what KB did just moments ago to Exceptional Gaming as well. Just you lock down back throne, you deny any chance to reposition through mid, and you give P7 Notorious an easy 4th round. Up by 3 now. Stun check through mid's gonna connect, but where do the Stallions start to build themselves back up? And it's gonna have to be another retake on the defense.
Stallions certainly have done this a few times, and it looks like it will be a spread. So likely to collect themselves as 3 on the flank. It's really what player number 2 does from the front of this to make sure he just doesn't throw away his life, more or less. But taking a lot of time to clear through the flank means that they're going to get a great read on this and have a chance to respond. Again, this 1v1 is everything, and they actually lose one on this push through. Now they get a couple kills back, and all of a sudden things actually falling apart for P7 Notorious. It's a 1v3, now 1v2. There's a chance to play the clock here. You have to hop the bomb.
Oh, and the nade from Eric. He wraps it around. The timing's going to work, but we don't get to see it.
No.
Oh, I think Eric had that under wraps, though. It was like 15 seconds. I'd put my money on Eric in that spot. Oh, wow. Looking at my heartstrings. Team War push, though. Game number 3, swing map mode combo as Bush walk away with the game 2, round 11 to tie us back up. And Team War, their first map loss of the tournament. They're looking to do it twice, fold into the grid or the overload, and fortunately for themselves, it looks like this is going to be a lead to a capture. If not for a play from Proload, he does enough to stop it.
Yeah, enough defense might have been played. Still, one more forward position to put on the back end of this EMP, and you at least come away with one, almost slip away with your life. That would have been massive, but the trade luckily was in for Bush. Still feeling the pressure. Finally, the reset of the EMP comes through, and back to the middle we go.
Buck's gonna reset, and so will Bush. Clearing out their spawn, clearing out their B zone, and Capsule with the M15. Lovely 2-piece. That's actually gonna be Cammy back there. We're gonna break things down. Cammy, okay, 4 in a row. Starting to push the Bush up now through mid. Ball's gonna be picked up by Proload, and here he comes with the pistol out, leading the charge alongside the rest of the team. And you gotta be careful here if you're Team War, because things are about to get scary. And it's Flames shutting it down alongside Icons. Trake's gonna take one last look at it. That's gonna draw everybody back from Team War, and it looks like Trake's is doing so much for the squad. Still, the ball is there, and it's a capture.
Wow.
What a play from Trake's.
Unbelievable. Captain Trake's keeping the play alive, getting the detonation in. And Team War scratching their heads to be sure with the close spawn. You felt like they should have been able to do enough. Not the case. However, doing a good job of fighting out of their spawn. Now looking to eye up the EMP once again, as it was in control there for a moment by Bush Gaming. Nice little wrap around the backside here for Caps, and he's looking to try to do it again, but might not be able to beat the defender. Oh, the defender isn't going to look at it, and almost turns and burns as well. Kills coming through. Bush Gaming running rampant in the spawn, and all of a sudden it feels like Team War have zero map control.
Looks like they have zero momentum, just period. I mean, Caps is quite literally hitting the schmovement on you, and the B zone is wide open for a 3rd cap in a row. Bush on top for the overload, which is quite surprising after the start that Team War had. They seemed like they were locked in to climb back into this map number 3, but with another wave of kills, everybody spawning up over towards B. Here comes the 4th cap to end it in regulation for the first half. 4 caps for the Bush in record time, it felt.
Record time. It did feel like that. Man. A lot of big plays being made by Trakes and Caps here in the back. And I mean, those are 2 players that you do not want running around in your base. But when you can't trade them out and they find those sprees and those electrifying runs, is it ever felt? And right there, Team War feel it. 4-0, just about a couple minutes into the first half. I mean, we've seen teams rebound and reset, but it's going to take a heck of a lot versus this Bush roster that just does not give you a lot to work with, especially when they're playing like that.
Well, fortunate enough for Team War, this is not the recipe that we know you to have success on. I know your overloads were the point of ingress towards the end of the elite stage, but at the start of the elite stage, it was quite painful to watch. So, a little bit of a roster change, and we're seeing that issues start to come through again. Cammy, 12-7. He's going to have himself a hellstorm after a little bit of a spree in the second half, but it's a clearance from Team War. Won't lead to the ball getting picked up, but it does put Flames inside top blue. See what he can do from this position.
Yeah, need to find some flair here to get something going. So, heroic play, individual moments, something just to get the ball rolling a little bit. But possession is here. A couple kills going to follow through for Team War. 3 of the 4 members down, and now have to play some defense up top. Stuns and nades coming over the top to try to stop the detonation, and they might have just done enough. The clearance comes in right in the nick of time.
I can't believe that's not a capture. Team War, he had everything right there, but it's the stuns to help out. The bush holds strong. And they maintain this 4-point lead. Pick up the ball, move back through mid. See if we can get going here. Hellstorm's actually going to be called in from Cammy, so first one out for Bush. Just trying to break out of their spawn, get that map control back. Here comes Team War for their second attack of the half, in through helicopter.
Oh, great nade. And 2 players going to drop. Pinch, though. Is it going to be red? No, it's not. So that EMP play basically comes to a halt. And secondary player off spawn doesn't read that either. So now you got a forward position coming on through, which is going to be a lot to deal with. And it's Cammy of all people. Oh, and Cammy! So he turns and burns. He's up to 4 in a row with 19 kills. Make it 20.
Almost on a 6th in a row. 20 kills, 9 deaths, 4 Bush. That is exactly what you can ask for from one of your stars. Team War, no answers yet in the second half. 2 minutes, 45 seconds. Still a lot of time to figure this one out. I mean, you saw how fast Bush capped those 4 in the first half, but we haven't seen anything from Team War to really question whether or not they can do it themselves.
Oh, almost another turn and burn. Getting a little bit low on time here is the biggest problem for Team War, and we haven't really seen a whole lot of, outside of one positive play that just got stopped narrowly at the line. But another push through this P3 area. See if they can maybe attack this 8-point, and you can feel the desperation really setting in, trying to force the play before it really develops, because they know they're low on time, and they have to start hoping for some of those miracle moments.
Well, Cap's going to turn things around. Looking for the counter cap now is Bush. First time on this half that we've seen them attempt to capture. Over towards the Team War side. It's a full clearance. 4 go down, and there's capture number 5. Surely that's the game. As Bush put themselves so far out of contention in this map, it doesn't seem possible for Team War to come back.
Yeah,
you can see they're forcing the spawns out too, Austin. This is hard to watch.
From bad to worse, Team War just letting up off the gas for a moment. A couple hot sprees kind of take place here for Bush, and it is lights out from there. A massive statement game coming through for our back champions. Here's the reason they've been winning. They're showcasing it here now when they need to turn up, especially on LAN. They get the job done. Looking to really just pour some salt into the wound as they'll get another one. Detonation number 6 secured.
If you didn't think it was done beforehand, certainly number 6 is going to be the nail in the coffin. No answers from Team War. Looking to get at least one on, so it's not scoreless on their side, but with 53 seconds, a rally of 5 in a row. I mean, that would be unheard of with the amount of time it takes for the ball to spawn just alone. 45 seconds. There's a clearance for Bush to reset off their spawn. 40 seconds before they take their lead in this series, and Team War might already be thinking about what to do in map 4.
Yeah, they might just. But again, what a statement game, and what a slay up for some of these members. I think, you know, this is where you look towards someone like Cammy, who puts up, you know, 28 kills. He's double positive. It is just one of those unbelievable games that completely change and swing the momentum single-handedly. Obviously led by some heroic plays by Trakes and Caps to really kick off the relaying, but wow. Incredible stuff across the board. Highlight reel plays to look back on here in Team War in a situation we don't see them in often, as you even get the full closeout there with number 8.
You saw even the War guys just chalked it up towards the ends. Just let it go. Move on. Forget that ever happened. Bush, full takeover in the overloads. And what I'd say what a turn of events for what we were talking about for this Bush squad, back in the day. I say back in the day, I mean just 2 majors ago. I mean, you're going into Birmingham and you quite literally looked like you couldn't win an overload if your life was on the line. I mean, now you're doing things like that to Team War in the winners semifinals. It has been a long time coming for this Bush squad to be on top the way that they are. A lot of people are going to be looking and saying that this is Bush's tournament to lose, especially after the performances that we've been seeing across their 4-peat that we saw in the past couple of tournaments. If there's anybody to kind of push them to the edge, I mean, they're still here in the winners bracket. You got OMiT EU, as well as this Team War squad. Gonna take them away. Just goes to the Gridlock hardpoint now, Austin. And
Yeah.
can you perform on Gridlock the same way that you did on Colossus? 2 very different maps for Team War to walk into.
Well, after a great start, now you need a little bit of a regain. See if you can get the bounce back and, well, replicate what you did, at least in that map number 1, and you might be in good hands. For now, though, we'll jump into map number 4 of OMiT Brooklyn up against Project 7, and Project 7 up here in the hardpoint, down in the series, however, and OMiT with a little bit of control around the hardpoint to see if they can start to mount a comeback.
Let's get a little bit of a lay of the land, too, for Asake, because although you're down here if you're OMiT Brooklyn, you're on P3. It just popped. You're only down by about, 80 points? So get the remainder of this time, and you're within half of a hill on Sake. That is so doable. So P7, although you're in the lead, you're not really out of the woods just yet.
And struggling to look at what would be a required break for scrap time. 20 seconds to fight for, and P7 have not even had so much of a sniff at this hard point as we did. So yeah, OMiT Brooklyn very much alive and somewhat well, not fully well just yet, but make their way to new. As we start to see the rotation come through and develop, it will of course be the setup in Project 7. It's just a matter of how fast you can look to break it down.
Now on the revival, it's Project 7, a group that is stuck together through thick and through thin. In EMEA, best friends, one might say. Looking to get it done. Send it to a map number 5, OMiT Brooklyn. Looking to push them against the edge as they're going to get a break towards the end of that P3 or P4. Get set up into that hill. Look to see if they can continue the comeback. Not done with Alpha, though, as Bush might be leading 2-1 after taking a very convincing overload back on the Scar. We go to Gridlock hardpoint, Austin, Team War. They took us an opening on the Colossus hardpoint, but like I was saying before we went over towards our other POV, it's a lot different to take a Gridlock over a Colossus.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. We'll see what Team War is going to be able to do, though, and what they've said to one another coming into this, knowing, hey, listen, we've pushed this Bush team to the max before, we can do it again. If you can do it on land, that all but builds the confidence heading into Sunday. But Team War now we'll look to see if they can make a rotation to new, and they're looking pretty solid for it after also coming out with the majority of the time on P1.
And an update across the venue, it looks like P7 Notorious are tied now versus Stallions. So that one's going to be getting closer and closer as we'll look into it later on down the line. For Team War, they got the setup over towards P2. Fighting towards the back is going to be Vic. Backs up to 18, and he is still locking down this half of the math. Incredible stuff from the rookie.
Wow, shots looking good. If you had no idea that map 2 and map 3 went the way that they did, you'd be surprised with what we're seeing from Team War, because they're coming in and they're firing, and the hard points continue to look pretty polished. But might have to now fight for some of the scrap time, as Bush Gaming will make a surge for it, and we'll make sure they do in fact secure it. But rotation being fought for already at P3. A couple members from Team War in position, and they'll find the first. Now need to find the second.
Rolu, big double kill. That's going to give your team a chance to fight for this early time on P3, and looks like Cammy's going to get here after performance that he had on the overload. He's not slowing down. 6 and 3, 5 in a row, already on a Hellstorm, so just 16 points away from flipping this lead back over to the Bush, and you force War in the back end spawns.
Couple of kills, though, coming to the Bush Gaming, as they are now back in control. Full wipe up against Team War, and that might just be the lead change, and it is. So Team War now have a tough decision ahead of them, not getting a whole lot of info of some of the players that are already pushing out, fanning out here after looking to grab the majority of this time, and it looks like they are going to give it one more hit. Don't want to give over all this time for free, and they will make their move and likely grab the remaining 40 seconds.
A couple players from Bush are actually going to spawn out, and the exits are going all to the Bush, so you lose the scrap time. You're going to lose this early rotation. These kills are going to be everything for Cammy to find, and he will clean up both of them. Looking towards New, as Drakes is going to be the first one inside the hill. See what you can draw out from Team War as they have completely snuck through. Flame's going to find himself on the inside, but he's surrounded by players from the Bush. And it looks like the Bush not even worried about the hill. They're slaying out around and then taking their sights to Flames.
Not able to find anything out front. Team War now geared and ready to push in, looking for entries as they grab some of the high ground. Hellstorm also in the back pocket of one of our members, so that's something you're going to have to deal with at some point in time, and you're slowly losing this lead. It's been Bush Gaming the last 3 hills. They've been able to regain control. More streaks potentially in play as well. Going to the pistol for the double up. Not going to happen fully, but you are still getting some kills back for Team War as they try to bully their way through the front, but it's not looking great. Post-spawn still very much here for Bush, and now we'll see if it's one more kill, and it is, so they'll get here for scrap.
Point lead for the Bush heading into the second set of rotations, and even if you do get a setup here for Team War, you got to be thinking about that Hellstorm in the pocket of Cammy. At any moment, it can break the setup of Team War, so very careful now on the way that they approach this. You're going to see 2 players on the flank, and Bush not going to be ready for this at all.
No, they're not. Looking for some shots over the top of the car. Not easy to hit at times, and yeah, I think just a reposition and try to regen as the push even comes right to you.
Here's the Hellstorm.
Hellstorm coming in. What value does it find? We'll certainly be able to get one off at a time, and yet you have to start forcing your way in. So it at least clears it off for them, and now Bush Gaming get to move in, and they got trophy systems set up.
Yeah, easily going to hold on to this lead, forcing the hand on Team War to see if they can break it yet again, and why not make it another break for Team War. 4 in a row for Flames on this hill, surely working up to some streaks of his own.
Oh, aggressive hit. Not able to find the kills necessary. Now 18-wheeler being fought for. A couple tags unfortunately into his teammate, but it's Team War with the response, finding the double. Still a 50-50 battle for as far as the hard point. Spawns in the back, however, looking fantastic for Bush Gaming. They can flood here a little bit faster. The nade kill opens up some space, maybe gives them a timing to start to flood forward, but the kills just have not followed, and Bush Gaming now get the clearance that's needed.
I don't know if Flames actually has this Hellstorm. I don't even think it's going to be useful for a break on a hill like P2. That's something that I'd like to see them burn here. It's going to be another hit from the front out of Team War. You lose your only player that was on the flank. With 24 seconds, this is a very risky call for Team War. If you want to break, you want to make sure it's quick, and you want to make sure it's decisive, but instead it's drawn out. You lose your battles. Bush going to get the scrap time, and they're on the rotation.
Oh boy, Bush feels like they are now hitting that next gear needed to lock in the series and advance to the next round. Able to find rotational kills, and Team War just feels like they're a little bit out of position. Now just about a hard point differential for that scoreboard. Team War need to find a break.
Well, Proluke gonna get bodied towards the back of Showers. 70-point lead for Bush and growing. Team War starting to feel the pressure. It's a team kill and a wall bang from Proluke. Connecting through the wall, keeping Team War on the back end. Still trying to look for a break here, but as they do, the score just continues to climb. You need something faster for your Team War. This is getting out of hand.
It is getting out of hand, and they just have not been able to find the same breaks, the same consistency that we were seeing through the first half. And another big gunfight. Going to be one on the point, I believe, by Drakes. Still have that Hellstorm in the back pocket, and you are over 200 points as 3 players actually going to all hit this for scrap time, and they're still unable to get in here. So you can feel the desperation knowing how valuable every single second is from here on out. And you will have the new rotation, but Bush Gaming, they are already knocking on the door.
Only rocking a 2.5 KD with 2 minutes in the hill. And this guy is Pope right now, and he is not afraid to shell. He's got the NPC out, and he is flying through the streets of Gridlock. This is Cold War Cammy with the pistol out. 2 kills for the Bush. Another break into P4, and this is looking to be game.
Looking to call game. They could very well do it here with just about every single second. And it feels like Team War just got nothing left. might be able to extend this and push this to P1, and as they jump off the time, there could be a chance, but it just feels like Team War out of it, lost track of it halfway through. Bush Gaming looking to really put the final nail in the coffin.
And just moments away. I mean, you get those spawns in the back, but there is no answer. Like you said, a couple consolation kills from Team War. One last hit through the front. Scrap time not even going to be picked up. And it's going to P1. It won't even make it. Team War fall. Bush move forward. And it might have been a question at the start of the series, but at the end, there was no doubt that the Bush stay on top of 4 challengers. And they got themselves a date in the winners final versus OMiT.
They sure do. One that, well, we are very familiar with over the past couple of tournaments. And we'll look to see if they could punch that ticket to grand finals for top 2. Man, special stuff. And, you know, I think that there were some cracks when you're looking at some of these games, but Bush are always so good at being able to just recalibrate, lock back in, pick it up. One player has one big moment. You feel the momentum swing. They don't lose control. They don't get lost in the sauce, so to speak, in the moment. And that's really the veteranship that you have across every single one of these members. So crazy stuff. Great game. Great series. And Team War just really ran out of juice. And to be said, you know, we are getting later and later into the Saturday, right? They're 6 hours ahead of us. So it's, you know, right around what, like 9:30 for those guys. So definitely pretty late when you kind of break it down. But now we'll have to go through a lower run tomorrow.
Look at those stats from Cammy. 31 and 12, 25 non-traded, 21 objective kills. So you got to think about where these kills are happening. Well, they're happening inside the hill. 2 minutes on the hill. I mean, that was truly takeover for Cammy in map 4 to put that away for the Bush. I'm sure the lads over there are going to be loving Cammy after that game. Nearly 400 damage per hill. Like, that is unbelievable stuff coming out from Cammy in that map number 4. And truly, I mean, you look at the rest of the team, nobody had to do anything. I mean, you had a couple of moments from Trades, you had a couple moments from Cap, but, like, you really didn't have to do much. It's just because Team War underperformed in this map 4. I mean, it was as close as could ask through 1, through 2. You go to the round 11, and as soon as that, like, kind of is pulled away from you, you just get smoked from there on out. You go into the overload. You had no answer to the Bush on Scar. You lose 4 caps right away, giving up regulation in that first half of Scar overload, and then you just couldn't find your footing after that. It really seemed like the Bush swept you off your feet.
I agree. Just sideswiped, not able to reset. The S&D, I think, is one that they're going to go back and look at and figure out, okay, what's going wrong? You know, what are we doing differently from Rispy being in the lineup compared to Icons being in the lineup? Obviously, there's playstyle differences. Again, we talked heavily about Rispy being the activator for this team. Sometimes when they need a big moment to happen, it felt like Rispy was able to deliver at times. So when you don't have that factor, you have to figure out how we're going to piece together the teamwork just a little bit better so that you don't fall into these situations where, you know, you're losing and getting relayed on 3-4 times in a row, losing 3-4 rounds in a row, whatever it might be. So back to the drawing board, but certainly it's been a great run for Team War up until this point. I expect them to probably be in the top 3, I would imagine, and maybe even fighting for, you know, potential top 2 spot. I think it's important to reinforce that, listen, you make it the top 2, you're guaranteed for champs. So there is so much riding on the line when it comes down to trying to make it to that spot and obviously make it to champs.
Yeah, I mean, some might say it's a little bit of inexperience from the young guns on Team War. Icons is looking to kind of bring up that spirit being brought into this team. I mean, Flames right there as well. He's been playing some fantastic COD all day long, but for the rest of the squad there, I mean, dimensions, or sorry, for side of Team War just couldn't get it going towards the back end. And here's our brackets for the winners bracket and lower bracket of our Major 4 Challengers Open. As we're getting into the top 6, we still got another match going on to determine who we will be seeing on the Sunday. Torn Esports awaiting the victors of P7 Notorious versus the FST Stallions, as P7 Notorious are leading that 2-1. You can see Team War, as they drop on down, they will be facing OMiT Brooklyn, who took down Project 7.
And looks like players are getting ready to go here for what would be our final match of the night on stream. Again, one of those gruelers that is basically the last one up here in the venue, and then everything will be decided for tomorrow to see how it all comes together. But this is a special one because the Stallions, as much as this squad, you know, could be tough to put away, now need to dig deep, see if they can try to get it done versus the P7 Notorious that on paper you expect these guys to be in almost every single Sunday. You know, they want to really show everybody what happened last event was completely a fluke. But now need to prove it. See if they can get the job done. It's a Hacienda hard point. Let's jump into it.
Right into the mix for Stallions, looking to force a map 5. What is on the line here and what needs to happen? I think a lot is going to be focused into the performances that we do get from both KB and Roper, as they've just been the ones to really lead the slaying for this squad. But again, I just look to Asim. What can Asim do? He's been playing this map since Black Ops 4. Surely he's got something to say to his team to get them over the hump.
You'd hope so. You'd hope so. But we'll have to see. P7 Notorious can be quite the problem when it comes to hardpoint. As much as we maybe haven't seen it consistently so far this weekend, we know what they're capable of. And so far, so good. P1 time mostly goes their way. And P2 rotation under threat with the spawns. You got player 4 all the way in the back there. So you have to try to deal with him. Meanwhile, you got a little bit of a presence inside of Secret, looking to also get involved in the play. The Stallions do some of the battles in the back. Now it's a matter of finding the battles in the hill, and they do exactly that.
Who is that? That's Snoopy. Of course it's Snoopy that makes that play. He's given P7 Notorious the chance, but the Stallions have been able to neutralize that chance. And now they got the setup into P2. Car's going to be on fire, so you got to worry about any nades that might come in to really uproot this setup from the FC Stallions. But they've battled back after being scoreless after P1 to P2. They're soaking up quite a lot of time.
Flank now becoming a problem as things will flip out on the spawn front. One last contest, one last 1v1. P7 Notorious will happily take it and try to extend that lead a little bit further before we move to P3.
And most to mention there is going to be the fact that P7 Notorious also stopped the streaks that were happening on FC Stallions. There's a couple players starting to get ahead of themselves. So you limit that. No Hellstorms on either side. P7 Notorious going to be comfortable sitting in the hill, soaking up this time. And look at this play from Snoopy. He's getting aggro to the back. He knows exactly where FC Stallions are spawning.
Hallway control. There's P7. Stallions, though, looking to try to grab the high ground. The problem, they've lost a lot of the members down low, so a lot of work to be done and no work to be found. It's P7 Notorious that find every single kill cleanly, and they're going to have a great read on these spawns.
40-point lead and growing. FC Stallions struggling to break into this hill, and you got to be asking the question on, do we want to see the rotation to P4 now or later? They're fighting for the scrap time, and that's going to give a chance for P7 off the respawn to get there first. So it's going to be a race over towards New that does get caught in the transition. So Stallions will be here first. This is going to be some huge time.
Huge time that you, again, need here at the gallery at P4. But the collapse starting to come through for P7 Notorious. Kills also starting to follow. Too much to deal with on the hill itself. So Stallions not going to be able to find a whole lot of favor. And it's a quick break for P7 Notorious coming off of what is already a pretty nice cushion. So another situation you feel like you need a fast break. Stallions doing a good job of finding the opening kills. The entries are great. They'll find 3, make it 4, and they'll be right back into the hard point.
Wasted no time to get back into this one. However, unaware of where the retake was going to be happening, and you can already see the pressure mounting for FC Stallions. Just one more player on the inside, and that's going to be Eric Boom to remove with 2. 50-point lead and counting, heading into the second set of rotations. P7 Notorious going to be feeling good, and that's off the back of a huge performance so far between not just your SMGs, but look at DiamondCon too, 12-5.
Yeah, DiamondCon, I think, certainly showed some struggles over the Elite that we were watching him in, but back on land, kind of back in his comfort zone, so to speak, I think is when you find DC at his best. So certainly a problem that Stallions have yet to really stop this late into the hard point. 55 to 119 now the scoreline, as it is Stallions in control of P1. doing a good job of at least trying to get on the time, but the outskirts and top hallways all being contested, all being controlled right now by P7 Notorious. It's a matter of really trying to make sure you lock things down at P2 while keeping them off the time. A lot to do now for the Stallions.
So here they go. Still holding on to the Hellstorm is Rupert. So he got that early on back in P2 of the first rotation. We're going to get the rest of the scrap time and hold the rotations over to New. Kills coming through in the exit. Is that going to put pressure onto the splits? It will. So a lot of focus to see what you can get out of both Asim and Skill on this rotation. Asim's going to find his, but now he's alone, hoping his teammates can get here.
Need this to be a clean hold. So far, not able to find the clean kills at the start. The pinch is good. Spawns all in the back now for P7 Notorious, and it goes from bad to worse. Stallions starting to lose control of this game. You can see it slowly fade away. And with 35 seconds left, you feel like if you don't get a break here, this game almost gets too difficult to try to really make a comeback on Hacienda. But they're gearing up here through the front, looking for the entries.
Hellstorm's going to be invested from Rupert. See if this can kickstart somewhat of a break, and it looks like they'll get it done. Steals the spawns in the back for Notorious, so FC Stallions just looking to lock down what they can here and start their rotation over towards New. 3 bodies here, so the Stallions are actually going to fight for this one, and they lose their battles, so you got to be careful not to spawn up back at Old, and it looks like 2 will spawn at Old, 2 have the rotation to New. You got a 2v3 for this hill.
And you're going to really need Asim to, find some value here. We talked about him playing on this map, for years and years, but 5 and 18 just not going to cut it when your team is facing elimination. And P7 Notorious might just take you there sooner than you want to be, as they're getting close to 200 points at the fence hard point. Plays start to unfold in the back, but this is all taking a lot of time you don't really have. So now you get to the high ground. Gunfight's going to start to come through, but you focus towards the hill and need to find kills cleanly. Trade needs to come through, and it doesn't. P7 still holding on strong.
24 seconds. I mean, again, you'd love to get this time, but every single time you throw yourself at a hill for scrap time, you lose your fights, and you're just giving kills over to P7 Notorious, where just look at the spread, the setup that P7 Notorious has. They're getting their scrap time. Even if they lose it, you already have 2 players through office at the new hard point, ready to cut you down.
P7 Notorious looking to close out the night in 3-1 fashion. Stallions just looking to get over that 100-point mark from here, and with that clearance, that might just do it. But so much work required, and not going to be able to find some of these kills. As you can see, routes being taken, time can be taken. P7 Notorious not under the gun by any means. They can break this down how they see fit. Shriek also going to come into play, force some of the players into the hallway. That will allow 1, and now they can start to flood through.
Back in, though, for the Stallions, looking to break off the back of that Hellstorm, make sure that it gets as little value as possible. 3 kills back at Old. 20 seconds that you'd love to get here, slowly grinding this one out. This is where FC Stallions took ASCII Sports for the map 4. He beat them 250 to 33 on this map. Beats the brakes off that squad. Obviously a different beast in the P7 Notorious, as we're seeing, but we're looking to see if we can get an answer from Stallions into the 3rd set.
Time slowly ticking away, and the Stallions just really got nothing left, it feels like, at this point in time. Just have not had enough contribution across the board. Team members doing what they can to extend this. Kills will come through, but having to chain multiple hills together is what you're going to have to do, and every single second is perfect for P7 Notorious. You get the clearance on P1, but we know just how difficult it is to watch all the entry points coming back through the middle of the map here on Hacienda, and they will be quickly cleared right back off. P7 Notorious now back on the time.
You just can't afford to take a route like this if you're a Seam, but you're still going to take your opportunity to try to hit through P4. That's being watched by Eric. For Snoopy, he's going to shut him down. FC Stallions desperately need a break. You don't lose off this hill. You're not eliminated here, but you need the rotation, and already P7 Notorious have beat you.
Oh, they sure have. Stuns, nades, everything being thrown through just to give themselves a chance. The chance is there, but one good break, all it takes to lock in this game, lock in the series. Stallions doing a decent job of trying to play defense, and I think P7 Notorious is going to play this smart, saying, listen, let's go all the way through the back. Let's see if we can try to force out the spawn, and that should be the case now as they get back here.
To go down, pressure through lobby, and player's gonna spawn out. 14 seconds is all you need, and here comes Diamond Con on the slide through. He reads it and claws it. It's gonna be an immediate trade in, but back and forth, and it's P7 Notorious to split the difference with 10 seconds left. They're ready to send the Stallions home.
They sure are. Final seconds ticking away. FC Stallions just do not have it in them to try to contest. They're trying to force a map 5, and that will be tomorrow, Sunday, for P7 Notorious.
We get to see them move on for the dream run of the Stallions for the Rookie of Skill that gets picked up alongside what a amazing year it's been for KB and Rupert. It's just not enough to get past a seam there, too. At the helm of this squad, that one is going to hurt. Hugs on both sides. I mean, you know that at the end of the day, all these competitors will walk away as friends, but when it comes to this matchup, it was no mercy for P7 Notorious against the Stallions. 4 maps it goes. And in the Hacienda, 250 to 149. Look at the performance you get from Snoopy. 38 and 14. 3,500 damage, a minute 30 in the hill. This is what I was saying, that in the past, when we see P7 Notorious start to fall down in tournaments, it really is just the lack of takeover that you get from people like Eric and Snoopy. Today, they stepped up. We saw what P7 Notorious can do, and they've done in the past. And here they do it once more to send us all the way to a Sunday.
Absolutely, and that's big for someone like Snoopy, who I think showed a little bit of inconsistencies near the end of playoffs there for the Elite, and I think to have a game like that right at the end of Saturday going into Championship Sunday, that can really help set the tone, you know, ending on a great note like that, knowing and just remembering what you're capable of. So, big stuff all around. We take a look at the brackets, and again, it's OMiT and Bush Gaming sitting up there in the winners final, trying to lock in a top 2 for tomorrow. And then we have our elimination games, of course. That's where we're going to be kicking off the stream for tomorrow. Torn Esports up against P7 Notorious, and now Team War up against OMiT Brooklyn. I am especially excited for that one.
Yeah, you and I both. I mean, it's just like been a long journey through Black Ops 7 Challengers, and the fact that this is the moment that determines if you get that auto qualification to Paris, it's going to mean a lot for both Bush and OMiT. Winner of that, you get that auto qualification spot for champs. Takes a lot of pressure off your shoulder, not just, you know, for this tournament, but for like the future tournaments too. So it's going to be a big one between both of those squads. I think realistically, any can win it. OMiT EU look a lot better than what we saw in Atlanta, and they were in the grand final. So that kind of says a lot.
Exciting day of Call of Duty, long day of Call of Duty, but we do have our top teams heading into tomorrow to see who's going to claim some potential champ spots, who's going to claim some more money, and who's going to win the entire thing. We're going to have to find out, but that's going to do it for the broadcast today. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and we'll catch you guys bright and early tomorrow for Elimination Games.